We close out opening and 4th of July weekend at Saratoga with a strong Sunday card, including our first jump race of this summer season with the Leo O'Brien, where Mary Maker looks to add another Grade 1 to the resume. Chad Brown has won or tied for the last 5 Saratoga training titles. Today could bring him some early separation. Multiple Grade 1 winners, Zulu Kingdom. The one to beat in the Kelso. He has the Railius, Flavian Pratt, and he comes in better prepared, according to his trainer. Dual Hall of Fame trainer Mark Cassidy has some stable stars to unleash later this meet. Today, horse specialist and one of the top turf sprinters in the game can bring the band home, return to form, and defend his title in the Troy. And in a loaded older horse division, we have yet another contender after 6-year-old Phileas Fogg announces he's maybe better than ever after a repeat performance in the Suburban. We'll take a look at where he fits and what is next. It's all ahead on this Sunday edition of Saratoga Live to close out opening weekend here on Fox Sports 1 on a gorgeous, sun-filled Sunday afternoon from Saratoga Springs, New York. Great to be with you. Greg Wolf alongside Jonathan Kinchin, editor of the Saratoga Special. Joe Clancy, great to see you. We have the jumps, of course, to start things off. I got to say, I haven't said this to you before, but one of my favorite things there's so many things I love about coming to Saratoga, but getting that Saratoga Special, reading all the quotes, all the insight on the barns has become one of my favorite things.
Yeah, we try to be a window into the game a little bit, and I love. It never gets old to see readers pick it up either downtown or in the backyard. That's the fun part of it. That being said, the delayed print edition first print edition will be July 16th. Couldn't really keep up with extending the meet too much and keep up with the bills and everything else, but lots of coverage online at thisishorseracing.com. Regular print starts July 16th.
Some great action, JK, ahead later on this afternoon. Bring the band home. Do you think he can get back to the horse we saw last summer here?
Yeah, I mean, I think so. I mean, obviously his last couple of performances are a little concerning, but he's got to hit the reset button now, I think, at this point. And if he can come back and run one or both of those races that he ran last summer, he could be very tough to beat from the inside.
Here's what's ahead, presented by Claiborne Farm. We are fast and firm. We have Monmouth Park back in action. They've had to cancel because of extreme heat. They're back going today, fast and good at the Jersey Shore. The Monmouth County, their main event on this Sunday card to come. We're only 8 minutes away from the opener as well. You can play all the action today, all summer long and beyond, by getting signed up with Naira Bets. Now live in New Jersey as well. SPA 200, that code to use at sign up to get that offer, that $200 deposit match new customer bonus. And bet on over 300 tracks from around the world and start winning today. So the first of 3 Grade 1s over the jumps at the Saratoga Summer Meet. The inaugural running of this Leo O'Brien, named for the legendary trainer of New York bred millionaires, 4-Star Dave, 4 Stars All-Stars, and Irish Linnet. And we have a former champion, Joe, in this race.
Yeah, Mary Maker was champion jumper at 23, missed a little time coming back. His race in the spring was really good. If he can match that, he's going to be tough to handle.
So 7 minutes to post in this Leo O'Brien. Let's check in with Maggie Wolfendale.
And I'm so pleased to be joined here by Leona Velasquez, who is Leo's daughter. And Leona, first of all, I think it's appropriate that this race, the steeplechase race, is named for your dad, as he began his career in Ireland as a steeplechase jockey.
That's right. Keith and I are really, really moved and touched and honored to have not only a stake race, but a Grade 1 named after our dad. It's very moving, and he started riding in this country in 1964. Yeah. So we're absolutely thrilled.
And he came here to Saratoga to ride to New York and absolutely fell in love with it. So yes. I think he made it a mission to come back here, and boy, what success did he have?
Yes, he absolutely did. He was in a riding accident in 1976, so we moved back to Ireland. Mm-hmm. He recovered and became a trainer with his brother Michael. They became leading steeplechase trainers in Ireland, but my dad and my mom loved New York and wanted to be in New York, wanted to train in New York. He was such a big supporter of the New York Bred program. He went on to train 2 of the most, successful New York breds, made history with 4 Stars All-Star.
And 4-Star Dave.
And 4-Star Dave is just, yeah.
He's the Saratoga legend.
Absolutely, yeah. So, a little Irishman coming to New York and making his mark, and just to be honored in this way is honoring for us, and Keith and I and the whole family. I have people from Ireland here to celebrate.
Leona, really quickly, we know him as a trainer, as a jockey. What was he like as a father, as a husband?
Hopefully I don't get emotional. My dad was the kindest, generous, just sincere, lovely, lovely gentleman.
Truly, he was.
He really was.
We couldn't be happier to honor him today. Leona, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Greg.
What an impact he had on racing, certainly here in New York. And as Maggie mentioned, former steeplechase jockey from 1964 to 1976, Joe.
Yeah, I mean, he actually rode some of the best horses in training during his era. Rode champion Shadowbrook for Sydney Waters. Grand Con is that horse there. That's a race in Virginia. Shadowbrook won both stakes before they graded them, but they were basically the equivalent of the 2 grade ones. He won both of them here in '71 when he was champion. And he was never a champion jump jockey, but he ended with 141 total wins, which is still top 20 all time. And, so he was in the mix, and also was a very good sought-after exercise rider. Galloped Hoist the Flag, galloped Honest Pleasure. I mean, but again, everybody knows 4-Star Dave and 4 Stars All-Star and the Yaddos that he won here and Yanks Music and the rest of them. But as a jockey and rider, before all that, he was very successful.
Passed away at the age of 85 back in January. Here's our post parade for the Leo O'Brien. We start with the former 2023 Eclipse Award winner as champion steeplechaser Mary Maker.
Yeah, in the Hurricane Farm Sanford family silks for Pierre Manigault.
Kerry Bryan Barnes, St. James the Great at 4-1.
Yeah, and she won the Grade 1 here, Belmont Week, with Jimmy P. Probably the understudy of the group here, but shouldn't be overlooked. She shows up with horses ready to run.
Should see pace would take your seats.
Take your seats going the other direction, yeah. And Pace for sure. I think he's stepping up in company, but I think he'll make an impact on the race. Tom Garner, former jockey, trains.
Grade 1 place, Sweet Will just went by.
Same thing, a second horse for Arch Kingsley and Hurricane. Probably not as accomplished as Mary Maker, but looking for a little bit of a piece.
Another Grade 1 place runner here at Saratoga, McTeague, we saw.
Yeah, and I like him. I picked him looking for a little value, hoping he'd be better value than the 8, who's going to get bet down a little bit. And I think he's lively and got a chance, McTeague.
Field door, do we expect to see this one showing speed today?
Yeah, probably not as much as some of the others. I'm sure they want to sit off, but he'll be up close, second, third. He's a Grade 1 winner, won at the Colonial Cup in November, and pretty capable. I'm not sure he's got quite the gas or the speed to run here.
And the remarkably consistent Rocket 1 for Jack Fisher, the 2-1 favorite.
Yeah, it just seems like he's 1-2 every time. He did everything but win here, Belmont Week in the Steinman, and I think they'll try to hold him up a little longer so he doesn't get lonely on the lead. Like he got caught by Jimmy P in the final, 2 strides last time. And he'll have a little more pace to run at, which is probably what he wants.
All right, time to put you on the hot seat. Where are you going to wind up?
I ended up 6'8", 6'8" McTeague, trying to find a little bit of value. I liked him before that other race. His jockey came off at the first fence, had no chance. Big swing in the weights. He gets 8 pounds from Rocket One, and I think at 5-1 versus 2-1, I think he's pretty live.
Well, with more on a Grade 1 winner in this field, let's check in with Liza Hendricks with more on Field Door.
Thanks, Greg. And the class in this field is Phil Dorr. He is an Irish import, came over, was trained by Gordon Elliott, and then won the Colonial Cup, as Joe mentioned. But he is carrying heavy weight. He's giving away about 16 to 18 pounds 10 to 16 pounds to the rest of the field. And in a race this long, the weight does matter. I saw him this morning at the barn and in the paddock. He's a big, beautiful gray, has a lot of scope and range to him. And the one Mary Maker, with that weight difference, it does leave the door open for him. I talked to his trainer, Arch Kingsley, yesterday. He said he really likes the way he's training and was impressed with his comeback off of that long layoff, and had a nice third in the beginning of May. I'm going to use him underneath, and I'll land on the 8 Rocket 1. He is my pick. He's most consistent runner in this race. Jack Fisher trains him. He always has his horses sharp and ready to go, and he gets 6 pounds from Phil Dorr today. He looked great in the paddock and in the warm-up as well. Greg?
Liza, thank you. Joe, let's go back to Mary Maker for a moment. That race, about a year, 19-month layoff to be exact. What did you make of that comeback performance?
I thought that was pretty good. Again, a horse coming off that much of a layoff, and it was a little more. His good season was 23. He only ran once in 24. Came back this spring and ran pretty sharp for a horse who's been off that long. A lot of these horses you'll see coming off long layoffs, the steeplechase horses, and it's usually some kind of a soft tissue injury, a tendon, whatever. They nurse them back, train them, see how they're going. If you can hit the pause button and kind of bring them back again. So it looks like a huge layoff, but again, he's in work longer than that. And I think that showed. I mean, he could have been a good 5th. He could have been 5th or 6th in that race, and I think Arch Kingsley will be really happy. He's 3rd, got beat ahead for 2nd. I think that shows he's in really good form. He won at the racetrack at Aqueduct, so he's got some gears too.
We just saw the 8, still the 9-5 favorite. 9 of 10 jump races, he has been first or second.
Yeah, I mean, that's as consistent as you can get. 10 Strike Racing owns a piece, which I think is fun. Some flat crossover, which we like to see. And he's a former Frank Fletcher horse, Into Mischief. We don't see many of them go jumping, but he's found his home doing it.
Inaugural running of the Grade 1 Leo O'Brien to kick off our Sunday action. Let's go to Frank Miramati for the call on our FS1 coverage.
And they're off in the Leo O'Brien. And Mary Maker is quick, but there goes Take Your Seats, and Take Your Seats will set the early tempo, opening up a length and a half. The Gray Field Door is in second as they go over that first hurdle, and it is Take Your Seats with a 2.5 length advantage. Field Door is in the second spot, and then it's another 3 lengths back. Mary Maker is now moving back to 5th as St. James the Great takes 3rd. Rocket One is 4th, right in front of Mary Maker, who has settled kindly in the early stages as the top 2 sprinting away. At the back of the field are Sweet Will, and McTeague will do his best running later on. And so they're in the Saratoga stretch for the first time, and it will be Take Your Seats, setting the tempo, and opens up to lead by 5. Field Door is in second. It's about 10 lengths back to the next flight. St. James the Great. Mary Maker is inching up right on the inside of Rocket One, who's under a tight hold at this stage. McTeague is now second to last, leaving Sweet Will as the trailer. Pedal to the metal for Take Your Seats. Take Your Seats, sprinting along now, has opened up 7 or 8 lengths. Field Door in the perfect spot second. Then it's another 12 or so. Back to St. James the Great, who's in 3rd, followed by Mary Maker and Rocket One racing side by side. McTeague and Sweet Will bring up the rear. On to the back stretch. And it is Take Your Seats. The lead is about 8 lengths still, with Field Door second by a huge margin. Maybe 15 lengths back to that next flight now, with St. James the Great in 3rd, followed by Mary Maker, Rocket One, McTeague, and Sweet Will. They continue on this journey with Take Your Seats. The speed still well clear. It's 8 or 9 lengths. Field Door and Connor Tierney just biding their time in second. As they move toward the top of the stretch once again, it is Take Your Seats, who has been left alone. A double-digit margin over Field Door in second. Long way to St. James the Great in 3rd. They're followed by Mary Maker and Rocket One. The 2 trailers have been McTeague and Sweet Will the entire way. Here's Take Your Seats once again. Take Your Seats in front by 12 lengths. With Field Door holding second. The rest of them now trying to make their moves. Along the inside in 3rd still is St. James the Great. Inching up is Rocket One. He's in the 4th spot. Mary Maker, followed by McTeague. And then it is Sweet Will. Take Your Seats. He's been all by himself and continues that way. Take Your Seats by a huge margin over Field Door in second. And then it's another 6 or 7 lengths back to St. James the Great. There hasn't been much change whatsoever. Rocket One, and then Sweet Will, along with McTeague. The long shot leader, Take Your Seats, still has a commanding lead. Take Your Seats is clear by many. Field Door second. It's one race and then the other as St. James the Great is asked to pick it up now. Rocket One is next, followed on the inside by McTeague. Ooh, a mistake there, and almost losing the rider was Mary Maker. Freddie Proctor very fortunate to stay aboard as they move into the far turn. Take Your Seats has never felt a challenge. Field Door has lost some ground. In second now is St. James the Great, who is trying to make a little bit of a rally. One who is rallying is McTeague. McTeague looking for racing room as they're at the top of the stretch. And take your seats, shifting out. He is exhausted. Here comes Rocket One and St. James the Great. And on the inside, Rocket One takes the lead. We'll have to fend off McTeague, coming with a strong bit on the outside. And McTeague with all the momentum late. McTeague, Rocket One, McTeague and Graham Waters. McTeague perfectly handled to score in the Leo O'Brien. Rocket One was second. Three-way photo for third goes to St. James the Great. The photo for fourth between Take Your Seats and Sweet Will. The first Leo O'Brien is in the books, and it goes to McTeague.
Grade 1 place in the past, now a Grade 1 winner. Graham Waters for Cyril Murphy. 5-1 McTeague rolling by the favorite. Nice call, Joe.
Yeah, every once in a while you get it right. I thought the leader was home free there. He jumped the second last not so well and looked tired. He jumped the last really well and looked like he had more energy, and then here is just getting late and the two horses run by him. McTeague had to work. He was kind of stuck on the inside behind horses a little bit. Once he got out, he really ran home. Rocket One again, second. Tough luck. He's run well every time.
5-1 McTeague rolling by the 9-5 favorite. And a huge resume booster for this 7-year-old to kick off our first again of 3 Grade 1s over the jumps at this Saratoga meet. Take Your Seats for a while gave fans a thrill on the front end, but we saw how tired he got late.
Yeah, he almost made it work. I mean, for a horse, it was sort of a little bit of an upset chance, and he was a little strong early, but then he settled in, and I'm sure behind him they were questioning when to do it, and this horse is pretty game to keep running. His form when he first came over in 23 was pretty good. I mean, won the Jonathan Kaiser here, was third in the Shepherd, then obviously goes to the sidelines with some leg trouble. Cyril Murphy, former steeplechase jockey, rode for Tom Voss, now a trainer for Herb Naylor.
6-8, 3-4 finish. Let's go to Liza.
Thanks, Greg. And here with Cyril Murphy. Cyril, how does it feel to win this big Grade 1 in Saratoga?
Very, very nice. It's actually, if you go to Equibase, today is my 100th official licensed winner. So yeah, it's a big deal, and to do it here, very special. To do it with McTeague, to get a little bit of vindication for the unfortunate result the last day, special for him too.
So exciting. Congrats on the 100th win. And we were talking about in the barn this morning about how you rode as well. And so how special is that to be part of the full journey?
Yeah, no, it's great. I mean, anywhere you have a winner is a special day. But up here in particular, New York are very good to us. We try to put on a show, behave ourselves. And today you saw racing, jump racing at its finest for us.
Amazing. Well, congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Greg, such a special day here.
How about that? Hitting the century mark at Saratoga in a Grade 1.
Yeah, that'll make your day, right? He's got a van ride back to Maryland, but that'll make it a lot sweeter for sure. And pretty game effort. I mean, it would have been, it's a lot of work doing 3/8 miles and jumping and trying to run down a horse late. Really good effort. He's, again, it's the horse who made a tiny mistake at the first fence in the Steinman here Belmont week and lost the rider, so lost all chance. He ran around out in front of everybody like he wanted to win, and today he got to do it with the jockey on.
Nice call. So you've just raised the bar. We're going to expect even more from you next time out. But
see
next
what
up,
we can do.
Next up on our Grade 1 schedule will be what?
The AP Smithwick, which I'm not 100% sure of the date, but early August basically, and they'll come back for the Jonathan Shepherd a month after that, and then there's 2 other jump races in the middle, the restricted stakes.
Always great to get these jump races and to have you on as well. Good to see you.
No, thanks for having me.
Joe Clancy, editor, Saratoga Special. If you can, grab a copy, sit down, have a cup of coffee, and take your time and enjoy it. One of the great things we have here to enjoy if you're fans of this sport. We have Monmouth Race 2 coming up in our immediate future here. Just 2 minutes to post. 5 furlongs. This is for 2-year-old fillies. New Jersey breds trying to get that first win of their career. Let's check in with Megan Burgess.
Hey Greg, nice to see everyone and a very happy 4th of July. And some big news for bettors out there as Naira Bets, the official wagering platform of the New York Racing Association and of course Saratoga Racecourse, now available to residents of New Jersey. So kudos to everyone involved for making this happen over the past couple of years, and now I know will be incredibly helpful and useful to those Garden State residents. But we'll take a look at some 2-year-old New Jersey bred fillies, fitting as we introduce you to the Naira Bets platform now open. These fillies, honestly, the 2, the 3, and the 4, all catching my eye. And the number 4 currently taking favoritism. She's a 12 for Kelly Breen. And I had no issues with her physically, as she's fit for the task. Kelly had a winner last week, a New Jersey bred first-time starter, and Roma Art, and overall has solid numbers doing so. As a daughter of Yalpon, the dam was a maiden, but half to King Pharaoh, who won his maiden on the dirt sprinting with the 70 Buyer speed figure in his third start. So we'll see if she can get it done at first asking. According to Kelly, has responded well, working in company with the workmate of Roma Art, and now was on even terms and even outworking him. So positive signals for her. So we'll move to the number 3, Midnight Voodoo, who bodes key experience in a field, mostly first-time starters for a strong powerhouse barn and Eddie Owens Jr., who does very well with his 2-year-olds here at Monmouth. The daughter of Sea Wizard, she is an out-and-out sprinter, short, compact, burly, and robust. She certainly wants this sprint game. I will say, though, Eddie Owens, while he has incredibly strong overall 2-year-old numbers, he's 0 for 9 the past 5 years with second-timers, but she showed good speed last time out in a completely merry-go-round race dominated by a heavily bet first-time starter who came back to run in the Schuylerville, as you're fetching a fair price up there at 2 to 1. The number 3, it's Tiz Tapping, up there for Cathal Lynch, and many of Lynch's first-time starters have had a similar work pattern. The dam one sprinting on the dirt, a half-sibling was a maiden, and incredibly sharp to get the tack on. I will say was wearing front wraps for the debut, so just something to take note of. Actually wore wraps on all 4, which kind of drew me away from her just at first asking to get a race under her belt. But my eye landed on the current 4 to 5 favorite, Greg, and a nice group of New Jersey bred fillies.
All right, Megan, thank you. We've swapped out. Joe Clancy's work is done, giving out a 5 to 1 winner. So you're in the hot seat now. Paula Duca joins us on the program. Lots to look forward to today. We have the Harvey Pack, we have the Kelso, and we have a huge pick 6 carryover.
Yeah, and I think the pick 6 carryover is going to really hinder on the first couple legs. Hey, Jonathan and I were just talking about it. The Steve Asmussen runner on the outside, and I think Chad Brown, the 8 horse, in the second part of that leg. I think a lot of people are going to be leaning on those 2 horses to start the pick 6.
Good luck to everyone playing this afternoon. Loading up here for the race Megan was just reporting on. 4 to 5 favorite. She's a 12. First-time starter, a Yalpon filly for Kelly Breen. The odds-on favorite. Let's send it out to Matt Dinnerman. Race 2, start of the early pick 4 from the Jersey Shore.
4, and then after her, Creative Thinker. She's a 12, goes in. Creative Thinker to the outside. We're ready to go. We're off. Good start from She's a 12. Midnight Voodoo put into play. These 2 hook up. They put 4 lengths on the other 2. Tiz Tapping and Creative Thinker. Down the backstretch, Midnight Voodoo is speediest here from the big favorite. She's a 12, pressing a half length back. They've opened up 6. Tiz Tapping into the 3rd position. She goes, passing Creative Thinker as they charge into the far turn. It's a speedy match race on the lead here. Midnight Voodoo, very quick, leads by a neck. She's a 12. Gets a tap on the shoulder now, second, well clear of Tiz Tapping and Creative Thinker. Hitting the quarter pole, Midnight Voodoo appears to be going a little bit better than She's at 12 at the quarter pole and kicks away to a length and a half lead, almost 2 now. She's at 12 second, trying hard in the red shadow roll. They're down the lane. Midnight Voodoo has to finish with a furlong to go. She's on top by 2. She's at 12 second. Now Tiz Tapping's getting underway on the outside. Midnight Voodoo, 16th to go, is asked to sprint. She's at 12, still behind, and Tiz Tapping with a late surge. Midnight Voodoo on the lead. Midnight Voodoo just held him off. Midnight Voodoo over Tiz Tapping with a ferocious finish. Second, though, then She's at 12 and Creative Thinker.
Eddie Owens Jr. barn, Charlie Marquez, and takes it to this odds-on favorite first-time starter and hangs on for the victory late.
Yeah, Charlie Marquez, second time You were mentioning Sea Wizard. Hollycrest Farm, who actually where Sea Wizard stands, he's about 30% first time out, and experience paid off here, JK. Charlie Marquez, a kid that really made a splash in the Maryland circuit and had that really bad injury, was off for a long time. It seems like he's riding well.
Yeah, look, I mean, we learn this lesson every weekend. It feels like at Saratoga. Horses with experience have an edge.
That man right there usually has an edge too. 5 straight won or shared training titles here at Saratoga. Chance to get a little separation today. They'll send out Zulu Kingdom, multiple Grade 1 winner in the Kelso to come.
Charlatan is the leading second crop sire by stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and graded stakes horses.
Charlatan, ultra impressive. It's a new day for a new king.
Back with you on Saratoga Live opening weekend. Close it out on this Sunday afternoon as hopefully everyone out there watching and continuing to extend that 4th of July weekend fun with your family and friends. And in the opener here at Saratoga, Grade 1 inaugural running of the Leo O'Brien. It goes to McTeague, is given out by Joe Clancy. Graham Waters, Cyril Murphy, who we heard being interviewed by Liza Hendricks, his 100th career victory, and it comes into Grade 1. $13.24 for the win. Rocket 1, who's been so consistent again. 10 of 11 career starts. He's been first or second in his career, but comes up on the short end this time around. Race 2, early pick 5. It's going to start here in our first flat race of the afternoon. New York Breds, maiden special weight, try to get that first career victory. Sprinting 6 furlongs. Good luck here.
Yeah, recurring revenue, I mean, as a horse that took money first out for Chad Brown, didn't run all that well. Shows up back here in a spot, has been working well since then. So maybe whatever it was that led to him being a short price on debut will show itself in a couple of minutes.
You know, what we saw in the first race or second race at Monmouth Park is experience going to win over. You know, the 5 in here, By For Now, showed speed, kind of backed out of it. Probably needed that start. You're getting, what, 9-2? Because there's a lot of buzz on the first-time starters, but I think this horse will improve.
Races like this, I mean, we got some older horses here, maybe more particularly with 2-year-olds, but to some extent, first-time starters watch the board?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think a lot of times it goes, especially a racetrack like Saratoga, how these horses are moving in the morning, what they're doing in their practice sessions in the morning is what leads to these horses being bet the way they are first time out. Got a lot of private clockers to pay attention to how those works go.
A couple of big stakes races, part of this Pick 6 carryover. I'm going to take a little twist on what you usually say. To Zulu or not to Zulu in the Kelso today. Multiple Grade 1 winner for Chad Brown. Said that beat in the poker, he's coming off a Grade 1 win, Maker's Mark Mile, might have been, in hindsight, a little bit short on works coming into that performance.
Well, that's a good thing to know. If you're a fan of Zulu Kingdom, it's nice to know that. The one thing I'll say that Zulu Kingdom's likely his biggest issue is there's what, 6 horses in this race that have won a race wire to wire. I think the pace has to be pretty quick. He is a forward horse drawn inside. I worry a little bit about the starch that might get taken out of him from some pressure from other horses.
You'd share those concerns, or is this a horse who is a little more versatile?
I kind of wonder. Listen, it's good to know because I looked into this going, well, you know, he's the kind of horse that doesn't want to be on the front end. He kind of wanders a little bit with his mind, and maybe with some pace, he'll be a horse that comes from off it. Now, past the hat, he's been pretty good, Greg, his last 2 starts. He just got up last time in the poker, and he was, 10-1 that day. Will you get that today? He looks like he's in really good form.
Beating Zulu Kingdom and his stablemate Capitol Hill as well, another Mott runner in this field. But yeah, a 5-year-old who has been pretty darn good, 3 for 5 on the lawn. If Zulu Kingdom class of this field shows up, and who knows, could run away with this. If not, it seems like it is so wide open, doesn't it?
No, it does. It feels very wide open, especially if you integrate the pace problem that could be there. It could come from anywhere. It could come, because I think even some of the other obvious types that are in here, if it's not Zulu Kingdom, they're forward types too. So they're going to be affected by the pace. If Zulu Kingdom's affected by the pace, could set up for a horse to kind of come out of nowhere.
You know, Zulu Kingdom, I'm getting a B here. Zulu Kingdom, the lone 2 really good efforts were in Kentucky. One at Keeneland, one at Churchill Downs, if you look figure-wise. So that scares me a little bit that maybe his best races haven't been here.
From that inside post, he sort of has to go, right? He can't, does that kind of limit the kind of trip he can get?
Go forward and try to hold that position. And if someone wants to be aggressive and take it, Flavian will sit comfortably, or maybe not comfortably, in the pocket.
Well, another Chad Brown, that is Cosmic Year State's debut. Had a little bit of traffic in his first start at Monmouth, and it was Neat, who has won here before, for Rob Atras coming up with a win.
Yeah, and I think Neat, just the recency, and maybe Neat getting back to kind of his winning ways. He is 7 for 19. He's kind of one of those horses that wins or doesn't run. I tell you this, Cosmic Year kind of got in gear really late in that race. He kind of needed that race. I think he's going to be dangerous today.
See what happens. Terrific edition of that Grade 3 Kelso, start of the late Pick 4, and of course, part of that massive Pick 6 carryover. John Velasquez, all-time winningest rider in the history of Saratoga. Had some big ones to add to that tally, and more work coming today. We'll be back.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. Naira Bets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Justifying comes roaring home. He's just immortal. Justify is the 13th Triple Crown winner.
An Arabian Lion claws to the front here. Arabian Lion to win the Grade 1. Woody Stevens. One minute, 21 and 3/5 seconds.
Get with the New York Bred program that supports farms across the state and puts more babies on the ground. The program that lets your New York bred race against other New York breds on the same tracks where Manor War won the Travers and Secretariat completed the Triple Crown in the Belmont Stakes, but at a beautiful new facility offering the new Empire Trillium Series. Get with a program that respects thoroughbreds from the foaling farm to the starting gate to the second career.
Every 2-year-old champion has precocity, but only one can be called fierce.
Fierceness!
Brilliant at 2.
A powerhouse win!
Dominant at 3.
Fierceness is putting on a show in Hallandale today! Fierceness to win the Travers!
Tenacious at 4.
Fierceness has won the Pacific Classic!
All the makings of a champion. Fierceness. New to Coolmore America.
Health, history, horses has been the slogan of Saratoga Springs for nearly a century, and the Big Red Spring is the perfect representation of this phrase. Long before the racetrack opened in 1863, Saratoga Springs was a popular resort destination. Its famous mineral springs were believed to treat a wide array of medical conditions. Introduced in 1975, the Big Red Spring was named after 2 of the sport's most legendary chestnuts, Man o' War and Secretariat. In addition to their immense talent, the 2 stallions also shared the same nickname, Big Red. For the last 46 years, people of all ages have sampled the Big Red Spring as a part of their racetrack experience. It is a tradition that establishes Saratoga as the most unique racing venue in the world.
This is the summer we get JK to drink out of the Big Red Spring, and we're going to video it. We're going to put it on social media. You can do it for us, right?
I don't know. I mean, it's
healing waters.
There's enough fluoride in there to fill about 10 Colgate bottles.
it just doesn't taste great, if I'm being honest with you.
It helps your handicapping, though.
I prefer Saratoga water that comes in the blue bottle, not that one.
I understand. Race 2, again, started this early pick 5 here, our first flat race on this Sunday program. New York bred maiden special weight. Let's check in with Maggie Wolfendale.
It's a rather appetizing board for this maiden special weight for the New York breds, as we do have 3 first-time starters, one of which is your current favorite, for some connections that will take some money. That's Brad Cox and Flavian Pratt as they team up with One Big Beautiful Bill, a son of Tiz the Law out of Tiz Something Royal, who has produced Yo Banana Boy, as he is a pretty good dirt sprinter in New York bred company. This guy, really big, really solid. You know, this dam, I've seen all 3 of her foals now, and they all kind of look different. The boys, you know, he and Yo Banana Boy are bigger, bulkier types, and he's very professional here in the paddock. He looks as though there could be speed with him just based upon the way he's put together, but he is fairly quiet. However, here so far in the prelims, now looking at the DRF Clocker report, this guy always staying well in hand with fellow unraced maidens, so don't really have a good gauge on who he's been working with in the morning, but he has been ticking along steadily. Brad Cox, though, first-time starters, 3-year-olds and upward at NYRA, 2 for 25 with a 45-cent ROI. Some maybe lower profile connections sending out firsters that do make very favorable impressions, including number 2, is there a normal wife? I think we're all pretty normal, thank you very much. So we'll take a look at this son of Galilean, and really it's a little bit more turf. The dam when her first start, turf sprinting, there's more turf in the second generation as well, but I suppose that this counterintuitive move, sprinting here on the dirt, could signal positive things coming from Dave Donksbarn, because he is a trainer that especially doesn't mind running horses on the turf. This guy has been bubbly ever since he got into the paddock. He's been on the muscle, he's been bouncing on his toes. He hasn't done anything wrong. He just seems as though he's fairly sharp. He is of a build that's kind of longer, rangier, and taller. So I think, given his disposition, though, he might be one that does break alertly, and according to the Clocker reports with him, he has been working well and just on the bridle throughout in those dirt workouts, which speaks of a horse who wants to surface. A lot of times turf horses, they'll come off the bridle in the end and then they'll just kind of fall apart. It sounds like this is not what has been happening with Is There a Normal Wife? But I like what I'm seeing from him. He looks really fit for this debut. Now, Jenna Antonucci, she'll send out number 3, Happy Gomore. That's a clever name. Son of Run Happy, the dam. She won her first start as a 2-year-old, and 3 of the 7 foals have won first time out, 5 of 7 of which are winners, and they're mostly dirt sprinters. Now, according to the clock report on this guy, he shows a lot of early speed, but does have trouble sealing the deal, has trouble finishing his work. So I anticipated seeing kind of a speedball, if you will, a short, stout, compact horse. That is not his physical frame, however. He is very athletic, incredibly balanced. I love the way this horse looks. We'll see if that bears out on the racetrack. He has been very classy acting here. He does show up wearing front wraps for this debut, but considering what he's showing me here, I'm definitely more on the positive end of the spectrum now, having seen him, Greg, than what it was on paper.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Difficult race to decipher here with limited experience, few first-time starters. Pick 5 pull 432,000 and growing here to kick off this early pick 5. It's the 4 who remains the favorite, first-time starter, Brad Cox, Flavian Pratt in public right now. Paulie going to the new face.
Yeah, and they're 33% together this year, 2025 to 2026. So I think that's why the public's kind of landing here. I'm a little bit surprised that the horses that have ran in here, the 5 and 6, are not getting played. I think they're looking at the morning workouts for a lot of these runners.
There's one with experience, the most experienced in the field, the 6, Music in Motion. But the lone dirt start doesn't inspire a ton of confidence.
No, but showed speed and has run okay on the turf. Now it gets back on the dirt for Linda Rice. Usually when good trainers make changes, I like to take the assumption that it's a positive move. That's why they're considered good trainers, right? So I'll tell you one thing, though. When you look at the board and you see the favorite in here at 2-1, and every other horse is basically 4-1, between 4-1 and 5-1, this is an absolutely wide open race.
No question. If you're playing this early pick 5 too, did you see somewhere to say, yes, I can narrow down? I guess race 5 probably, which is going to be part of, kicks off the late pick 5, part of the pick 6.
Yeah,
the Chad Brown.
Yeah, Capricious Outcome is going to be the hinge on a lot of people's tickets. Pick 5s, the middle pick 5, the pick 6. That is going to be a key horse.
Coming down Champions Way. Yeah, that horse and then Zulu Kingdom for Chad Brown back to back. One win with several other trainers obviously here, but is yet to break out. We're going to see some of those breakout days to come. Maybe today the first of those for Chad Brown.
How deep do you think you have to go in the Harvey pack?
I mean, bring the band home.
26 Black.
26 Black, the class of that field, JK. What'd you think?
I mean, 26 Black ran well last time. I just have a hard time with closers and turf sprints. I'm allergic to them. They'll continue to stuff me in lockers probably for a majority of my life. I just think that there's always better opportunities with horses that are a little bit more forward. And, 26 Black's a good horse. I'd love to own him. I don't love those types. Now, if I had to pick a closer, that would be the one that I would want in the race. But I'm looking more towards the inside with the other 3 horses.
Post parade coming up as we get set for this early pick 5 in our first flat race of the afternoon here. And we will see recurring revenue to begin things. Second-time starter for Chad Brown, a new gelding off a long time away here.
Yeah, showed speed first time out at least a little bit. It was 3-1. Maybe they've righted the ship that led them astray last time.
Here is David Donk's debut runner. Has John Velasquez aboard Johnny V with a pickup mount on Bring the Band Home later today in the Harvey pack.
Should be the speed in there. This one for Very Unstable, the owner and breeder.
Not Happy Gilmore, Happy Gomore with Tyler Gaffley on pickup mount.
Yeah, you got to run Happy in here, and this horse has been working okay as well and has some siblings that had some early speed.
Just tap it in. One big, beautiful Bill, Brad Cox, first-timer.
Yeah, son of Tiz the Law, his most shining moment was here, Mr. Dub in the Elk Song Group.
Certainly intriguing, the 5 by for now. It showed speed in the debut and backed up.
Yeah, similar story to the one down on the inside for Chad Brown, a horse that took a little money first time out, maybe learned something, and they can improve off of that.
And Linda Rice going back to dirt is mentioned here with Music in Motion.
Yeah, the lone horse in here that actually ran as a 2-year-old, dirt start and a turf start, now getting back on dirt as a 3-year-old.
Pick 5 pool approaching $500,000. And it's that 4-horse debuting for trainer Brad Cox with back-to-back Eclipse Award-winning rider Flavian Pratt, the one to beat on the board.
As a lifestyle guard, I help people live their best day in the sun. That means keeping the games going. Coming to the rescue when the floaty is too floppy. And delivering high noon when the cooler's empty.
Oh, do you have any peach?
High noon, sun's up.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live here on Fox Sports 1 as we are getting the flat racing underway here at the spa on a lovely Sunday afternoon to commence the opening week here at Saratoga, as we'll start off by looking at a horse on the rail who is coming off a considerable layoff. For Chad Brown is number 1, Recurring Revenue, as he comes off, well, a year and 5 months. I thought he would be a little bit more live than this. I did not cover that first race. And what I observed is, yes, he did show a little bit of speed chasing in what was a strung out field where Mauve for the King, he just ran away with it that day. And when they started kind of around the turn, this horse started crossfiring. So he's on one lead up front and another lead behind. It's just when a horse gets really discombobulated with their leads, and he started getting hit in the face with dirt, and he kind of threw his head up in the air. Now, I don't know what equipment he was wearing that day, but as you can see, he has on what we call a cage bit or a Houghton bit. So, assisting with some steering there for Manny Franco, who is back aboard again today. In my estimation, now that he comes back as a 4-year-old and a first-time gelding, which I always like to see, I don't think he's grown that much. He is awfully small. So, yes, getting back and coming here at 6 furlongs makes sense. Very laid back, though, in the paddock and in the prelims. Look, it's high-profile class connection, so I could foresee this horse running well, but was he a standout in this field? By no means was he. Moving on to the horse that I did pick when doing the simulcast show with Andy Sterling earlier today, Music in Motion, because I really want to see this horse have another shot on the dirt. When he did run on the dirt, it was against Party in the Army, who was the favorite, who controlled on the front end. He would come back and run very well with an 81 buyer, and it seems as though she was prepping him for this 3-year-old return on the turf. Obviously, something happened, too, in that dirt race. I think he looks more like a dirt horse. He looks incredibly fit and strong. He got a very brisk warm-up from Jose Ortiz, who I think from that outside post is at least going to have him running. Greg, however, the first-time starters look so good in this field, I would not be surprised if one of them steps up, and the public thinks so, too.
Here we go. Pick 5, first flat race of the afternoon. First-time starter, Brad Cox, Flavien Prat. One Big Beautiful Bill, the one to beat on the board. We send it upstairs. Frank Miramati, the call.
2 more left to load. Bye for now. And Music in Motion. They're in the gate. And they're off. Recurring Revenue rockets out of there and goes straight to the front. Music in Motion on the extreme outside, and in between them is There a Normal Wife. They are followed by Bye for Now in 4th, 3 lengths off that trio, duking it out on the front end. Happy Go More and One Big Beautiful Bill at the back. 5 lengths covers the field. Moving into the far turn is There a Normal Wife. Is the leader coming to the 3/8 pole, passed by Music in Motion. The opening quarter in 22 and 2. Music in Motion, 3/4 of a length. Is There a Normal Wife along the inside second? Now it's 3 more back to Bye for Now. Recurring Revenue has retreated. On the extreme outside, One Big Beautiful Bill is revving up and getting into the thick of it as the field turns for home. The half in 45 and 3/5 seconds, heading to the 8th pole. Is There a Normal Wife digs back in along the inside of Music in Motion. One Big Beautiful Bill bearing down on the outside. These 3 come for the wire together. One Big Beautiful Bill on the outside. One Big Beautiful Bill from well out of it to score at first asking. Is There a Normal Wife and Music in Motion.
Son of Tiz the Law wins at first asking for one of the top trainers in our sport, Brad Cox, with back-to-back reigning Eclipse Award-winning rider Flavien Prat in the irons.
Yeah, you'd like to expect these types of performances out of Flavien Prat and Brad Cox. One Big Beautiful Bill just kept kind of grinding away. It looked like the 2 and the 6 could slip away, but once you get used to that Saratoga camera angle, once you've been here for a couple of weeks, you can catch those momentum runs just a little bit better.
Yeah, because on the top of the lane, it looked like the 6 was going right by the 2, but I think Johnny V was playing a little possum. He had a lot left, but he just could not hold off the first-time starter. And here, 2 first-time starters, 1-2, and the public got it right. I think this ended up being your slight favorite over the 1.
Off at 5-2, 4-2-6 finish, 111 and 2. Final time. And One Big Beautiful Bill at first asking with the victory here for Brad Cox, known in part by the Elkstone Group, and of course those silks of Michael Dubb. And here's a look overhead at the winning trip, JK.
Yeah, it's out there in the clear. You see those, you mentioned that pink cap of Michael Dubb's, where those other horses started to get away a little bit, but Flavien just stayed busy in the middle of the track, kept grinding away. Feels like this horse will probably appreciate a little bit of added distance as well.
So first timer with the victory to begin things. Form holds to kick off this early pick 5 on the card. And that man with a lot of wins to come, you would think, this summer in some big races. Flavien Prat to get things started early on this Sunday afternoon. We'll be back with more. It's One Big Beautiful Bill at first asking here in race 2.
wins convincingly.
Seize the gray. He's going to seize the day in the Pennsylvania Derby.
Seize the gray is still there. Seize the gray wins the Preakness.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
They're coming down for the finish, and it is Silver State.
10-25, 10-25, at 25-35, 335,000.
Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on our Sunday coverage on Fox Sports 1 of Saratoga Live as opening weekend continues, and you can play it all at NyraBets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. SPA200, that code to use at sign up. Get that $200 deposit match, new customer bonus. We're going to be saying this name a lot all meet long. Flavian Pratt on a first-time starter here for trainer Brad Cox. Silks of Michael Dubb. One big, beautiful bill to start off this early pick 5 in race 2. Let's go to Maggie.
And not named for a person, named for the Bills.
The Bills. I get one of these each month, one big beautiful bill from my trainers. So I heard the term, and that's what struck me, is I get a big beautiful bill every month from my trainer. At least it's beautiful to them.
Exactly, but he at least is paying his way.
Yeah, he took some time to come around. He had some issues. Brad was incredibly patient with him, and we think he'll go longer.
Yeah. He ran that way today, sitting off of the pace, but really finished with nice strides.
Yeah, Brad said longer the better, but we had to get him started, so it was the right spot.
And Mike, you're not done yet. You will have a Zulu Kingdom coming up, looking to rectify the disappointment at a short price coming up in the poker. Obviously, Chad has stated about the quarter crack, and him missing time. What can we expect from him today? Good draw too.
I think, I didn't actually think we'd run in the poker and the Kelso. And Chad ran him in the poker, and he was really concerned about the quarter crack, missing some training. I think we'll see a tighter, fitter horse today. But it's Saratoga. It's a competitive race. Anyone can win.
It really is a competitive one. Well, good to see you here in the winner's circle for this one. Congrats.
Thanks for having me.
All right, Michael Dubb, always a familiar and welcome face here on the program, gets the win with one big, beautiful bill and maybe paying for himself on those bills here as he breaks his maiden first time out, Greg.
$7.08 for the win to win at first. Asking 4-2-6 finish. Thank you, Maggie. In race 2 to start this pick 5. Let's move on to the early pick 4. Here in race 3, it's a one-turn mile out of that Wilson Chute $20,000 claiming race. And it is Kyle's mom, surprisingly, early on, JK the favorite.
Which makes me want to sing that song every time I see it.
She's got it going on.
That's what I've heard.
As for your thoughts on this race, where are you going to wind up?
I like the 4 Always Angels for Rob Atras. Horse ran well for Linda, ran well for Rob. I also have a thing for horses that are running off avoided claims. We'll talk about it as we get a little bit later into the race.
Did you think very wide open this race?
Yeah, I landed on Kyle's mom. I didn't think that horse would get back down to 3-2.
Early, we'll see if that switches up. Meanwhile, back to the Jersey Shore, race 3. And start of a pick 5 here, 6 furlongs, 5,000 starter allowance. Let's go to Megan.
And a competitive $5,000 starter allowance here in this third race, Greg. I'll start with the long shot bomb play of Mine from the Inside. The number 1, Don't Tell Tamo, who has been plagued by some of those break issues as she's struggled to get out of the gate in some of her priors. As she does break from the inside at 17-1 currently on the board, but she's got some races that make her a player in this race. She's got tactical speed. We last saw her on June the 26th here at the same level. Now she's first off the claim for Ron Bernardini. And again, she's tactical. She broke sharp last time out behind Miss Neo, who does return and was on more forward on that pace last time out, just trying to run her down. She was also coming, the winner was coming off of the layoff, but the key to her, though, is to get back to some of her consistent races. I do find she's not only a fringe player, but has the back races to win this race. And despite the small connections, the barn, first off the claim, past 5 years, 1 for 11. Those 6 of those 11 runners have run in the money, something to keep in mind in those exotics. The number 2, Redhead Italian, projects to be the main speed up there at 2-1. Incredibly strong and fit. Definitely a short, compact sprinter type. We last saw her wire a field last time out to win by 4 lengths. And Luis Rivera Jr. has been incredibly aggressive this meet. And I assume we'll be doing the same. Now, the key for the number 2 is she's taking a precipitous drop in class. She won for an allowance in an allowance group last time out, but she was running at this level in her priors, and that was a weak allowance field that she beat. So incredibly astute on Kelly Breen's behalf to have her well placed in a position to win. The number 4, Charlie's Beauty, though, just looks to be the fastest on paper. The current 6-5 favorite. Has run behind Unsolved Mystery, who's been on an absolute tear, a winning streak, and a burly, heavy-bodied filly who I've had issues with her as far as just looking at her fitness level, but as I've gotten to know her and seen her a few times, Greg, here at Monmouth Park, that's just her. She looks to be incredibly tough if she can continue her tactical ways and does make her own trip for Strong Connections.
All right, Megan, thank you. There's the favorite just eking out of the picture there, Charlie's Beauty, the 4 for Juan Avila. And 6-time winner, 3 runner-ups, Paulie, and 19 tries for this 4-year-old filly.
I think she's going to be tough in here. I agree with what Megan was saying. You know, if Paco was aboard this horse, which he was aboard her the last 2 times, I think she would be 2-5 in this spot. But the 2 did run well last time out. I thought it was these 2 fillies. I just think if the 4 can stay within shouting distance of the 2, I think she'll outfinish that filly late.
Seems like a massive figure edge.
Yeah, I like the 2 Redhead Italian quite a bit.
Oh, the 2, okay.
I like the 2. Yeah, no, I like the 2. I wish the 2 was drawn outside the 4, but I guess I'm getting rewarded with a little bit of a better price.
9-5 on the 2. Charlie's Beauty, 6-5 favorite on the board. As we send it out to Matt Dinnerman, race 3, Monmouth Park on the Sunday card.
Redhead Italian coming up. Beautiful Bolt, post 3. Charlie's Beauty, post position number 4. Three more behind the gate. D-Tiger Lily. Sobster, Miss Neo to the outside. We're ready to go. And we will have a slight delay here. That was Miss Neo who was really acting up in the starting gate on the outside there. They're going to back her out. Stand by.
So as you heard from track announcer Matt Dinnerman, that's the 7 Miss Neo causing this issue. They back that one out, rider off. But it looks like everyone's staying put, and they'll just try and get things sorted out with Miss Neo. And hopefully this is a very brief situation. And no, it looks like the rest of the field coming out as well.
Yeah, looks like they're going to back everybody out. It's because the 7 kind of had a little issue in the gate, kind of reared up a little bit. And you see a crowd on hand in Oceanport, New Jersey. Yeah, they're still behind the gate. Now, it looks like, I don't know if you would see they're backing them out now. Usually you'll see somebody get on the gate and take down, although it's maybe the 7 horse, they don't really need to take it down, Greg. the number on the
yeah,
gate
coming out. So yeah, they makes this a lot easier for the starting gate crew. Just take the outside number off.
Yeah, scratch.
It was a number on the board anyway. Even money right now on Charlie's Beauty. And obviously we talked about the ability of the two, the speed of the two as well. But just, Paul, did you feel Charlie's Beauty a big edge, just recent figure-wise?
If you look at numbers-wise, yeah. I think that the key horse in here, Greg, is the 3. To Kelly Breen runner. Now, Michael Simone claimed this horse. He's having a phenomenal meet. He's almost 33%. This horse has shown some back speed. Went on the turf last time, back on the dirt. Can that horse keep Redhead Italian company early? That would make it even a lot more easier for the 4. And I think the 3 is actually kind of a bit of a player at 7-1.
Beautiful bolt. Yeah, turf back to dirt. Hasn't been on the dirt since a faster track, I should say, since a pretty dominating win back at Gulfstream in March when this one went gate to wire. So you may be onto something here at 7-1. 7 off the board, late scratch, Miss Neo. And taking a moment here before they reload. Feature later today. That's the 7th race on the card, which we will have live coverage of, and a couple of scratches in there too. That's the Monmouth County 5.5 on the turf. 3-year-old fillies. The 5, 6, 8, 9 was the main track only, all coming out of that spot.
Yeah, Spinelli from the inside. I think it's going to go off as your favorite, right, JK?
I would think so. Yeah, I mean, you know, the horse had a big figure last time on the synthetic at Gulfstream. The turf numbers don't wow you, but a lot of times when a horse can find a lifetime best and then they get back to a surface they've been running on, sometimes it's just like, oh, maybe the horse just got better. It has nothing to do with the surface. Maybe Spinelli's just figured it out, and who would you rather have riding your horse than Rajiv Marat?
We miss him. Was it last summer or 2 summers ago? He was here?
2 summers ago.
2 summers ago.
Yes.
Rajiv, come back. We miss you. That was a fun summer. Time flies, doesn't it? Significant delay here, which I'm not sure why it's taking this long.
You know, most of the time they got to take the horses off the racetrack. They don't want to leave the horses in the chute. And don't forget, this does start your Jersey Shore Pick 6. I know it has been almost a week since they ran. Oh, no, it's 9 races today, Greg?
Pick 5.
Pick 5. Sorry.
And still even, Jersey Shore 6 in the next race.
And next race,
race 4. But just good to see them back after that extreme heat the last couple of days.
A lot of guys in the ride because Paco Lopez, Sonny Lone there at Colonial. So Martin Schwann's there, Abner Adorno, some really good riders.
Even money. Charlie's Beauty as they load back up. That's the 4-for-1 Avila. Let's go back to Matt Dinnerman.
2 back. The Tiger Lily and Softster. We're ready to go. And fire off. The Tiger Lily fired out of there alertly. Charlie's Beauty up on the pace. Here's Redhead Italian rushing forward from towards the inside. And Redhead Italian has the lead, but it's a contentious tempo there. There's 4 of them pretty much close to the pace here. Beautiful Bolt taking second, about a half length off of Redhead Italian, who leads the way. On the outside, the Tiger Lily is 4 wide. Charlie's Beauty between horses, easing off the Speed Brigade. Then comes Softster on the inside, passing a couple runners, is within 3 lengths of the lead, 2 ahead of Don't Tell Tamo as they go into the 4 turn. Redhead Italian, 3 furlongs to go, nose in front. Beautiful Bolt right there. Beautiful Bolt grabbing a short lead now. Redhead Italian under pressure, second from the inside. The Tiger Lily scrubbed upon, 3 wide approaching the quarter pole. They're 4 clear of Charlie's Beauty, trying to rally on after getting that breather on the backstretch, is getting wide for the stretch drive. They're off the turn. Redhead Italian finding more on the inside. Beautiful Bolt trying to stick to her. These two a neck apart with a furlong to go. Beautiful Bolt, Redhead Italian, nose and nose. Redhead Italian, Beautiful Bolt on the outside with a nose in front with 100 yards to go. And Beautiful Bolt and Rajiv Mirage will win it at 7-1. Redhead Italian second, Softster third, Charlie's Beauty fourth across the finish.
Our former colleague on the desk, Rajiv Mirage, beautiful bolt. Michael Simone second off the claim. Turf back to dirt to win.
I told you who'd you rather have than Rajiv. I just was in the wrong race.
Yeah, this horse kept the pressure on your favorite, Redhead Italian. The 4, Charlie's Beauty, up on the pace early, but just could not hang with these horses. And you get 6 or 7-1 on a Michael Simone runner, 33% at the meet.
Beautiful bolt to start this 50-cent pick 5 of the Jersey Shore. We'll be back to Saratoga and Kendrick Carmouche. Gustavo Rodriguez back-to-back in the Suburban and better than even last year. Where's he fit in the division?
A surging debut at 2. An international tour de force. An explosive winner of 2 sire-making Grade 1 races.
Raging Torrent running the race of his life. And Raging Torrent and Frankie Dettori cruise to victory in the Malibu. Raging Torrent's coming out party is in the Metropolitan Handicap.
Raging Torrent, the next wave in the Lane's End stallion-making tradition.
What a 4th it was downtown. Broadway, Saratoga Springs. Night to celebrate. Friends, family, and race trackers. And they took it all in. Musical entertainment. And pretty heavy clouds, but you were still able to see those fireworks around most of the county.
Yeah, it was loud down there, too. That's echoing off the buildings. And, you know, I always get frustrated when there's not a great grand finale at a fireworks show. It always annoys me. But it was a good one, so I was okay with it.
I missed the end, so I'm glad I at least hear the story. I didn't get to see my son. They were a little loud for my son, so I'd take him back home a little bit early.
What a good dad.
He enjoyed what we saw. Let's look back to yesterday. This stacked older horse division, maybe even a little more stacked after what we saw yesterday. Back-to-back in the Suburban Phileas Fogg. Maybe better than ever, JK. What do you think as a 6-year-old?
He just seems to really enjoy it up here at Saratoga. The way he's just moving right here. Richie Migliori pointed it out yesterday that he was just, the way he was just kind of bearing down and looked like he was trying really hard but having a great time out there and running away from a bunch of nice horses. Now, I don't think there's any monsters back there behind him, but when you win by this much, there doesn't have to be.
I think he just proved yesterday he's the type of horse, when you give him the front end like that, I don't care how fast he goes. And Antiquarian probably lost his, I thought he really ran well to be a good 4th, lost his chance at the beginning, but This horse, if you leave him alone on the front end, he can beat anybody.
Career best, Paulie, 107 Beyer speed figure, faster than what he did in this race last year, which to that point, that was the biggest race on the resume. Can he be a factor in this older horse division?
Yeah, I think he can. Just like I said, though, he's got to be alone on the front end. I think now people will start taking him serious, like, okay, someone needs to challenge him early because he can be a problem late.
I worry about a couple of those names up there for a horse like Phileas Fogg. Magnitude, Nisos. I'm not quite sure he wants to look those two types of horses in the eyes and go 1.25 miles.
What a group of older horses we have lined up this year, Maggie, and what a Whitney it could be coming up in August.
Yeah, really looking forward to the Whitney, as you said, Greg. And, you know, when it comes to Phileas Fogg, actually, his trainer, Gustavo Rodriguez, here in the paddock, and I asked him, do you think Whitney? He said, we are very much on the fence. Now, he did say that he seems as though he has bounced out of the performance yesterday and fined Fettel and acting like he didn't even run a race because it did look pretty darn easy for him, but he said, I'm conflicted because he does run so well up here at Saratoga, but the Whitney, he'll have to cut back in distance to 1 mile and an eighth and also face some likely other speed types as the really on top of his game Magnitude. And too, Gus said, we don't know how he'll run at Belmont if you consider a race like the Jockey Club Gold Cup. Now, when it comes to Magnitude, actually, Hall of Famer Steve Asmussen schooling some horses here in the paddock, and I asked him about Magnitude, and he could not seem more confident yet aggressive about, you know, Magnitude, in that he said he's here, he is ready to go. So he has been devastating this year. Now, he is a horse that has shown an ability to be effective when not on the lead, but his most big races have come when he's able to control. Also, we've heard that Bill Mott saying, Sovereignty, he's going to be back at it. He is going to the Whitney. So we'll see that this racetrack was the scene of some of his biggest performance last year as a 3-year-old, Greg.
You're going to take on the big boys like that. Do you want to be everything to line up perfectly for you? He seems best at 1.25 miles, doesn't he?
Yeah, I think you want a race in which, you know, you're going to go 1.25 miles and you seem to be the controlling speed. Look, eventually you're going to have to test him in those deeper waters against those types of horses, but you got to wait until then.
Here is Penn Street. Start off our post parade, the 2 here in race 3.
Yeah, Linda Rice and Ricardo Santana team up here. They're 32% for the year. Not that many mounts, though.
Back to the inside runner, Pistol Liz ablazing for the trainer of Phileas Fogg, Gustavo Rodriguez.
There he is. Let's see if he can get another one. I'm sure this would be a great weekend to tap it off with a 7-1 winner in the 3rd at Saratoga.
Here's the favorite still, Kyle's mom here for Jeremiah Englehart.
Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun.
Well done.
Do we have to pay royalties on that, you think?
We might have to now.
Sorry, guys.
There goes our budget for the show. 2-1 favorite right now, Kyle's mom. Always Angels off since late April.
Yeah, and you know, she was voided claim last time. She drops in for 20, but I think this is the right fit here.
Speed for this big long shot. She's an Arctic Queen.
Yeah, going to try to do her best Phileas Fogg impersonation and go wire to wire in here, I would think.
And Princess Becca, Orlando Nota first off the claim with Jose Ortiz.
Yeah, it was claimed for 35, 3 back, 16, so she's kind of put right in the middle at 25.
Pick 4 pool, 137,000, still growing. We got 5 minutes to post in race 3. Let's go back to Always Angels. For Rob Atras, I'll send out Neat later this afternoon in the Kelso. 5-time winner from 33 starts.
Yeah, I mean, look, he ran last time, ran well enough in that spot, got an okay figure. Was claimed that day. There was a voided claim, and you know, full disclosure, it's hard to know exactly why there is a voided claim. Sometimes it could be a physical thing, sometimes it could be a paperwork thing. So there's no way to really know. But I do like playing horses off of voided claims. I think it scares folks away when there's not really clarity on why that happened anyway. So I just always kind of side on the fact that they're going to work for the vets, they're going to be back here, and expect their best.
Atras too, Paulie chasing Liberty in that Harvey pack.
Yeah, he's got a big shot, I think, in the Harvey pack. You know, when you look at this horse, the 4 here, Greg, you know, she's a 5-time winner, but when you look, she's got about 5 or 6 races on there that would dominate this field. You got to go back to maybe Princess Becca. She's got to reach back into her form, and maybe Penn Street, but Always Angels, I think that's why she's the favorite, because she's got some races that are obviously standouts.
Princess Becca, here is Jose Ortiz, an incredible year on, we got a long way to go, but a man who has put himself in the pole position at this point, midway point of the year, for an Eclipse Award.
I'll tell you what, I feel the same way about jockey as I do about trainer when it comes to that award. I feel like sometimes the voters get very lazy. They look at the earnings, the number of Grade 1 wins, and they default to that. I think sometimes you should allow yourself to digest the story a little bit, let it be a little bit more than that, and what Jose's accomplished so far this year. He's going to have to continue to go on and do that. I think he certainly should be the leader in the clubhouse, despite the raw numbers, just based on what he's achieved so far.
5-2 here. And Paulie, what do you think about Princess Becca in this spot?
Well, she's been in a couple different barns, right? And she was in the Michelle Giangulio barn for a long time. She's got races to go to. Her best distance, she's got 3 seconds out a mile, maybe 7 furlongs might be her best distance. But, out of the Wilton chute, getting that outside draw, I think, is key,
Inside can be very tricky, basically an L-shaped beginning. So if you're in the side, you can really get cut off early here.
You have to at least, if you have a speedy type, the inside could be a little bit of a hindrance because you got that little bit of an elbow. You see the 3, Kyle's mom. I wonder what Jose Lezcano's going to do early.
Let's go back to Maggie with a favorite.
Yeah, checking in with Kyle's mom. She hasn't run a race ever that's as fast as some of her other foes in here, but she has kept decent company, at least as of her last race, obviously dropping a bit back down in class here for Jeremiah Engelhardt off the freshening. She does look incredibly fit. I don't mind her, and she feels like she could be the most reliable at this sort of distance, but I wasn't expecting to see the 2-1 on her, and maybe it's an indictment on the horse that is right outside of her in number 4, Always Angels. I mean, Always Angels has some back numbers to lean upon. Now, last time she was against the racetrack on that muddy sealed surface, in which it was a day that you probably wanted to be a bit more inside, and she was not. I don't love she's won at a mile, but I don't love it for her, just based upon her physical frame. She is a bit more compact and has more of that sprinter type of build to her overall. But I like her here. I'm going to take her on top as number 6, Princess Becca, as you guys were saying, I think could be dangerous. Another filly that you have to go back a ways, but she does have some races that make her competitive, and she's warmed up beautifully. I mean, she wins the warm-up award at least, and we've seen Orlando Noda off the claim be effective. He's already won here at the meet with the horse doing a similar type of move. So she scares me a bit, and she was definitely aided by the scratching here of Moongate. She will have to deal with She's an Arctic Queen, but at least she's drawn outside of her, Greg.
5-2, Princess Becca. Great crowd on hand to close out opening week of this extended summer, the longest Saratoga in history. More always better, but it will go back to the regular 40-day season beginning next summer.
Yeah, I mean, I think that we've had a perfect solution for a very good problem over the last 2 or 3 years, right? We're getting a brand new, beautiful Belmont, but that caused a problem. Where are we going to have the Belmont Stakes? And we got to have it up here, and it's been awesome. And then, this year with Labor Day being so late and the 4th of July, and now we're here, I'm just fine. There's worse things that could happen to me than being in my favorite place in the world for 10 weeks.
Kind of true. There's no one that really complains when they go to Disneyland, like Greg.
Well, sometimes the
That
lines
can grate on you a bit. The lines after a while. I'd rather be at Saratoga.
If you're waiting for the cars, right?
My version of Disneyland.
This is adult Disneyland, or Disneyland for horse players, no question. Cheers to you as well.
Toast it up. There you go. A little Sauvignon Blanc on a summer day.
Cool you off a bit. So we got 3 in this 6-horse field at 2-1 or 5-2. But it has been Kyle's mom a little bit surprising, favored throughout.
I think the public's thinking maybe the 4-year-old against her older, she's got more to improve. I picked this horse, but she doesn't have a lot of races on her to be the favorite. Did you think that?
Look, I think Always Angels should be favored. She is now. Kyle's mom's got 1.5 races that puts her in the mix here, but the public is latching on to her. You got 2 horses at 2-1.
Pick 4 begins here. $20,000 claiming race out of the Wilson chute. 3 on the board between 2 to 1 or 5 to 2. The favorite, Always Angels now, yes, for Rob Atras, who has runners in both stakes to come in the Kelso and in the Harvey Pack. See if he can get going here. Let's send it upstairs. Frank Miramati, the call.
Thank you, Greg. Princess Becca will be the last one to load. Going in. All in. And they're off. She's an Arctic Queen, bounces out and opens up 3 right away. Princess Becca comes away a clear-cut second. They're followed by Kyle's Mom and Always Angels right together. 2 lengths in front of Penn Street, and Pistol Liz Ablazin is far back early on. Swinging onto the backstretch, She's an Arctic Queen is the target at a big number, leads it by a length and a half. Princess Becca is racing second, 3 in front of Kyle's Mom and Always Angels. The quarter clicked in 24 and 3/5 seconds. 2 more lengths back to Penn Street and another 9 or so to Pistol Liz Ablazin. Continuing down the backstretch, She's an Arctic Queen and Raylu Gutierrez with a 2.5 length lead on Princess Becca. Similar margin to Kyle's Mom and Always Angels. They've been together throughout. Another 4 back to Penn Street and still a distance to Pistol Liz Ablazin. 48 seconds flat as Princess Becca trying to get to the front running She's an Arctic Queen. The lead still a length. Behind them, Always Angels. Kyle's Mom is down at the rail. 3 clear of Penn Street. They're at the top of the stretch. She's an Arctic Queen on the inside. Princess Becca in the yellow blinkers. These 2 arriving at the 8th pole together. Always Angels, Kyle's Mom. These 4 are clear, and then Penn Street joining the fray late, coming to the 16th pole. Princess Becca has the lead. On the inside, Kyle's Mom is chasing, and here comes Penn Street. It's Princess Becca. Princess Becca holds on. Penn Street a flying second. Kyle's Mom finished third.
Princess Becca first off the claim. Jose Ortiz, Kentucky Derby winning and Belmont Stakes winning rider of this year on Golden Tempo. Another one here at the meet.
Yeah, at 5 to 2, this horse always sat the trip, JK. Looked like the winner most of the way. I turned to you guys. I said, Ricardo Santana has been riding the 2 Penn Street for almost, it seemed like 6 furlongs, and he almost got there.
Yeah, I mean, look, they all looked a little tired when they were returning for home. This horse has improved, though. The horse ran well in here. I didn't like the last race for Princess Becca, but maybe the little added distance helps. Last few races have been at 7 furlongs. Maybe that added distance helped this one a little bit.
Holding off this late charge from Penn Street. Linda Rice, Ricardo Santana Jr. looked like it was going to be awfully tight between these 2, but Princess Becca probably just enough to hold that one off.
Yeah, just enough. Like I said, never looked like the loser till about, 100 yards out. It looked like the 2 Penn Street was kind of going to get there. They didn't run too fast, but the 6 Princess Becca got the job done.
It's a bad bob. I mean, it feels like at one point the 2 did get her nose down, but then when she came back up, the 6 was there, and so was the wire.
6-2, 3-5 finish. Jose Ortiz continuing to have a strong opening week here at Saratoga. It's Princess Becca to start off the early pick 4 here in the 3rd. Prices when we come back.
In the racing game, there's always a dark horse. This is Proxy. Not just a dark horse. He's a tall, dark, and handsome horse. 2 wins at 2.
Here comes Proxy!
2 turns after that. Big days, bright lights. His first yearlings are selling now. Move over to the dark side.
Monmouth Park's main event is Naira Betts Haskell Day, Saturday, July 18th. Watch and wager as the country's top 3-year-olds converge on the Jersey Shore to enhance their championship credentials. Play our $400,000 guaranteed pick 4 and $300,000 late pick 5 on a card that includes 6 stakes races. First post is 12 noon. It's all Naira Betts Haskell Day, Saturday, July 18th at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
It's time for the first major yearling sale of the year. A sizzling source for success on the track. The July sale is the most underrated sale in America. July produced 2 Breeders' Cup champions in 2025, She's So Spicy and Splendora, as well as Grade 1 winner Argos. Plus recent graded stakes winners Chip Honcho, Forged Steel, and Roja. The Fasig-Tipton July sale of selected yearlings, July 14th in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be?
Every racehorse has a beginning. For Bond Racing Stable, it all begins right here. At Song Hill Thoroughbreds, generations of horsemanship come together to breed, foal, raise, break, and train the thoroughbred athlete. From first steps on the farm, to mornings on the racetrack, to the winner's circle, every horse is cared for like family. Want to be part of Bond Racing? This is where it all starts. Visit Bond Racing Stable today.
Back with you on our Sunday coverage on Fox Sports 1 of Saratoga Live. Opening weekend continues. Brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Princess Becca prevails to kick off the early pick 4 on the Saratoga Sunday card, holding off that late charge of Penn Street, and wins it 5-2. Jose Ortiz for Orlando. Note of Final Turn Racing winning connections here in the 4th career win in 16 starts.
Yeah, I'd been running at 7 furlongs, got a chance to run the mile here, and was able to hold on. Penn Street, the 2 with Ricardo Santana and Linda Rice, was running late, but Princess Becca got to the wire first.
Kind of eased into this card. Things get serious real fast right now.
Yeah, big pick 6 carryover starts in race number 4.
Carryover in this pick 6 coming up in this race right here. Here we go. Starts with a maiden special weight, 6.5 furlong sprint. And currently it is only 7. Steve Asmussen, 3-year-old debut for a second-time starter. Jose Ortiz aboard, the favorite outside.
Yeah, horse is a half to Curlin, but there's a lot of horses that have some more recency to the inside. Party Animal has run a couple of good races so far this year. It's Chad Brown, Clarvich Stables, and Flavian Pratt with a 3. Commitment Fund, Sidearm, has some nice races on the turf. And then Spherical down on the inside, another one who's got a little bit of experience.
Spencer Farm 2-year-old race of the day. It happens out of the Jersey Shore at Monmouth Park. 5 furlongs, New Jersey bred maiden special weight. And you take a look at the current odds, it is Sea Devil. With a race under the belt, the current favorite, 2nd beat a length in the debut. Let's go to Megan.
The Eddie Owens Jr. Barn looking for their second-time starter win here on this card as they managed to do so for similar connections of the number 1. That's a Sea Devil, as this horse, to my eye, looked as if though he was the most fit of this group, of the majority of which were first-time starters. And in a group of New Jersey breds, that experience is incredibly key, as last time out he was wired by the winner, who happened to be his stablemate back on June the 7th in City Streaker. Showed incredibly good maturity. An inside post on debut, he draws yet again to the inside, handled it well tracking, learning to sit off of horses, take dirt, and also one that was gelded back in May. So that also has a key effect when you're really looking at some of these horses, and they can be a bit extreporous, and he was the opposite of. So really impressed me, well meant for the task at second asking, and has the speed to manage to trip again from the inside. The number 8, Time to Groove, has certainly the most pedigree on paper of the group. The dam was a multiple New Jersey bred stakes winning dirt router, went on debut here at Monmouth with over $200,000 of lifetime earnings. That's the number 8, Time to Groove, a half to Cairo Surprise, who won a stakes race here at Monmouth Park. Also, that sibling did so with an 82 Beyer speed figure. I just found as a son of Dialed In, growing into himself, he was wearing front wraps, as was the other Cathal Lynch first-time starter, the filly, in that third race. So kind of a pattern I'm sensing from the barn I'm not as familiar with, but something to kind of take note of for sure, especially with these debuters, but probably could just benefit in strengthening up overall with a start. The number 2, TL from EK for Kelly Breen, had a nice runner. The filly he actually was the workmate of in a work here for the Breen barn, and Kelly told me that the filly actually outworked this horse, and one that's still kind of learning and figuring things out up there as kind of the other option for folks looking at Kelly Breen, whose name really does pop off the page here at Monmouth Park, but was incredibly sharp in the paddock. He was kind of losing his mind out there a little bit once he got out and amongst people in this crowd, so he's going to have to probably find some maturity that he will glean from this first start. But as far as number 3, it's prime time for Team Argoda. This horse was actually entered to run back on May the 25th. Had a little bit of a setback, took some time off, and then got back on the work tab since. Now, really a cool story behind its prime time, named after an organization for special needs adults that his trainer, Anthony Margota, is a part of. And just a really cool Team Margota actually bred this son of Army Mule, who's just a strapping individual. I do wish he was a bit stronger overall. I think he's going to gain that from this first start. Just through his top line and overall, I think he's a bit deeper in his barrel, carrying some of that extra flesh. But I will say, though, just judging from purely my eye, the one is the bettors are right as far as the 7-5 favoritism. But I do find that we'll see if the 8 Time to Groove can have that pedigree backing here on debut, Greg.
Megan, thank you. 7-2 on the 8. Time to Groove for Cat Lynch. Son of Dialed In, but 7-5 favoritism remains on the lone one with experience, Paul, in here. That's Sea Devil.
Yeah, we saw Eddie Owens win earlier with a horse with experience and the son of Sea Wizard. I'm interested in the 5 in here, Itsy Bitsy Boss. It seems like the mind controls have been runners, and this one in New Jersey bred.
Well, the one thing you could say about Sea Devil is we know there's experience helps, but Sea Devil's speed figure that was earned that first time out, depending on what figures you look at, wasn't good enough.
Yeah, really good.
For to win. It was a winning race. Now he's facing a bunch of inexperienced horses. Now there could be one in there that could be better. You never know. That's the guessing that comes along with these races, but he definitely deserves to be the favorite in here.
It's our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. 4th from Monmouth, start of the Jersey 6. Let's go to Matt Ditterman.
Waiting for Time to Groove to go in. Time to Groove goes in. They've loaded. It's prime time. 2 back. JJ Jean and Command Intention. JJ Jean. 9 2-year-olds to go 5 furlongs here. JJ Jean second to last to load in. JJ Jean sort of balking around behind the gate. Trying to get JJ Jean to go in. The rider's going to hop off here. Charlie Marquez going to work again with JJ Jean. We've got 13 days, might as well remind you while we have some time, 13 days until Haskell Day. That's Saturday, July 18th this year, our biggest day of the year. JJ Jean goes in, and Command Intention to the outside. And now Command Intention decides to take his time here going into the gate. Command Intention. Now he's in. We're ready to go. And we're off. Tardy break from Aztec Ruler, no problems from TL from EK, who strides in front and scampers 2 ahead of its prime time. Sea Devil, the favorite, down on the inside. Gap of 2.5 to Time to Groove. Then comes JJ Jean. And one more thing, Itsy Bitsy Boss, they run together. And one more thing, clearly into 6 going into the far turn. Command Intention is second to last, and Aztec Ruler at the back as they round the far turn. TL from EK has increased the lead to 2.5, rounding the far turn. Sea Devil into the second position he goes. It's prime time third, sent upon. Time to Groove next. The others well behind in a strung out group. They're off the turn. TL from EK, clear, has opened up 4. Now Sea Devil on the grandstand side is asked to go, and he's moving up now. TL from Kie in front, but here's Sea Devil with a burst to the lead. Sea Devil drawing away here impressively in lifetime start number 2. Sea Devil, Luis Rivera Jr. with a double today. Tight for second, it went to Time to Groove over TL from EK, and fourth was Its Prime Time.
Quite often, experience means so much in these young races. The only one with it, with the victory here, I believe, went off at even money.
Yeah, it's good experience too. Like we mentioned, that figure, that buyer speed figure was pretty good first time out. A winning type of race, just got beat. Shows up back in here, going to be obviously tighter with experience. The biggest question mark when you look at that even money is who else is in here. You're guessing at a certain extent, but in hindsight, that looked like free money.
We're going to take a timeout. We expect to see a lot of good 2-year-olds unleashed from the winningest trainer in North American history this summer at Saratoga. He's already on the board with a grade 3 win in the Sanford. That was with Booked. We'll take a look back when we come back.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
Back with you on Saratoga Live, and yeah, it's basically when it all began, 1863, in fact. Sanford Stakes, and Steve Asmussen on the board with a graded stakes win for Booked, coming off a maiden win here at Saratoga. Belmont at Saratoga week, now back-to-back.
He was very impressive. You'll notice he's on his wrong lead here. Typically, you'd like him to switch over. He didn't do so, but it didn't really matter. He's still running away from this group. I'm sure the Hall of Famer Steve Asmussen will get this thing corrected in the morning. Or maybe he won't. Maybe he just likes to run on that lead.
Pretty impressive, Paulie, and just sort of ran away from that group. Now back-to-back victories. Now I would expect we see him in another graded stake to come this summer.
Yeah, I would think so. You know, his first career start, he had a ton of trouble. He came in here on Belmont Saratoga weekend. He crushed that week, and then he proved everybody wrong again. I mean, I think a lot of people were thinking, okay, is he the real deal? He's a big horse, too. I think he's going to be okay going a little bit longer. You see Scott Blasi, assistant trainer for Steve, leading him in.
2026 graded stakes wins for the winningest trainer in North American history. He's got a pretty good one in the older horse division in magnitude.
Laganos has turned into a monster on the turf, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Won like 5 or 6 in a row, hasn't he, JK? Laganos?
Yeah, no, he has. On the grass, very good horse.
And again, we expect to see several debuting 2-year-olds make an impact from that barn, as we usually do each and every summer. Let's go back to Maggie here as we get set for race 4.
We'll start with Steve's horse in this affair. That's number 7 in here. Holy 7. Serendipitous, perhaps. But with talking with our colleague Richard Migliori earlier before we came on air, he said that he caught up with Steve and he really felt as though he could not lose this race. And the board is reflecting that as of now, as Holy 7 is sitting at even money right here as they are getting the tack on. Now, as far as him coming back off the layoff, obviously I didn't cover his race there at Churchill, so I don't know how he acted. Today, for his second start, he is very distracted. He has been incredibly vocal here in the paddock, as we see longtime assistant Scott Blasi on his head. That's because he's been a little hard to handle. And now physically, he looks like a weapon. I mean, this is a horse that is incredibly athletic, very aerodynamic in the way that he is conformed. And watching some of his workouts from there at Churchill, he has been breezing well. He's an okay mover. And going back to a few works ago, he was on the inside of Tagermine. He was hard on the bridle. I didn't think he galloped out quite as well, but then again, it could be indicative of the fact that he is a sprinter. But on the flip side of that, it's not like he finished his first race that well, though he did have a tough trip after, kind of getting bumped around at the start. He was mid-pack, then he moved up very wide around the turn. Then he started to lug in through the stretch. So obviously an issue arose out of that affair, and that's why we have not seen him since last September. Moving on to a horse I'm interested in, and only his second start on the dirt here today, is number 2, Sidearm. His first one was his second start at Gulfstream Park in February, and so many races that I watch from Gulfstream, the inside is not the place to be, and this guy was just that. He was down on the rail. He showed a little bit of early speed when going the mile. Now he'll come back going the 6.5 furlongs. I do not foresee him being as fast as some of the other horses in here because he is a bit of a bigger, lankier type of build, but I am intrigued to see him back on the dirt. I wish it was a little bit more ground for him to work with, but apparently according to the DRF Clocker report, he has been working incredibly well in the mornings on the main track. So he does make a nice impression overall in the paddock. Now, an unknown is the first-time starter for Chad Brown, who not taking that much money, though Andy Serling did tell me on the simulcast show today that Chad actually reached out and told him that he is excited about debuting this horse. What I gathered from watching his workouts, in which he was paired with an accomplished runner 2-back on the Oklahoma track, Unit Economics, who is 2 for 8, kind of a upper level allowance type of horse, and he was holding his own with him overall. He does cover a lot of ground. He looked like a bigger type in that workout, and I get that impression here. So I'm not sold on the fact that 6.5 is going to be his preferred distance. And as you can also see, he's a little bit green here. He's been distracted too with the 7, kind of being very vocal and acting up a bit. He's parlayed some of that energy with himself. And I just feel like he might need a start to get things going mentally more than anything, because he looks incredibly fit. But his pedigree, Silver State, as much as I loved him as a racehorse, he has not proven that in the breeding shed. As he's only 3% with his older debut runners. And looking at the bottom side, there really isn't much to go on, Greg.
5-1 on that Chad Brown first-time starter. Second dam was a first out winner, but Steve Asmussen of Jose Ortiz, and that's the one to beat. Only 7, 6-5 favorite right now.
Gather your group and head to Saratoga Racecourse this summer. Enjoy a private suite in the 1863 Club or take advantage of flexible seating options in the Trackside Rail Restaurant. Head down the stretch to the Casamigos Spa Verandas for casual gatherings of up to 50 guests, or bask in the view of the historic paddock from the Paddock Suite and nearby Surfside Party Deck. The Mia Netto Easy Goer features world-class Prosecco with sparkling views of the backyard. Book your group outing today at NYRA.com/groups.
And it's lights out. Locked. Pouring it on, running aggressively through the stretch to win by 7 easy lengths.
Here is Locked. Locked racing by on the outside for the lead. Locked, the wine steward, it is Locked.
Here comes Locked after Mulligan. Locked catching with every single stride, and Locked will win the Cigar Mile.
It's all about Locked, dominating the big cap, cruising home to an effortless 8-length romp.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 1 coverage. You're watching Saratoga Live as we close out opening weekend and $185,000 Pick 6 carryover. It begins in this race here, maiden special weight, 6.5 furlongs, and here's Spherical to start us off for Chad Summers.
Yeah, first 2 starts on turf, didn't take much money, does have experience, but hasn't done much running.
Sidearm Eddie Barker has Manny Franco.
Yeah, 1 dirt start on the resume. Was not that good, but it was a long time ago getting back on dirt.
First-time starter Chad Brown, Clarvich Stables Commitment Fund.
Now, I'm not saying 5-1 shots for Chad Brown and Clarvich Stables don't win, can't win, but gosh, when they're really meant to run well, they usually are a little bit more bet.
Nay, baby, Jeremiah Engelhart with Jamie Rodriguez.
This horse has a lot of experience, too, and had just some okay numbers. The issue is, if one of these horses kind of shows up and runs well, that could be a problem.
Party Animal got a pretty big figure at Saratoga, Belmont at Saratoga week in a 3rd-place finish.
Yeah, Centimorphosa, Calbred. Some pretty good numbers for a Calbred here.
Even money. Holy 7, who was impressive in the 2-year-old debut for Steve Asmussen.
Yeah, drawn well outside for a horse with some tactical speed. The number might seem a little bit light, but that was earned as a 2-year-old. Now he's 3. He's got a chance to grow up a little bit. He's been working consistently since April. Let's see if he's ready to rock and roll first time off a break for Steve Asmussen.
And let's show you that debut. Got squeezed a little bit early on, Paulie, in this race, but then showed some talent going wide.
Yeah, the horse that's going to win the race, the horse on the front end, Calbred. You could see the 7, Holy 7, kind of saddles up right to the side of him after getting left. Right here, he's the 8 in this race, he's 7 today. And he kind of almost gets to the leader, and he's going to start getting squirrely here deep in stretch, JK. He starts getting a little green and wandering towards the rail.
Well, I mean, you can expect that, I think, sometimes from a 2-year-old. And one of the comforting things, we talked about it a little bit earlier, is when you have a Hall of Fame trainer like Steve Asmussen, you like to think that an issue like that is an issue that can be resolved. When you have a horse that runs like that, and then gets a long break, there's also potential that there was something physically that was annoying him. That's why they gave him as much time as he has, right? He was ready to run in September of last year, and now he's making his first start since then. Clearly, there's potential reasons for that to have happened, and there's also potential reasons for that to be now resolved.
So even money favored, an additional $680,000 already bet into this $185,000 carryover. This is going to be a big one this afternoon. These are pick sixes. As a horse racing player, you have to take a shot at, aren't they?
I mean, look, I think a lot of times one of the things that horse players, rightfully so, gripe about is the cost of a wager, right? The takeout. It's hard in this game nowadays to beat takeout, to be a winning horse player. One of the ways to combat that is when there is quote-unquote free money in the pool from a carryover from people that played yesterday that are having to buy back in today. That $185,000 could help alleviate some of the pressures of takeout.
Paulie, this one, the 6 for Jenna Antonucci. Obviously ran very good Belmont at Saratoga week in a third-place finish. In the start before that, faced a horse named White Smoke Rising, who won on opening day for Charlie Baker. Has been pretty impressive.
Yeah, I think this is the other horse in here. Like I said, a Calbred, but this horse was giant last time, up on the pace, going 21-3. They went 109 to the 6 furlong marker, and he was still there, 28-1. I thought he ran tremendous. I think without the buzz, kind of with the 7, the 6 is definitely the one to beat.
3-1. It's just floated up a touch as we were talking about this one. So yeah, those two, top two on the board, but public leaning heavily on this 7, Holy 7, whose mom was a grade 2 winner routing, but also was as a 2-year-old stakes winning sprinter on turf. Let's go back to Maggie.
Yeah, we'll take a look here at that horse who has a little bit more experience, but very logical, and that is number 6, Party Animal. And as I spoke to Jenna Antonucci, love catching up with Jenna here at the spa, and we do see Edgar Zaya's board for the first time. She said, yep, gonna break running here. So a horse that he is giving a big warm up to. We see him doing those figure of 8s there in the chute, and he looks like a horse that should be quick. I mean, he broke running from the far outside post last time out. He couldn't quite keep up, but he was also very wide. And I know it was dissipating a little bit as we moved through Belmont Stakes Racing Festival week, the gold rail, but it was still there. And this guy was 4 to 5 wide the entire way around there behind Tab at Zanzibar, who Connections actually really liked first time out, so he was making good on their expectations in his second start. Party Animal, honestly, I think I like him more than when I saw him 3 back for his dirt debut back at Aqueduct, so I think he's very, very logical in this spot. Now, I did talk about the 7 and the 3 acting up in the paddock. Once your favorite got out to the racetrack, Holy 7, he did behave far better than what he was back in the paddock. However, number 3, your first-time starter, Commitment Fund. I mean, Flavien Prat gets cowboy tick marks for his abilities in the saddle when he got a leg up. This guy went to bronking. Luckily, his handlers were able to keep a hold of him, and he was a little bit silly once he got out here, but Flavien did what is best. Get him away from the pony, give him a big warm-up, expend some of that energy, and now he seems as though he's gotten it out of his system and is behaving well. We'll see how he applies that to the running of this race. Greg?
All right, Maggie, thank you. Here we go. A lot of attention on what happens here to kick things off. It's this one. Steve Asmussen, Jose Ortiz, the 4 to 5 favorite that I guess many are leaning on in this pick 6. Over $800,000 additional dollars bet into this pick 6. Where else did you feel like you could lean in this pick 6?
I mean, I think there's an opportunity to lean in the next race. The 8, Capricious Outcome, just feels like one of those droppers we see for Chad up here, where being a little bit more realistic with where these horses probably need to be placed. And then I thought the rest of the way, it gets pretty complicated. I think Zulu Kingdom is a potential single, but I also think he's one that could disappoint based on the way the race could turn out. I thought the 7th was pretty wide open. The 8th, I thought some of the inside horses in the turf sprint made sense, but sometimes those races can get a little bit hectic and chaotic. And I thought the 1.5-mile race to wrap it up was another one that was pretty wide open. Not an easy sequence, no matter how you look at it.
No, it's difficult. The last race is, usually you try to get to the last race and you think, Noble Dynasty, 5th in the Pennine Ridge behind West End Kid, who just ran his eyeballs out yesterday. My goodness.
Your take on Bring the Band Home in the Harvey Pack. Brilliant here last summer, and then just tailed off at the end of the year.
Yeah, I mean, if the game was as easy to know that a horse who did something pretty special on a number of occasions last year would duplicate that, we'd all be a lot richer. If he runs those races he ran last summer, he's going to be tough. But the question is he going to be able to do that off of this break?
Over $1 million in this pool, I would think, all said and done. And it's going to hinge a lot on these first 2 rounds. The 7 in this race, the 8 in the next race. I feel the 8 in the next race will be the most singled horse in the sequence.
Feels like it.
Maybe this horse too, because people are playing smaller tickets.
I think a lot of people are gonna. I think a lot of people could potentially single Zulu Kingdom because
that's true.
If you don't single him, you have to use a lot in that race.
4 to 5 here, no doubt. Some taking their shot with this one. Holy 7 to kick us off. $185,000 carryover, over almost $900,000 additional dollars already bet in. Good luck to playing this pick 6. Hopefully you played it at Naira Bets. There's the first-time starter for Chad Brown, Klarovich Stables, Flavian Pratt, Commitment Fund, but it is Holy 7 outside post 3-year-old debut, start number 2. The odds-on favorite to kick things off. Let's go upstairs for the call on our Fox Sports 1 coverage to Frank Miramati.
Thank you, Greg. After a slight adjustment there, Commitment Fund is going to the gate. Nay Baby will follow Commitment Fund. Commitment Fund a little hesitant, but he's walking up now. There he goes. Here's Nay Baby. And the top 2 choices. Party Animal for Jenna Antonucci. And the Steve Asmussen trained odds-on favorite, Holy 7 with Jose Ortiz. To finish the line, set to kick off the pick 6. They're in the gate. Got a couple restless there. Started with Nay Baby, and then Holy 7 pushed the front of the gate opened. And he will just be guided right back around. Let's go back to Greg for a moment.
So the odds-on favorite, Holy 7, breaks through the gate, does not really get away at all. Not a concern?
No, the 6 acted up. It made the 7 react a little bit. Those gates are held together with magnets.
Hopefully he watched his stablemate, Magnitude.
It barely took a step away from the gate. Loads back in. Let's go back to Frank.
And they're off, and Holy 7 very quick out of there. Party Animal has some speed too, and Spherical comes away 3rd along the inside. They're followed by Sidearm, 4 off the pace, racing in 4th. It's a gap of 5 back to Commitment Fund, who is joined by Nay Baby. Opening 1/4 mile, and it is Spherical on the inside. Holy 7 and neck away 2nd. It's a 1.5 back to Party Animal. That 1/4 went in 21 and 4/5 seconds. Another 4 lengths back to Sidearm in 4th, who's another 4 in front of Nay Baby and Commitment Fund. They round the far turn. Holy 7 takes the lead. Party Animal moves up on the outside of Spherical to take 2nd. Behind this group, Sidearm is next. Commitment Fund coming alive along the inside. He's 5th, just 3.5 off the pace. Compact group with Nay Baby wide open at the top of the lane with the favorite Holy 7. Short lead. Spherical fights on. Commitment Fund dives down trying to find a seam. Did not do so along the rail. Out in the center, Party Animal and Sidearm between horses. Nay Baby driving, exciting finish. On the outside, here's Nay Baby at a big price taking the lead. Commitment Fund gets out late. Nay Baby wins it. Commitment Fund a very unlucky 2nd. Photo for 3rd between Spherical and Party Animal.
Nay Baby to start off this pick 6 with an upset. Jeremiah Engelhardt, Jamie Rodriguez.
Yeah, big long shot to start off, the son of Omaha Beach. And Jamie Rodriguez has put on some really nice rides here as your favorite. It seemed like Flavian Pratt was kind of handled with care. The horse wanted to lug in again. Not much for the first-time starter of the 7, but this pick 6 started off nicely.
Yeah, I mean, the race feels like it fell apart to a certain extent. A lot of the horses that were up, forwardly placed, the fractions came back 21-4 to start this thing off, and it just kind of fell apart. And Baby took back. Commitment Fun probably had an unlucky trip with Flavia not to be able to get out a little bit sooner. Once he did get out, he kind of started to level off, but it was just a little too late.
Excuse me, Jose Ortiz was on the 7, not Flavia, my bad.
5-3-1-6 finish, a 14-1 start to this huge pick 6 carryover. And it's Jeremiah Engelhardt and Jamie Rodriguez to begin things, and a lot of people knocked out early as we take a look overhead with a drone shot.
You could see, the 7 breaking through the gate obviously did not help. Didn't get far away, but I think it kind of set him off a little bit, JK, and he went right to the front end. He just went really fast early.
Yeah, I mean, he was traveling comfortably. He just never really fired. You could tell he got a little goofy there. You could see Jose kind of look to the inside. But the pace was just a little bit too quick. You'll notice the 7 and the 1 kind of ended up out the back. You're looking at this drone footage with those outside 4 horses basically passing the 2 horses to the inside that were forwardly placed throughout the race.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live on this day after the 4th of July, America's birthday. Meg Burgess here joining you from Monmouth Park. We just saw a major upset, though, at the Spa. Nay Baby, a 14-1 bomb there, second off of the bench, breaking the maiden for Jeremiah Engelhardt. But we'll bring you some turf routers and some older ones at that, going the mile and a 16th distance here on the Jersey Shore. The number 5, still thinking of you, 14 book Book'em Dano, the connections, the barn of Derek Ryan. Now, currently up there at 3-1, was beaten by the number 6, the 3-5 number 6 seat at the table last time out, in for that $50,000 tag. But the number 5 still thinking of you. Second off of the bench and sports that tactical speed. And last time out at Belmont at the Big A in that aforementioned rematch race we'll see here, it was a glacial pace that he set on the front end. And the rail was set at 9 feet that day on the inner turf. The track played fair, and he didn't have a modicum of excuses at his disposal to not get the victory there, beaten by seat at the table. But he's been incredibly consistent. He's been in some merry-go-round affairs. We'll see if he can continue to show his forward speed and perhaps run down the current favorite. That's the number 6 seat at the table for the Phil Antonacci barn. A horse has just been never not firing a solid race, as he's coming off 3 back-to-back victories there, and a decisive victory over the aforementioned number 5, where he pressed and stalked right there on that slow pace, angled out clear best. It was sort of a merry-go-round affair, and when we say that, pretty much meaning that not a lot of horses are making up ground. So best of 2 returning back, and did so last time out on the uptick in class. I will say his 2-back race, his sprinting, there were no next out winners, and he did so decisively as well. But just looking at him physically, I do find he's found his home back to the route game here on the green stuff. The horse that just kept catching my eye up there at a big price is the number 3. Y'all ready for this? And cleverly named, but also a horse taking a dip down in class. Now, he's been 2 back. He was way far off of it. It was a fast pace, and he just didn't a whole lot of running, but he just physically, now he's in for the $40,000 tag. I kept coming back to him. He's going to have to find his best races to compete with the aforementioned 2 that are taking the most attention, but he certainly made a solid physical impression. The number 7, Juniper Juice for Kevin Boniface, is a Maryland bred, now coming out of those restricted races down at Laurel. I think he's a bit too big of a price when you're really going through his form lines. Now, he does have that tactical speed. His 2-back race there with that 75 Beyer speed figure at Laurel Park, that was at the mile. Now, he sprinted last time out, and ultimately I do think that's what he wants to do, but he went 1-2 on an early pace bat that day and got run down late, but he does have the tactical speed from that outside post to put him in a good position. But this is a fun race, and one that I do find does go through the number 6 and the number 5, as we will celebrate Book'em Dano Day here the day before the Haskell Stakes for Team Derek Ryan there, who will run in that Mr. Prospector. But we'll send it up to Matt Zinnerman for the call of this 5th here at Monmouth.
Mrs. Katz. We're ready to go. And we're off. From post 4, a Claire Blanc, wasting no time. Still thinking of you a little bit quicker, though, and she's in front. Rogue Justice moving up. Fairly contentious pace between 2 runners here. Rogue Justice, narrow lead. Still thinking of you on the outside, now unrestrained second. They've opened up 2 on Mrs. Katz in the 3rd position. A Claire Blanc. In between them is C at the table. Gap of 2 to Juniper Juice, second to last. Y'all ready for this? Can see them all as they go into the first turn. Rogue Justice at 44-1 is the pacemaker into the first turn here. Leads a length and a half now, is opened up clearly ahead. Still thinking of you, tracking right behind in second. Then the line of 3, Mrs. Katz, seat at the table between horses. A Claire Blanc is down at the rail, a length and a half better than Juniper Juice, and that leaves y'all ready for this to trail. As the 7 runners approach the backstretch, they're separated by 6 or 7 lengths. It's still Rogue Justice carving out the fractions, neck in front. Still thinking of you wants to go. He's on a stronghold right now to relax in second. Early move coming from Juniper Juice, was second to last a moment ago and is now threading the needle between horses, getting into the 2 path, and now Rogue Justice calls it a day, is plummeting back. Still thinking of you, finding herself in front going into the 4th turn. Mrs. Katz has passed Juniper Juice after making that early move. Juniper Juice is back in 3rd under some pressure now as they're sprinting in the final 3 furlongs. Seat at the table is in the 4th position. The favorite is being asked to go right now in the 3 path, top of the stretch. Still thinking of you, a 2-length lead off the turn from Juniper Juice, reclaims second from Mrs. Katz. Seat at the table on the grandstand side. 1 furlong remains. Still thinking of you in front. Seat at the table taking second as a 3-length gap to close into here. Still thinking of you, the leader. Seat at the table lunging after. Still thinking of you. Still thinking of you's going to do it. Still thinking of you. Over seat at the table, then Juniper Juice and Mrs. Katz.
Well, it was a formative result here in this fifth with Still Thinking of You turning the tables on the seat at the table. And this filly was one that made the earlier move, and that was ultimately what sealed the deal. It was a glacial pace here set by the long shot Rogue Justice, Juniper Juice, running there, I believe, in third. But it looked as if, though, these were the two fillies to beat on paper, Maggie, and that's exactly what happened here in this turf route. But you're there with some very happy connections, an upset winner, Maggie, for team Jeremiah Englehart with a nice maiden there.
We're here with winning connections of Nay Baby. As Jeremiah, are these all your kids?
Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I'm missing 4.
You're quite the sire.
Yeah. Stormcat, Jeremiah Englehart, it's all kind of the same thing.
Well, Nay Baby, he pulled off a big upset today. As we were just discussing, pace hot, it just set up beautifully. And Jamie Rodriguez riding very well up here at the spa.
Jamie's a great rider. I've had a lot of success with him over the years at Finger Lakes, and I've always kind of wanted to get with him here. I wanted to help him. I didn't want him to be on a 15-to-1 shot, but he told me, he's like, numbers don't matter to me. So he's a very, very talented rider, and I'm so happy for him that he's doing as well as he is.
And, you know, I've hassled you all day about this. We're very disappointed in your hot dog eating performance this year. What happened?
Well, I had 3 slices of chicken marsala pizza from Caputo's, and I couldn't follow it up with 8 to 12 hot dogs afterwards. So I'm trying to watch my figure.
I mean, you ran just as well as Nay Baby did today in last year's hot dog eating.
I did. I didn't change my leads either.
Well, it's a recipe for success. Maya, make sure you feed all these children, okay?
Well, they all split an order of chicken tenders. Yeah.
Perfect, chicken tenders. All right. Guys, congratulations. Huge performance.
Thanks, Maggie.
Always a fun interview with Maya. Guys.
Charlatan is the leading second crop sire by stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and graded stakes horses.
Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
He looked like a horse that breeders would love. He's just a perfect silhouette of a horse.
Citizen Bull, his speed is his weapon.
Citizen Bull in gate-to-wire fashion.
When the real running starts,
And he kicks away.
you need that brilliance. You need that speed to carry you on.
Citizen Bull to win.
To me, the best sires are the milers. I want a sire that's a miler.
Citizen Bull leads them all the way.
He's a colt with every single ingredient you want in a stallion prospect.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live as we have horses in the paddock for today's 5th race. Coming up next, it is a maiden claimer going a mile and a 16th on the Mellon Turf Course. 5,000 at a yearling sale, and they show up for the 55. But that is exactly what is happening with number 6, Crowned Moment, a son of Kingman. And on the bottom side, it's a pedigree that, while the dam, she did win first time out go as a 3-year-old. She was a Group 3 winner, but she was a Group 3 winner going a mile and a half. So every possibility that this horse is just a bit on the slower side as we take a look at him here in the paddock. Typical of Miguel Clement, does have that training saddle on him here, and it's just a little bit on the smaller side. So obviously 2 years ago, maybe he painted a lovely picture, but now here as a first-time starting 3-year-old, probably just really hasn't gone on that much. That's why he's entered in this maiden claimer first time out. But also typical Miguel, he's very fit and he's very professional too. We'll just see, is this mile to 16th actually too short for him? As we'll move on to a complete and utter wild card. That's number 4, Harrier, who comes in here off of a year and 10-month, essentially, layoff for Arch Kingsley, now back as a 4-year-old. And his first start in a maiden special weight at Colonial actually wasn't that bad at a huge price. Now we will see Arch's daughter, Taylor Kingsley, get aboard here. She's a 7-pound apprentice, did get some experience. She's galloped a long time for trainer Bill Mott, too. So excited for Taylor to get a leg up for her dad at the spa. But looking at Harrier, I know it's a really long layoff to deal with, but this guy looks incredibly strong here. He came in, trying to bowl his connections over, but is responding. He's not doing too much here, but I like that aggressive nature that we're observing from him, and he's incredibly well muscled. I think he fits nicely with this group here. Front wraps are on. I always do take that as a bit of a negative when we're dealing with turf racing especially, but overall physically and the way he's acting, I do like what I'm seeing from him. As, like I said, he's a complete wild card, but if he's just able to improve a little bit from that 2-year-old number, it puts him in the mix here in this maiden claimer as we are about to have riders up. They're making their way to the paddock for this 5th race, which does kick off the late pick 5 here at the spa. We'll have so much more on the other side of this break on Saratoga Live.
Tickets to Saratoga Racecourse are on sale now. Secure seats in the Grandstand or Clubhouse, or get a table in the Pick 6 Picnic Paddock, Miller Time 4-Star Dave Sports Bar, or the Michelob Ultra Stretch. Available now through Labor Day. Book today at NYRA.com.
Historic upsets aren't just for the racetrack. Saratoga's battlefield echoes with the victory of 1777 that changed the world. Visit Saratoga and experience America's turning point.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have no monitors, by the way. Bobby.
You can't hear him? Bobby, I can hear him. So you got to go through my count? You want me to count him down?
But let him know.
We don't have any. Yeah, we don't have any monitors.
8, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Count from 5. All you guys.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Back with you on our Sunday coverage on Fox Sports 1 of final day of opening week of this incredible Saratoga extended summer season. Late pick 5 coming up momentarily. It's a $55,000 maiden claiming event, mile and a 16th on the turf. And a favorite and capricious outcome for Chad Brown, who we just saw, big favorite defeat in the first leg of the pick 6. What do you think is going to happen here?
Yeah, well, I think the difference here is that you have a big favorite based on the class change, the class drop for the 8 capricious outcome. And the one thing that when I think about Saratoga and I think about some of the maiden 40 races we'll see and the other maiden claiming races that we see, you'll often see Chad Brown, Klarovich Stables, with maiden special weight types dropping in for the tag. And I think that the one thing that I always remind myself about is that the operation of Chad Brown and Seth Klarman is not to have claiming type horses. They're in this for stakes types, and when you go to the sales and you buy horses or you breed horses, sometimes the truth of the matter is they're not that fast. They're not stakes horses. And I think that unlike some other operations, Chad and Seth Klarman are able to part ways with those types of horses a little bit easier than maybe some others are. I say all of that to say that I have a lot more trust in their droppers than I do sometimes in others.
4 to 5 right now, capricious outcome. 2 tries on the lawn against straight maiden special weight company, Paulie. And the last one was at a mile and 3/8, maybe just a little bit longer. This one wants to go, so drops in for a tag for the first time.
Yeah, and you got Flavian Pratt aboard. Will be the first time will be aboard. And for a lot of people that got knocked out of the pick 6, that pick 5 pool is rising.
Diamond D kicks this off. Should be showing speed from the inside.
Yeah, Mike Deeney, a horseman that usually has a lot of his horses at Monmouth, and this horse is going to come up here. Got a little bit of a shot, speed pop here.
There's Dixie Hex, Ray Handel with Dylan Davis.
He was screaming at me from the paddock, but he didn't tell me anything about this horse.
No, he did not. Thanks a lot, Ray, for nothing. Harrier debuted against straight maidens. That was at Colonial a long time ago, September of 2024.
I think this is a start for this horse to go longer, even maybe over jumps.
Languid, some good efforts, and one of them against Tougher for Rick Dutrow Jr.
Yeah, a couple of races on the turf have been okay for this horse. He's one of the others that I think could potentially win this one.
Intriguing first-time starter. This is crown moment, Miguel Clement.
Very intriguing, considering he has a bullet drill on the dirt, and he has not bred 1 ounce for the dirt.
And Herod promised so many good efforts, but they have piled up. 0 for 13 on the turf.
Yeah, and 0 for 16 with 9 of those losses at 5 to 1 or less.
The big favorite, 3 to 5 now. Pratt for Chad Brown and Klarovich.
Yeah, gelded, and I think that's why you're seeing this horse dropping 3 to 5. Ooh.
And no filter outside. This one will stretch out from a 6 furlong try on the turf.
Yeah, I don't love stretch outs drawn outside. They're going to lose ground. They're going to be in the clear. In the open, could get a little bit rank. And I especially don't like stretch outs drawn outside that aren't that fast.
Well, you asked the question, and you were probably spot on, Paulie. This is very likely going to be the shortest price in this sequence here. 3-5 on our favorite here.
Well, speaking from like myself, who just got cracked out of the pick 6, a lot of people are leaning on this horse back in the pick 5. Maybe they'll go a little bit deeper. So he might play a little bit bigger in the pick 5. But a lot of people are fighting for 5 right now, rooting for this 8 horse.
Do you feel like either of those previous 2 efforts on the grass, JK, win this race?
Yeah. I mean, I think they both do. The one thing I will say is the most recent one was at 11 furlongs. Completely different ball game, I think. But I will say that the race down at Gulfstream, if you just isolate that one, that is still enough for this horse to be favored.
Suggested play by Wager, the AI tool for wagering here. It is the favorite in a daily double. With, in the next leg, the 1 Zulu Kingdom for Chad Brown, the 5 Past the Hat for Bill Mott, and the 9 Cosmic Year for Chad Brown, who is making that States debut in the Cliffhanger, had some traffic trouble, gets his second state start, Paulie, coming up.
Yeah, $5 doubles there. So I think you'll get a decent price on Cosmic Year for Judd Mott, including Zulu Kingdom as well. I wonder what Zulu Kingdom, 5-2 on the morning line, I would think goes off maybe 7-2.
That's a tough group. Meanwhile, Maggie, everyone who has singled this horse, waiting to hear how he looks.
You know, Greg, I actually felt fairly confident in him going longer for the first time in his last start, the 1 3/8. But, you know, unfortunately for him, that was a race that literally was a merry-go-round. The horses that got to the front stayed there, including a Versailles Road, I suppose is the way they want it said, who we will see facing winners for the first time in tonight's nightcap. But I think, you know, cutting back into this is going to be fine because it's the class relief. And really, he looks incredibly fit. This is the first time this horse has been able to pair up races without a break. And against this field, he looks incredibly well, especially because I feel as though his main competition is number 7, Inherent Promise, who's an over 16 maiden, who also has to come off of a layoff dating back to last September at Gulfstream Park in a maiden 35. And he just looks heavy. I have so much respect for Lisa Lewis, but I just wish this guy looked a bit more fit. And while, yes, he did run his best race of his career from a Beyer speed figure standpoint here at Saratoga, actually, they're just announcing, Frank Miramati's announcing that Inherent Promise is the best turned out runner. A little extra care from his groom, putting some braids in, and I agree, he is well turned out, but fitness levels I have a big question mark on, and this horse consistently finds ways to get beat, Greg.
Yeah, pretty amazing. I mean, so many good efforts against maiden special company, better than what you're probably going to face here, and just has not been able to break through. And 6-1 on the board right now. Here's one of those races back in August 22nd of last year.
It's a good second, but you know, this horse, you know, JK called it 5-1 and under a ton of times, but man, he's been close. A neck 3 times, JK, and this is one of them.
Yeah, look, I'm not one of those people who likes to just look at a 0 for 16 and say they're 0 for 16. Well, you know, they don't want to win. I think a lot of times when you do that, you want to look to see the price they were, what they were expected to do. And I think that when you see horses that are 0 for 16 that have been 20-1 or above in all of their starts, that tells me it's been bad placement and that a horse can get to where they're with their friends and they can win. Inherent Promise is one where it seems like the trainers put this horse in right spots. Odds on, 2 starts ago, couldn't win. I just feel like the horse is underachieving.
The replay you just saw, the horse was 2-5. Supposed to seal the deal, right?
And before you get too excited, that was dropping in class for a lower level than what you're seeing here. So it's had the opportunity to drop, and it didn't work out.
Yeah, and that's usually – I learned that a long time ago from trainer Ron Ellis. He always used to tell me, if they drop for that 25 or where you think they're going to win and they don't win, play against them. It's usually pretty good. That's why I thought the 7 was a play against in here.
And a bit of an inflated price, from that morning line. 7-2 morning line, 6-1 here. Almost $1 million in this pick 5 pool where Capricious Outcome, massive favorite.
You know, it didn't work out in the last race yesterday, right? But more times than not, when you land on a Chad Brown dropper from the Klarovich stable and you get Flavien Prat, they're usually pretty solid. We'll see what happens today.
This 4 for a jump trainer, Arch Kingsley. Debuted September of 2024. Was a maiden special weight at Colonial. If you go back and watch that race, this horse so far back early really started to do some running in that race, and no question could be a totally different horse today.
Well, Archibald has sent out one second-time starter this year, and it paid $94. Can you get that again today?
I don't love one chance maiden special weight, and now you show up for a tag. Like, especially for not a huge operation when you want to keep a good horse around, and that's just a concern.
3-5 favorite, Capricious Outcome, start of a pick 5 that has gone over $1 million. On our Fox Sports 1 coverage, Sunday afternoon to close out opening week at Saratoga, we send it upstairs to get us started in the sequence to Frank Miramati.
Filter will be the last one to load. Walking up. They're in the gate. And they're off. Slight bobble by Language shortly after the start and is now at the back of the field. There's a real scramble in the early going. Capricious Outcome is racing on the far outside, and Harrier is showing good speed, cutting the corner along the rail, but it's Inherent Promise who's quicker than both into that clubhouse turn. Then Dixie Hex in fourth. No Filter is fifth at this point, 4 lengths off the lead, a gap of 8 lengths to the trailer's Dinah D Crown Moment, and Languid after that awkward beginning is the trailer. Inherent Promise went through an opening quarter in 22 3/5 seconds, moving right along with a 3.5 length lead. Flavian Pratt and Capricious Outcome in second, followed by Harrier at the rail in third. No Filter has to pick it up, 6 lengths off the loose leader, racing 2 clear of Dixie Hex. Then comes Dinah D, racing 4 lengths in front of Crown Moment and Languid. Dinah D trying to make some headway on the outside. 46-2. Inherent Promise saying, catch me if you can. Capricious Outcome trying to cut into the margin, doing so now. 4 lengths back to Harrier in third. Then comes No Filter in fourth. Dinah D moves by that pair, takes third, and continues to make headway as Capricious Outcome takes the lead with a 1/4 mile to go. Turns for home, putting away Inherent Promise, opening up 2 lengths. They're followed by Dinah D in third, and down the center, Crowned Moment is starting to roll. Extreme outside Languid after that terrible start is kicking into high gear. He is coming fast at Capricious Outcome. 3-length lead. Languid keeps on coming. Capricious Outcome or Languid, they come to the wire. Capricious Outcome holds on. Languid a giant second. A long way back to Dinah D and Dixie Hex.
Capricious Outcome. Pratt not letting the speed get too far away. Makes his move and then able to hold off the flying Languid late at odds on.
More times than not, Chad Brown, he's got such a good knowledge of his barn. He dropped his horse perfectly, JK. Got a little squirrely on the lead when the 5 come running, but Flavian was able to keep him together long enough.
Number 8, Capricious Outcome was first.
Don't believe JK's mic's working, Paulie, so yeah, we'll handle it from here. But yeah, wins in the end by about a 1/4 length, half a length?
Yeah, about a half a length. Went pretty fast, though, 110. I think that Flavian was just taking no chances coming out of the longer race, saying, I got the fitness. These 2 horses, much the best. About 6 lengths clear from your 3rd place finisher, JK.
I was just saying, the definition, Capricious Outcome, is unpredictable, impulsive, and prone to sudden changes. She tried to slow down at the end and almost got caught, but, it's too much class for this group.
Languid ran tremendous, by the way, the 5.
That was a furious rush home. Wow. And just getting home at 3-5 at this racetrack, it is not easy, is it?
We were talking about this, about the pick 6s here. You just don't have any 3-5 free squares. You thought you kind of had one here, and it got really, really hairy towards the end.
But in the end, the class dropper, Chad Brown, Klarovich, Flavian Pratt, serve holds to kick off this late pick 5. 2 for Pratt today on the Sunday card. Johnny V flying late. He'll have a big fill-in mount later to come on Bring the Band Home in the Harvey pack. Nearly got one here. So 3-5. to start this late pick 5 after a 14-1 start and this pick 6 carryover. Obviously a very long way to go. Next, JK, it's the grade 3 Kelso. Zulu Kingdom, class of that field, multiple grade 1 winner in the next race coming up. But that field is loaded, and with that horse's running style, even though he's versatile with the inside post, is he limited somewhat in what he can do?
I think so. I don't think he has to have the lead. I don't think that's Zulu Kingdom's thing. I do believe the best version of Zulu Kingdom is forward, and if you're forward in a fast-paced race, that isn't always the best thing for your best chances of winning.
You know, the thing is, it was Zulu Kingdom that kind of athlete that developed a little bit early, and all these horses starting to catch up to him now.
That is it for this trio. Next crew coming up after a timeout. They'll take you the rest of the way in this massive pick 6 carryover with the late pick 4 still to come. 2 for Flavien Prat and counting. It's Chad Brown and Klarovich as well to start off the late pick 5.
Prince of Monaco's Too Good for Moose, an impressive winner of the Best Pal. Miramondi's all hot, but Prince of Monaco Too Good.
Prince of Monaco, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. Naira Bets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Some places stay with you and make you want to relive every moment. These are the places you want to get lost in. The ones that feed your curiosity, blow your mind, and tempt fate. Places that make you keep coming back. Because every time you're there, anything feels possible.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Thanks for joining us here on Saratoga Live here on FS1. And we saw a popular victory here in race number 5. Of course, Flavien Prat guiding Capricious Outcome to victory. And Flavien, much the best, rode him as such, though got a late charge at the end from Langwood.
Yeah, no, he, I was glad we got himself in the race, and he waited when he got in front. So, yeah, we had a late charge, but it felt like he was going to, regroup and go on again.
I was going to say, always just needed somebody to encourage him. But next, you'll be on Zulu Kingdom in the Kelso. Now, I know the quarter crack, maybe in hindsight, plagued him a little bit when it came to fitness. What are you hoping to see from him? I know Chad says he's A-okay with him having a target.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think last time we, just the race, the way it was unfolding, it was the right thing to do. But Yeah, I mean, he can do either way. He won a grade 1 on the lead, and he won a grade 1 of, with the target. So, I mean, he's obviously very talented, and hopefully he can show his ability today.
Yeah, rebound. Best of luck with him, and congrats, 2 winners already on the card.
Thank you, Maggie.
All right, Flavien Prat doing his thing here for Chad Brown. As Meg, you have horses on the track for race 6 over there at Monmouth.
Thanks, Maggie, and always nice to hear Flavien's thoughts, especially as one of the favorites in Zulu Kingdom coming up in a competitive Kelso. But we've got a group of maiden fillies, 3-year-olds, traveling this 6-furlong distance here at Monmouth. And we'll start with the number 1, Ravenwood Hill. Looks like we do have a late vet scratch of the number 5. That's going to be Haunting Echoes. We're going to late scratch of the number 5, Haunting Echoes. It will be a vet scratch there of the 3-2 horse that was taking significant money. So be sure to adjust your wagers as necessary. Incredibly exciting here in New Jersey to welcome the New Jersey residents to NYRA Bets, able to, of course, download and wager on the NYRA Bets app. But the number 1, Ravenwood Hill, filly by Gunrunner, that the second dam, Kelly Breen, her conditioner trained in Keeneland Cat, who was a 2-year-old winner in the sorority, went on debut as the number 6 is kind of giving him some issues getting into the gate there. But Ravenwood Hill, a horse that has had a strong work tab, a filly that's incredibly fit, as mentioned, a homebred by Gunrunner, a dam of precocious type, and Kelly telling me that this filly has been incredibly laid back and wanted to see her energize a bit on the racetrack, with Luis Rivera Jr. kind of giving her a lively warm-up. As we'll continue, obviously, there on your screen, the number 5, Haunting Echoes, will be a late vet scratch there. But the number 1, Ravenwood Hill, I do find is poised and primed, incredibly mature mentally, just judging from her antics here on debut here for trainer Kelly Breen, who's already notched some a win with a 2-year-old first-time starter looking to get this 3-year-old filly off to the races. But quickly, the number 4, Mermaid Magic, another first-time starter by Authentic, one that's been another that had a setback there as a 2-year-old, now as a 3-year-old, getting back to the tab and getting back to the races. But looks like they're finishing up loading here at Monmouth. We'll send it up to Matt Dinnerman with the call of this 6th.
Side, Imagine Aaron. Imagine Aaron loading without the rider. Kendry Rivera going to hop back aboard here. We're ready to go. And they're off at a bad stumble from Ravenwood Hill. The first-time starter stumbled badly at the break. That leaves Mermaid Magic to challenge Imagine Aaron on the front end. Mermaid Magic strides to the lead, is naturally quick as the ears prick. She wants to go, but she's on a hold right now by Jomar Torres to get a breather here, and Mermaid Magic opens up 2.5. Imagine Aaron second, Ravenwood Hill joining that one as they head down the backstretch. Mermaid Magic with no excuses now leads a 1.5 lengths. Ravenwood Hill got a stumble at the break there, had to use some energy to get second, and she's chasing now. Mermaid Magic, Imagine Aaron, has given way to third and is already under pressure. 3 runners round the far turn. Mermaid Magic, no signs of slowing down right now. She's clear a 1.5 lengths. Ravenwood Hill under a ride now, second, trying to keep pace as they hit the quarter pole. Mermaid Magic, 1/4 mile more to go, half length in front. Ravenwood Hill has run a very good race today. Alongside as they come to the top of the lane, it's a match race. Mermaid Magic, Jomar Torres trying to finish the job. Ravenwood Hill, Luis Rivera Jr. all over her. Mermaid Magic with a furlong to go. Extends stride, opens up 2.5 from Ravenwood Hill in second. And it's Mermaid Magic, clear by 3, coming to the finish. Mermaid Magic, the winner comfortably. Ravenwood Hill was second, and here comes Imagine Aaron. She'll pick up her 3rd place check.
And they're off at Saratoga.
Great to have you with us on Fox Sports 1 Saratoga Live, winding down 4th of July weekend, winding down opening weekend at the Spa, and just getting to the teeth of this Sunday program. And this gorgeous Sunday in upstate New York. You see the horses arriving for the first of 2 stakes races, the Kelso on tap.
He is the champion jockey, Richie Migliore, New York Racing Association analyst Andy Serling. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. 2 of the last 4 races of the stakes variety, Richie. We have the Kelso, named after a 5-time Horse of the Year, an absolute legend. It's a graded stakes race at Saratoga. But aside from that bigger picture, taking a step back, why the added significance?
Well, it's a major prep for the 4-Star Dave going forward into the later part of the meet, and run at the same distance, the same configuration. And I think this is a loaded field. I mean, we got a large field, a lot of speed signed on here too.
Yeah, no, I haven't seen as strong a field in this race quite a while. And, Deterministic will probably be the horse to beat in the 4-Star Dave. I know Mark Cassie's talking about running the Philly Classic Q in there, but there are quite a few in here that can be players in the 4-Star Dave going forward. And it's nice to see a big field like this. It bodes well for that race to be contentious when we get to it in a few weeks.
Yeah, it's 2 of the last 3 winners of the Kelso have gone on to capture the Grade 1 4-Star Dave, going back to Casa Creed and Carl Spackler. So how productive will this year's edition be? We'll find out over the next few weeks. But as you just saw, horses arriving in the paddock moments ago. Race number 5 starting the late pick 5. And I wonder what's more, where there's more anxiety, the jockey on a tiring 3-5 shot in deep stretch, or the guy who singled the 3-5 shot to kick off the late pick 5?
Well, in this particular case, after how badly Flavian blew it in race number 4 for the exact same connections, he probably had the most anxiety. And Richie, this kind of reminds me of something you said before. He rode this horse like he was just trying to get it over with.
Yeah, sometimes as a rider, you get in that mindset, like, I just want to get this done, and you wind up moving, and he opened up big, and it was a pretty strong pace here. He said his horse was waiting on horses. It looked to me like maybe he was just getting a little tired late.
He didn't want to wait too much longer on that one, I'll tell you that. No. Or I wouldn't have wanted him in the other end of a conversation he was about to have with Chad Brown.
Bad feeling, though, when you're in front, you've opened up, and you know you're on fumes, and you're just begging for the wire to get there.
Just in time, capricious outcome. Flavian Prat in race number 5 to kick off the late pick 5, the late pick 4, and Richie Kelso. The influence of this race, and what a superstar, and what he accomplished. Not how good he was, but for how long he was that good, Kelso.
His consistency, his longevity, and his ability were the benchmarks of Kelso. He carried weight, he'd battle, he could run on turf, he could run on dirt. Oh, and by the way, when he retired, he became quite the accomplished fox hunter.
It was so interesting. I missed him, but I was there for Forgo and saw Forgo run a number of times. And all they do when they talk about Forgo is talk about Kelso as well.
Well, look at that record, 63 starts. 39 wins?
5 straight Horse of the Year titles from 60 to 64.
10 miles of Jockey Club Gold Cups.
When it was
4.5 miles of Woodward, and $2 million almost in earnings when $2 million was an impossible goal.
He's like the get off my lawn horse when somebody says they don't make them like they used to. Case in point, Kelso.
Yeah, no, he was one of the greats, no doubt.
Kelso coming up next here at Saratoga, late pick 4. There's the field, and Zulu Kingdom drawn inside at 9-5 with something to prove this afternoon.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I've never been his biggest fan despite his really good record. I've always thought he was a little bit dressed up. Now, I guess one of the questions, Richie, is how you feel about his last race, which was poor, and uncharacteristically poor for him. Was he bothered by a foot issue? Chad Brown had mentioned having a quarter crack. He was wearing a somewhat protective shoe. Is that the excuse you want to go with?
Well, listen, it's never ideal when you have to miss training or you have to manage something. These are athletes. We have human athletes that have to manage things. Some equine athletes have to manage things. The thing that you got to give him respect for, I think, is his versatility, Andy, because he's been in front, but he's also won from off the pace. And I think if he's going to be successful today, he's going to have to revert to a rating tactic.
Yeah, and I mean, the interesting thing with the pace, with the 2 scratching, is the 2 speeds, the 3 My Boy Prince and the number 8 Me Bago, are both trained by Mark Cassie and owned by Gary Barber. So the likelihood that they're going to be dueling each other in submission is about 0. So the question is, which one's going to the front and which one is stalking?
Chad Brown adding, as you look at Zulu Kingdom, he had that quarter crack and he missed that training, a couple of breezes, a couple of works that he missed, and he felt in those final 100, 150 yards of the poker that it really caught up to him.
Well, and I think that's when it would show up, right? Late in the race, because just from a fitness standpoint, and we know Chad is so adept at getting horses prepared and fit to run, that obviously missing a little bit of training probably did hurt him.
It's extremely possible. But I think lost in that a little bit, and this happens sometimes when the conversation becomes Zulu Kingdom, who's 32 cents the dollar, maybe Bill Mott's horses Pass the Hat, as well as Capitol Hill. Maybe they're just really improving for one of the best trainers with a horse improving in the history of the game.
To Maggie in the paddock.
Well, Lafitte, as Chad Brown will send out a two-headed monster that does include Zulu Kingdom. And as you guys were just talking about, can he get back on track after he did miss some time right after that Maker's Mark mile due to that quarter crack? And I did notice that when he showed up for the poker last time, he did have a three-quartered shoe. So a lot of times, for a quarter crack to relieve the proverbial pressure with the shoeing, you do a three-quartered shoe, which is basically a shoe that is missing either generally the inside of the heel part of it. As we're taking a look at him here in the paddock, he is still wearing that on that right front. I thought he looked good though physically and fit for that last race. He's always been a very striking horse who's very round and kind of more rotund. So it's hard to decipher how fit he is through his barrel. But again, he looks great. But do heed the fact that it's still the same shoeing that I observed last time from him. As I'm actually more interested in his other horse in here, that's number 9, Cosmic Year. I did cover the Cliffhanger Stakes last time out at Monmouth, in which I did like Neat that day, but he got an excellent ride from Raylu Gutierrez, who that team will be facing off against Cosmic Year again here. But Neat was able to save all the ground, whereas Cosmic Year, yeah, he tucked in a bit, but then he had to go out around horses, and he ran on with the winner. Kingman, I find his progeny, at least here in the States, predominantly they are pretty good with miles. And I think, as Chad has also said, that this horse is kind of the epitome of that. He's a very compact horse and very round overall. So to me, he does look more like a miler. And I also thought he looked about 90% fit for that comeback and stateside debut on May 30th. So he is a bit more focused on top of that here at Saratoga than what he was at Monmouth, and just a bit more fit and to a distance where we know that he can be successful. So Chad Brown well represented in here, but this is a deep and loaded, talented field, as we'll welcome Acacia Clement to the broadcast for more on some other runners. Acacia?
Yeah, Maggie, really looking forward to this race. And talking about the depth of this field, it does include the horse that actually won the poker last time out, who yet again is being ignored in the wagering, and that's the 5 Pass the Hat. One of 2 in here for Bill Mott, as Bill Mott did finish 1-2 in that poker with the disappointing effort from Zulu Kingdom. And look, maybe Zulu Kingdom can bounce back, but there is a big disparity in price in these horses, with the 5 Pass the Hat currently being 7-1. Now, he is an energetic type of horse, but he's really done well recently. He's continued to strengthen, and I do think it's very encouraging and worth pointing out that last time was his first race in a while without Lasix, since he was a 2-year-old pretty much. And yet, given the fact that he is a horse that can get hot, that can get a little bit wound up, he still was able to be within shouting distance and to get the win that day, holding off his stablemate Capitol Hill late. He was marching around the paddock from the moment that he came in here. But like I said, I think he continues to do well and has clearly shown that running in a stake and without Lasix is no problem, as he'll try to make it 3 in a row. Just to his outside, a horse that's coming into the NYRA circuit for the first time is the 6 Cruise the Nile for trainer Graham Motion. I just remember being very surprised that this horse was 2-5 last time out in the Grade 3 dinner party, but he was coming in with an incredibly impressive record, having won 4 in a row, as Jorge Ruiz knows him very well. He's in town to ride as well today, and he gets a slight cutback from the 1 1/8 to the mile today, which I like for him. He was a little bit keen early, and looking at him, you can see he's kind of a lot of horse, but in a good way, and he moved up to kind of press the leader and just got run down and flattening. So a cutback in distance really seems to bode well for him. He's very sharp, but he stacks up favorably physically with his competition in here, as he will look for a stakes victory today.
Cruise the Nile, Acacia, 6-1. Revisit his latest outing, Preakness Day, Laurel Park, the dinner party, Andy. Cruise the Nile in the end, defeated at a very short price.
And that was a pace that completely and totally incinerated. So they're probably going too fast for the distance, regardless of what the pace looks like. I care about how the race was run. And Richie, it's pretty obvious he wants less distance.
Yeah, and he's going to get that today. I think this race really heated up in the middle. I mean, they went slow the first half, but the third quarter, the race was on from there, and I think that's what starts him a bit late.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. They put a lot of distance between the third and the fourth and fifth finishers. He's good, this horse. I mean, this is a tougher field than he's ever run in, but I don't discount him either. I picked him second and think he's a big player.
Cruise the Nile, trainer Graham Motion, live look Dylan Davis, my boy Prince, talented and versatile. Zulu Kingdom, 2-1 favorite. That inside post, he has that speed. But trainer Chad Brown also indicated that A, he thinks he bounces back, and B, that he believes he's better with a target.
Yeah, there's no chance that he's going to be in front in this race.
Right.
I mean, the question is, who's going to be in front between the 3 and 8, and how's the pace play? And I even think the long shot, the 7, it's all coming together, will be forward as well.
Riders out, first of 2 stakes races. The Kelso, grade 3, $225,000 purse. Right back to the paddock, and Acacia standing by with trainer Rob Atras.
As he does send out Neat, who got the win in the cliffhanger last time out over Cosmic Year. What was it to get back to the winner's circle last time out for a horse that's always shown ability, Rob?
Yeah, always shown a ton of ability. Really, he just needed the right trip, the right setup, and I was, when Rayleigh rode him like that and got him there, it was really quite a relief because we know how much ability this horse has. And, Rayleigh he has a lot of confidence in him. He knows, he's a tricky horse to ride, and he gets along with him really well. So I think that was a big difference.
You have a couple of stakes action chances today, though, as well, coming up in the Harvey Pack. Also sending out Chasing Liberty, coming off of a win. What can you tell us about that horse?
He came out of the race really good, and we weren't really sure where we were going to go. But we looked at this race, and to me it's a wide open race. But he's done quite well, and we're hoping for another big effort.
Thanks for the time. Good luck with your runners.
Thank you.
Buffy?
Trying to spring the upset, Neat. You'll see him again in the post parade. There's the favorite, Zulu Kingdom.
Even if you believe he's going to bounce back, which I think he probably will, I'm still not sure he's supposed to win this race. And at 2-1, I'm trying to beat him.
My boy Prince and Dylan Davis at 11-1.
Is he going to be the one, the sprinter stretching out, that goes to the lead? Or is the other one, the pink silks, Mibago, going to be the one in front? That's a big part of handicapping this race.
Just heard from Rob Atras. There's Neat Monmouth cliffhanger winner.
Yeah, horse, it's $990 short of being a millionaire, and he does throw races now and then, but what a perfect trip he got last time.
Unbelievable ride by Rayleigh. There's past the hat. Defeated Zulu Kingdom in the poker.
He's just an improving horse for one of the best trainers in the history of the game. These horses are always dangerous. He's a generous price at 7-1.
Cruise the Nile, defeated at a very short price in the dinner party.
Yeah, and I think the race just heated up a little too much in the middle for him. Boy, he looks like he is on his toes and breathing fire today.
Ready to rock and roll. There's It's All Coming Together. Speedy New York bred.
It really better come together for him to be a factor at the end of this race.
Mibago, who is simply awesome in the Kingston Belmont week.
And that was his first try against New York breds on the turf. He had one dirt try against New York breds. Steady diet of open company. He's fast. Will he cooperate if they want to rate him?
Cosmic Year, Judd Montcolt's second U.S. start.
I'm with Richie. I think he's a major player. He moved outside. He didn't lose a lot of ground in that race, but he moved outside, and the rails were down that day.
And he likes Saratoga Stables, tis dashing.
Well, he's dropping in company out of grade 1s, 2 grade 1s back-to-back. I don't think he was embarrassed in either one of them.
And Capitol Hill revving his engines, just missed in the poker.
Nothing wrong with his last race. A big step forward for him. Can he overcome the post and get it done? He's a big price and not impossible.
Contentious edition of the Grade 3 Kelso. Potential prep for the Grade 1 4-star Dave to start the Sunday late pick 4. Another look at Tis Dashing. Andy, all right, let's hear it.
Well, I've always had a bit of a thing for this horse. And if you look at his races, for instance, the Hall of Fame, the Manila, he ran well enough in that race that he could have won it just behind Zulu Kingdom. He had a very bad trip in the subsequent race in the Hall of Fame. He put it together in the Hill Prince. This is his win down in Florida, the Canadian turf. His first race as a 4-year-old, and this was a huge effort. If he can run back to this effort, absolutely could win this race. The Maker's Mark, he was always in a bad spot. He was just always, it wasn't Javier's fault. The post, the pace, just put him in a bad spot. And then they tried a mile and 3/16, which is just too far for him last time. Now it's a mile. Unfortunately, Javier still resting up after the incident the other day. Hope to have him back next week, but it doesn't hurt to pick up Tyler Gaffleone. He can certainly ride as well as Javier.
Incredibly difficult, I imagine, for Javier Castellano, is riding as well as he was. A win on opening day. He's going to be fine. He's banged up. Hopefully we'll see him before long, but sitting at home with the rest of us watching these races on television.
One of the hardest things you have to deal with as a rider when you're injured, watching horses that you would be riding run, but especially win. And, you know, when you have a fall like he took the other day, you just got to be grateful that it wasn't worse. But you're sore. The next day, the following day worse, and about 3 days out is when you're your sorest.
Look forward to seeing Castellano back before long. Still looking at Tiz Dashing there at 9-1. And there's a crowd here for this 4th of July weekend. Next year, this weekend, will be downstate at the Reimagine. Brand new Belmont Park, 4th of July. So
I want to ask Richie a question. Sorry.
Sure.
Which Cassie horse do you think is going to be in front, Richie? My Boy Prince or Me Bago? Because I kind of agree with what you said. Are they really going to try to rate Me Bago? Is he rateable?
I mean, My Boy Prince is coming out of sprints. So
I get it.
He's going to be quick, right? But he seems more amenable to what the rider wants, where Me Bago, excuse me, he's a little bit of a rank horse, a little bit of a runoff. I don't know that they're going to get him to cooperate.
I was thinking the exact same thing, because Maggie and I talked about it earlier today, and Maggie's saying, well, the sprinter has more speed. And I'm not saying she's wrong, but I agree with you.
Yeah, I think he has maybe more natural speed, but I think he'll also listen to the rider better.
If it was a 200-yard dash, I think the 3 could be in front of him, but it's not.
With more on My Boy Prince, we go to Acacia.
Yeah, it's a really interesting conversation, especially because My Boy Prince is stretching out, and he has been effective both sprinting and going a little bit longer. You look back to last year when going a mile, he finished second behind Notable Speech in the Woodbine Mile, fourth behind Deterministic in the 4-star Dave. He's a horse that's been very versatile. But if you look at his sprint race last time out, he was totally outfooted early on, which I think is in large part why we do see Mark Casse stretching him out in distance. And as he's gotten older, he's become far more subdued in the preliminaries. He did not used to always be like this. Used to be a very energetic type. So I would expect of the two, it'll be Me Bago, who is more forwardly placed, but I have no problem with My Boy Prince going back out to this mile distance, and he is a generous price for a horse that has some credentials at this trip. Maggie, though, talking about some overlays on the board, there are a few.
That's right. When you look at the price on the 9 in here, Cosmic Year, whom I like and as my pick, as he sits at 9-2. Well, Neat, who beat him last time in that cliffhanger, is 27-1. And I thought, a good interview with Acacia and Rob Atras just now. And Neat, I'm sure, has been a little bit of a frustrating horse. He looked to be so promising when he began his 3-year-old campaign and running some fast races. And then at times, he has just plain not shown up. And he is a horse that is a little bit difficult to ride. He'll try to run off, he'll throw his head up in the rider's face, but Raylu and the equipment that they have on him, as they have that Australian ring bit, or a flat ring bit, which is not quite as severe as a normal ring bit. It kind of lays a little bit kinder in a horse's mouth, but still gives the rider enough leverage there. And you see that rubber figure 8. So, and a tongue tie. So yes, some more corrective equipment, but still kind. I think it's just the perfect combination for a horse that can be light mouthed. And 2, in the past when he's run those clunkers, he can get very wound up pre-race. That is not the case today, nor was it last time. And we know how much confident Raylu Gutierrez, who isn't necessarily a household name, but that he has in his charge, and obviously Neat responds well to Raylu. Guys?
Sensational ride in the cliffhanger, trying to shock in the Kelso. Neat final thoughts, gentlemen, as they've reached the starting gate.
I'm looking forward to the race. I think it's a terrific race, as is the Harvey Pack.
The first 1/8 of a mile, we're going to see how it shakes out. I think that'll really kind of set up the rest of the race.
Post time for the Kelso. Frank Mirmati with the call live on FS1.
Thank you, Lafitte. Here are the Juddmonte Silks of Cosmic Year going in. Past the Hat is next. Tiz Dashing. 2 more. Cruise the Nile and Capitol Hill. They're in the gate. And they're off in the Kelso. Cosmic Gear hesitated at the start, and Mi Bago bounces out right on top. Zulu Kingdom comes away in second. It's All Coming Together is in third. Then it's My Boy Prince along the hedge in fourth. Joined 3 wide by Tiz Dashing, and Past the Hat is racing in between those two with 5 lengths to make up. A Pretty Keen Neat is on the inside of Cosmic Year as they make their way onto the backstretch. Capitol Hill and Cruise the Nile at the back, 24 seconds flat for Mi Bago's opening quarter mile. It's All Coming Together is in second, and just behind them, Zulu Kingdom on a tight hold third. Past the Hat is inching up outside of him, 4 lengths off the pace in fourth. Then My Boy Prince on the inside of Tiz Dashing. That pair is followed by Capitol Hill, who's 3 deep. On the outside of Neat, Cruise the Nile is at the back of the field as they move into the far turn. Mi Bago's half in 48-2. The controlling speed, it's All Coming Together second. Then it's Zulu Kingdom and Past the Hat. Past the Hat puts his head into the third spot. Tiz Dashing is racing in fifth as the field comes toward the top of the stretch, and it is Mi Bago short lead. It's All Coming Together. Zulu Kingdom, Past the Hat. Zulu Kingdom angling out now, and he's coming after Mi Bago inside the final furlong. Mi Bago, Zulu Kingdom, and Mi Bago sprinting for the wire together. Here is the line. Photo finish between those two. Zulu Kingdom and Mi Bago was as tough as nails along the inside. Past the Hat finished third.
Fireworks in the stretch of the Kelso. Absolute thriller. Zulu Kingdom. Mi Bago. Nose is bobbing. Hit the wire simultaneously.
I have no idea who won this race. Obviously, a very slow pace was set in the front end for Mi Bago, who was coming back.
Wow.
I think the one might have been in front enough that losing the bob, he still won it.
I think you're right. I think he lost the bob, but he still had just enough in front of the others. But this is dead tight, noses up and down on the line. And for a race that looked like it was loaded with pace, I think it was one of those situations where all the jockeys thought the same thing. Oh, there's so much pace. Let's kind of be a little bit more tentative.
Yeah, to be honest, it's not a great look with the 3 being dragged back to 5th early in this race. At least go a little bit, you know. And in this case, I don't love the way that happened. But, you know, Flavian was able to be forward enough with Zulu Kingdom that he at least was at the wire. We don't know for sure who won. And I got to tell you something else. Nobody else made any impact at all.
Another look at the photo. Deep stretch. Stride for stride. Heads bobbing, noses bobbing.
I don't know if this is an angle, though, to tell. I don't.
Flavian Pratt on the inside, Zulu Kingdom. Jose Ortiz, Mi Bago looking for a 4th win in the Kelso on the outside. As good as it gets. 2 world-class riders slugging it out in the Greatest Stakes race at Saratoga.
I love that isolated replay. It's not telling us who won the photo, but I love because it shows you the intensity of both the horses and the riders and the pitch battle they were in. And they went 3 quarters in 12.13 and finished in 134.08. They shaded 22 the last quarter.
We don't know. Yeah. Richie, do the riders typically know, even in a race this close?
Most of the time you know, but when their heads are going up and down like this, you just bury your head, ride to the wire, and hope for the best. And I wouldn't come back for a long time. I wanted that number, whether I was on top or not, to be up because I hated milling around waiting for the result of the photo.
Because that's what they'll be doing. That's what they are doing. Still awaiting.
I will say either the 1-1 or it's a dead heat. That's what I'll say.
Some anxious moments during the course of his career for Zulu Kingdom and Team Zulu Kingdom here at Saratoga.
Yeah, he's had some drama here in Saratoga, whether you thought it was a justifiable DQ or not in the Hall of Fame last year. It certainly was a controversial DQ, whichever way the side of the coin you were on. But this was just an absolutely tremendous horse race. Like I said, watching these 2 horses throw it down, they battled and they both wanted it badly.
The only reason I believe that last quarter of 21.95 could be accurate is how much distance they put on the others.
Yeah.
And the fact that everybody trying to make a run just completely evaporated in the stretch. So I think there is a real chance. But listen, they let this horse absolutely walk on the front end. I mean, and Mi Bago, as we know, he can be very game if he does that. And when the other speed got completely taken out of the race, same connections, it allowed this horse to dictate.
We still don't know. Still awaiting the result of the photo. Another look, deep stretch.
That woodpecker's tired from that photo he had to make.
Trainer Chad Brown said he thought Zulu Kingdom would bounce back after disappointing in the poker. He did. Me Bago. That performance in the Kingston, that was the first time in his 17-race career that trainer Mark Casse took the blinkers off. The first time he ran without him. That one in the Kingston, and stepping up in competition in that performance today.
Yeah, win or lose or dead heat or tie, he ran some race, and getting a horse to settle and be able to set those pedestrian fractions and finish the way he did, that was as good a horse race as you're going to see, though. I mean, like, if you love this game, you love this race.
I agree. I'd like to see all the horses go to the wire, because this is taking so long. I'm wondering if there's a photo for third and fourth as well, and that's what's delaying it, because I'm not sure why it should take this long for that photo to get up. I don't know if we can run it through the wire and see if there's something else going on. This is weird. I mean...
So, yeah, can you expand on it a little bit more? These moments, Richie, for Flavien Prat on the outside, Jose Ortiz on the inside, waiting to find out whether or not you just won a $225,000 stakes race.
Honestly, that's why I would take all day to come back. I didn't want to be walking around in a circle, keep looking at the board, and then suddenly you're going to hear the crowd go, whoa! And then you look back and you check your arm number, because being a jockey, you forget what number you rode.
You might have had to stop and have lunch. This is taking so long.
Yeah, I would have walked back.
Any communication? But would you communicate with the other rider?
Oh, on the gallop out, you're already talking about it. Did you get me? Did I get you? You know, and you're debating on whether you got there or not. This and the inquiries milling around as a jockey were just horrible moments for me.
Two of the very best in the world. They take this long. You want to get it right. We await a lot of anxiety, whether it's the bettors at home, the fans at the track here, to find out who actually won that Kelso in a stirring edition, an absolute thriller of a stretch duel, and two world-class riders, two of the best on the planet, slugging it out in deep stretch.
And I think that's why I'm almost giddy watching it, because I think you saw two riders at the height of their powers, giving it everything they had. And this has taken so long, you start wondering if they had film in the camera.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it almost has to be a dead heat, which doesn't sort of make sense to say anything other than a dead heat. I don't think the one lost this race. I think it was either a heater or he won.
Richie, the grit, the class from Me Bago. When it looked like Zulu Kingdom was going to go right on by, Me Bago sensed his presence, dug in, and said no, ran right back at him.
Well, you know, Acacia was talking about taking the blinkers off. Sometimes horses have the ability to have the horse next to them in their sight line soon enough, they can kind of re-engage, join back in, and they're streaking home.
No, they were flying. I completely agree.
Okay, have you been in a photo, Richie, that's taken this long to reveal?
Yeah, the Indiana Derby, and they said it was a dead heat, and I still don't think it was a dead heat.
Won by a neck. That wasn't a photo. That was only a photo when they put up some photo.
We continue to wait. Who won the 2026 Kelso? We still don't know.
I mean, we're at a point, if this is not a dead heat, I'd be very surprised. Very surprised.
Feeling like we may see an artist's rendition of what the photo finish looked like at this point. This
Any
is
other possibilities, Richie, that could lead to this long of a wait, this long of a delay? And we'll follow up with that question in a moment. But Acacia is live with trainer Mark Casse.
That's right. Still waiting it out here. Mark, you said, I hope we won. Is this knocking on wood?
Yeah. So they said it's bad luck to be interviewed by you before they give the photo.
I totally disagree. I think I've been good luck overall. But anyway, Me Bago ran a heck of a race here.
It was either one deserves to lose, so maybe it'll be a dead heat. What's going on?
Have you ever had to wait this long?
I don't think so. I don't know what's up.
For a horse, though, New York bred like he is, to be able, whatever the eventual outcome is, to compete like he did has to be really rewarding.
Yeah, you know what? He's just game, and you saw that. He was, he was very determined. He tried to come back. So, and Chad's horse is a good horse. So, we'll see.
Thanks for the comments, Mark.
Bye.
Given the moment, clearly climbing the walls with anxiety, Mark Casse, pretty laid back given the situation he's in.
Well, I think that's the luxury that being in the Hall of Fame for thoroughbred racing in Canada and the United States gives you. That, yeah, it would be terrible if you lost it, but it's not the end of the world. That being said, I would like to see the riders hop off at this point, loosen the girths a little more. These horses ran hard. Get the weight off of their backs.
I'm beginning to wonder what's going on here.
Well, perhaps Flavien Prat can lend perspective. He's live with Maggie.
We are all scratching our heads down here, Flavien. When you're riding the race and you're the one closing, do you have any inclination of where your horse's nose is at the wire?
No, honestly, I thought it was very tight crossing the line. I mean, it felt like his body was a bit in front, but I didn't know if it was. I thought it was a matter of bob, so honestly, I have no idea.
Let's say it's a dead heat, because usually when this takes this long, it does tend to result that way. We hope, but oh wow, okay, congratulations. I guess I picked the right one to interview.
Yeah, you gotta do that every time again, huh?
How much of a better performance was this than last time?
Yeah, much better. Good trip. I was able to sit behind dead heat.
Oh, it is a dead heat. See, that's what I thought. They need to put these up quicker, all around. Well, at least you get a win. Yeah. Congratulations, and he did run very well today.
Yeah, he ran very well. I thought, just what he's shown all around, throughout the years, and it was just we drew a line on the last race and just show up today.
Amazing. And Lafitte, they flew home here, running that last eighth of a mile and sub 11 here. So a huge performance by both of these horses to dead heat in this Kelso.
Thriller, absolute thriller for Jose Ortiz, a fourth win in the Kelso. Much more on this Kelso. We get you back to Monmouth Park just in time. Live running of the 7th race. Matt Dinnerman with a call.
Outside is Echo Juliet. And they're off in the Monmouth County Stakes. Good start for Gerard's Cross, who dashes to the lead at once, clears off early. Spinelli takes a hold, moving forward on the inside, claims second with Carolyn Caroline. Echo Juliet to the outside in fourth now, and Tap into Grace at the back, 5 lengths behind the front running Gerard's Cross, who leads the way clearly a length and a half. Spinelli in chase mode off the rail, niggled along a little bit by Rajiv Mirage to get after that front runner, who's naturally quickest, going into the far turn. Then Carolyn Caroline, Tap into Grace, claiming the 4th position away from Echo Juliet as they round the far turn. Gerard's Cross, a length and a half in front. Spinelli all in second. Carolyn Caroline riding the rail at the top of the lane has 3 lengths to make up with Echo Juliet tapping to Grace. They're off the turn here. Gerard's Cross still up top, hugs the rails. Spinelli trying to catch her. Gerard's Cross has asked for more. She accelerates to a 2.5 length lead, almost 3. Spinelli second. Carolyn Caroline third, 100 yards from home. Gerard's Cross, she will become 2 for 2 as a Monmouth Park Stakes winner. Gerard's Cross gets the victory in the Monmouth County Stakes. Spinelli second, then Tap into Grace, and Carolyn Caroline. Echo Juliet trailed the field home.
A clear-cut, decisive winner in the featured event, Monmouth Park. Gerard's Cross in the Monmouth County Stakes.
No sweating a photo out there, and this filly's a pretty good turf sprinter, because to put that kind of separation on a field, turf sprinting is not easy to do. And we've seen a couple other pretty good daughters of midshipmen like turf sprinting, Andy.
Midshipman's one of those under-the-radar sires that can get about just about any kind of racehorse.
Breeders' Cup Juvenile winner back in the day. Fasig-Tipton Winter Circle lead-in brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton July Selected Yearling Sale and July Selected Horses of Racing Age Sale, both on July 14th in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be? There's going to be 2 of them. There's Team Mibago. And now Zulu Warrior. And for Flavien Prat, he's like, I've been here before. He had to wait 19 minutes to find out he won his first Kentucky Derby with Country House back in 2019. That was a DQ.
He was on a free roll with that one.
I couldn't imagine what it would be like to win the Derby and have your number blinking, or be sweating out if you're going to get put up in the Derby. I mean,
I'd rather be the latter guy.
Right? Yeah, no doubt. But he almost sounded a bit disappointed that he didn't get the win outright. I think he thought he won it outright, but I think he should be pleased that they dead heated.
Yeah, we heard from Flavien Prat. Now Jose Ortiz, his thoughts after the dead heat moments ago in the Kelso.
That's right, Lafitte. Jose, you'd actually taken your tack off and had to resaddle Mibago. Talk me through the emotions that were going through following that race.
Yeah, I took it off because when the number popped on the board, the number 1 was first, and it wasn't flashing the heat. So I was like, all right, it take this long to not be at the heat. I was a little surprised, but eventually the heat came on, and we were very happy with that.
Quickly putting the tack back on, getting the win photo, but both of those horses really fought. What is that feeling like for you and Flavien coming down to the wire? What were you feeling down the stretch?
Yeah, obviously Zulu Kingdom is a very nice horse. I was aggressive out of the gate. I took the lead. I felt like I was traveling very, very nice. First part, I thought we went easy enough. I thought it was going to be more pace in the race. And honestly, when I asked my horse to go, he gave me a great turn of foot. And, Zulu Kingdom came, my horse fought, and it was a great day. It was a great race for the fans and for the sport.
You've had a lot of success in this race, too. A couple of times on the front end. That seems to be key going a mile.
Yeah, I think who I rode in this race?
Think big? Think you got along on the front end?
Yeah, Think Big last year, yeah. So, yeah, I mean, it's just I'm having a great year, so hopefully we can keep winning.
You certainly are. Congratulations on this one.
Thank you, Keisha.
Lafitte.
That's how good it is to be Jose Ortiz when somebody has to remind you of the graded stakes you've won at Saratoga.
Believe me, I've been there. Give him 10 years, you won't remember any of it.
No, they both ran too good to lose, right? No separating them at the wire. Zulu Kingdom, Mibago in just a terrific edition of the Kelso.
Yeah, no, it was a good race going in and a better race coming out.
Everything that's good about our sport was on display there. 2 horses giving every part of themselves, every bit of themselves, and 2 riders at the height of their powers riding flawless races. That was a fun race to watch.
So earlier we mentioned that the added significance for the Kelso, it could be a key prep, typically is, for the most prestigious middle distance turf race at Saratoga every summer, the 4-star Dave guys. So those two in Mibago, Zulu Warrior, Andy, do these horses fit the profile of a prototypical 4-star Dave contender?
Of course, yeah. It's a prep race for it. I think it's an interesting thing about Mibago in that race. Okay, Gary Barber owned both the 3 and the 8. I don't like that the 3 was dragged out of the race. I think it's a bad look. But forgetting about that, he's talking about running Classic Q in the race, who is a need-the-lead type horse as well. I don't think Classic Q is owned by Gary. I could be wrong. I don't think that's a Gary Barber horse. Are those connections going to be okay, seeing the lead to Mibago in that race? Or are they going to want to be forward here? What happens if they both run?
Well, I think that's something that all trainers that train for multiple clients and have similar type horses have to deal with. I'm sure they're all on the same page going in. I agree with you. You're taking one horse out of their game to benefit your other horse, and that's the part that is a little bit troubling.
Yeah.
Thrilling edition of the Kelso. Look forward to see them going head-to-head in that Grade 1 4-star Dave, August 8th on Fox. Still have 1 stakes race to go, the Harvey Pack. A little bit later on, 3 races left on the program, plus a look back at one of the 2 Grade 1 events yesterday. Belmont Derby. What do you know? In the end, it's the English Colt by a nose on the 4th of July. You're watching Saratoga Live on FS1.
Before the charge, there is the wait, the stillness, every muscle ready. They have carried us through every fight we ever dared to begin. 250 years ago, on this ground, a new nation found its footing on the backs of horses that would not flinch. Their kind still stands here. His name is Bucero.
Great to have you with us on Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 1. Brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. Last night, the scene downtown, Saratoga. It's history, it's horse racing. Hope everyone had a great 4th of July. Terrific firework display over downtown Saratoga, Broadway. Lighting up the sky. Celebrating America's 250th. And yes, we did see fireworks on the track moments ago in that exciting edition of the Kelso, and as close as that race was, you had the dead heat. Yesterday's Grade 1 Belmont Derby came down to inches as well. We had 2 Grade 1 races for the boys. The Belmont Derby here, Richie, and Johnny Velasquez aboard the aggressive English colt title roll at the top of the stretch.
And all of John Velasquez's Hall of Fame, ample Hall of Fame skills on display here. What really stood out to me, though, was the Euros won both the Belmont Oaks and the Belmont Derby. Usually, they outfinish us. They come from behind us, and they have more turn of foot. Now they're out sprinting us, Andy. They're putting their horses forward in the game and running us silly.
Yeah, that is actually an interesting point. You know, looking at the figures, the girls' race came up significantly faster while on a different course, I believe, in this race. And I wonder, the way they were all grouped together at the wire and the race not coming up super fast, if it's going to encourage some Euros to come over here that might be a little bit more talented, especially with the 2 Euros who seemed a little lesser winning these races.
Really exciting finish that you saw, but could you expand on that for viewers not quite as familiar? Why do we tend to look at those types of races with so many horses out the wire at the same time, and the instinct is to believe, I don't know if I want any of them the next time?
Well, just ask yourself this question. If 4 horses hit the wire together in a race, which is more likely? It was an exceptionally good race by 4 horses or a somewhat subpar race by 4 horses. Maybe you want to say I'm a cynic, so I'm always going to go with somewhat subpar race, but it's usually the case that horses blanket finish while they're thrilling and exciting races and fun to watch. It's not like the race we just saw there with 2 good horses running away from the field.
Away,
one of the things we like about turf racing is it brings horses together and makes for exciting finishes. But I think we're going to see some more dangerous players, and obviously one of them would be Stark Contrast, the horse who would have been heavily favored. Michael McCarthy did not like how he trained. He's going to probably be thinking, I better hope I like the way he's training going into the Saratoga Derby because I want to take that field on.
You've watched the first part of the race, and Title Roll's really fighting John Velasquez, right? He said he did not want to be right on top of the pace as he was.
No, the horse wasn't cooperating. Listen, at the end of the day, when a 1,000-pound animal really wants to do something, they're going to do it. There's no 115-pound guy is going to be able to restrain a thoroughbred when they really want to go.
Do you think after the race, and you know I'm a big fan of Tyler's, it's not criticizing him, do you think he said to himself, I should have been closer with West End kid, with the Will Walden horse?
Well, you know, it's interesting, too, because they wanted to take the blinkers off of that horse, and because he'd been winning with blinkers, they didn't allow him to, right? And I think that all along that tells you they want this horse to rate more. So they went in with that plan. Because when you take blinkers off his horse, because you want him to settle more.
Do they want him to rate now?
Well, no, listen, in hindsight's 20/20.
Absolutely. And I'm not knocking Tyler. I'm just saying, I think in retrospect, I think Tyler rides great.
Yeah, no, I didn't think you were not.
We're going to continue this conversation while we're in commercial. Yesterday's Grade 1 Belmont Derby title roll, by the way, will stay in the States, and eventually he will be with trainer Brendan Walsh. We turn the page with horses in the paddock. 7th race in 12 minutes. Back there in the shadows, Liberty Advance, current favorite at 5-2. You're watching Saratoga Live on FS1.
Excelling on a cross of New York turf and Kentucky bluegrass. A 6-time graded stakes winner, including the Grade 1 4-Star Dave, Grade 1 Turf Mile, and the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile by leading champion European sire, Lope de Vega. So he's got that going for him. Carl Spackler, the ultimate greenskeeper, standing at Lane's End.
Monmouth Park summer season rolls on with live racing action every Friday to Sunday. Monmouth's 2026 season proudly features a low player-friendly 15% takeout on all daily doubles and pick threes. Play our new $3 late pick three and $5 late double. First race 2 p.m. Fridays, 12:50 p.m. weekends. Get in on the action at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Yeah.
Charlatan is the leading second crop sire by stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and graded stakes horses.
Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
It's America's original sport. And no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Picture perfect Sunday afternoon in upstate New York. Welcome back. Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 1, brought to you in part by Hill and Dale, Adelapa. New York bred maidens are next. Non-winners, Phillies mare sprinting 6 furlongs. Live look in the paddock. Number 2, number 8, Liberty's Advance. 2-1 favorite. But we're going to start with Luck Be Our Lady, Acacia, trained by your husband, Miguel Clement. Luck Be Our Lady, even though I just heard Mark Cassie tell you it was unlucky to talk to you before they post the photo.
Well, clearly we debunked that theory because he still got the win, albeit in a dead heat. Maybe it was that or knocking on wood. But yes, figured we might as well do the first-time starters in here. Some of the ones with experience do look tough, but taking a look at Luck Be Our Lady, this is actually the second time that she's been brought over to the races. She was a late scratch at Aqueduct back on June 18th. It was not her fault. It was probably the most chaotic race I've ever covered. There was a delay with the truck stuck on the track, and then as everybody kind of headed back out, one horse reared up, flipped in the gate, and then another horse acted up, and then Luck Be Our Lady got loose. So there ended up being 3 late scratches in that race. So it really wasn't completely her fault, but she did get loose. She did run pretty much all the way around the track after that and was a late scratch. So she's been in with a training saddle, accompanied by a pony, cotton in her ears, a lot of steps to try and keep her calm. She's been very calm, actually, until they got to the gate last time. She seemed to be handling everything just fine, but I do think she got some seasoning out of that experience. Now, all of that being said, it was a maiden claiming race for $35,000, so that's where she was originally entered. She has had a strong work since then. Everything seems to be fine with her coming back. She's incredibly fit as she was coming in for that first race, but we'll see if she gets a smoother experience for her first actual race on the track. Now, the number 4, Lively Pal, debuting for Chris Englehart. Philly was a little bit interested in coming in, but she's been very green in the paddock. She was screaming and hollering and making a lot of noise when she first came in here. She does look powerful as she debuts sprinting. I think very well spotted for that. She has the front wraps on, which you see pretty much every Chris Englehart trainee wearing. I do think maybe she will tuck up a bit with a race under her belt as well, but she's by Connect out of a mare who was stakes placed and a 6-time dirt sprinter and has been a decent producer, so there is some pedigree to suggest that she could be one with a little bit of ability. Like I said, just mentally, as she's still quite vocal, I think that she really will benefit from a start. The number 1, Midnight Honor, debuting for Barclay Tag, a daughter of Army Mule, who is the half-sister to a couple of stakes quality horses in Tipsy Gal and Midnight Chrome, who is grade 2 placed as well. This one has some size to her. I watched her last workout from the gate on First TV, which is available, and she was wearing blinkers in that work, which she will debut in as well, and she showed a lot of speed coming out of the gate in that last gate drill before her debut here. So that is a good sign for her breaking from the rail. Like I said, I wonder if maybe she wants a little bit further. She's been a little bit vocal too. I think it's more than anything responding to the 4 as they have their hands full with the 6, Garden of Grace, who was always a handful prior to her races, trying to run off in the paddock here. So fingers crossed for a smooth experience for these first-time starters heading out Lafitte.
First day on the job, Acacia. It's all new in the afternoon. Midnight Honor, Saratoga Stable, Barclay Tag. That's funny side. It's Tis the Law, New York bred, classic winning horses. 11-1 on her. Liberty Secret number 3, 7-2. You both went with her this afternoon.
Well, I mean, I think it's always these races are a question of price. And for me, I make my picks early. Maggie did the show with me this morning. And I think the horse to beat is Liberty's Advance, who was wide last time against a very strong inside bias. But I think Liberty's Secret, I figured with these connections, would be a bigger price. They're 5-2 and 7-2. I'm fine with Liberty's Secret. If they were the same price, I'd take the 8. It's just a question of sort of what price they end up, and I just felt Richie Liberty's Secret, Pat Quick, not going to take as much money as Bill Mott, especially up here.
I think that's very fair, and you know, this filly showed really good speed first time out. All due respect to Omar Moreno Hernandez, you're getting Dylan Davis, who rides you on a more consistent basis, gets Lasix. You know, there's a lot to like here. And on 4th of July weekend, maybe we get a Liberty Exacta.
A lot of Liberties today. There's one later on as well. Right back to Acacia in the paddock.
And happy to be joined by some Adelphi Racing Club partner Stuart Levine, as well as Samantha, who is well outfitted with her horse here today. Samantha, are you having a good time at the track?
Amazing time.
And as you said, luck be our lady. Luck is in her name, right?
Yes. So we should have some good luck.
I like that. Stuart, tell me a little bit about what the Adelphi experience has been like.
It's amazing. You hang out with horsemen, talk about what they've liked about horses, what they don't like about being in a partnership. But full disclosure makes it really easy to relax and enjoy the picks that we make together.
And it has to be pretty exciting with a strong Adelphi card coming up with a couple of big Adelphi runners today.
Very, very exciting. Two races apart and both with Lucky in the name, right?
Yeah, luck be our lady and better lucky than good. So hopefully luck on our side, right?
Hopefully.
Thank you very much. Enjoy, guys.
Thank you, Acacia.
Lafitte?
Great stuff, Acacia. These New York bred fillies and mares, riders up. 3 left on the 4th of July opening weekend program here at Saratoga. Richie, these New York breds, I think back to the first day of the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival, and you've talked about how we've changed how we look at New York breds and how you used to look at them and just physically you'd be able to say, oh, wait, yeah, that's just a New York bred. Not anymore.
You used to be able to pick New York breds out of the crowd and not in a positive way. Now they can win at any level internationally all over the world, and they look like real racehorses.
I hate to result things, but I think one of them just dead heated in a stake race.
Oh, yeah, him. Me, Bago, moments ago in the Kelso.
I know it was a while ago and you're getting old.
And
so
there's those Saratoga colors. Funny side, 'tis the law. Rayla Gutierrez aboard Midnight Honor.
Yeah, I like the Army Mules. I think he's been effective, but this horse taking absolutely no money at all.
Luck be our lady, Adelphi Racing's debuting filly.
Yeah, the mare has had 2 foals to race. One did win on debut. More of a pedigree that you think would be better as they stretch out.
Richie and Andy going with Liberty Secret, number 3.
Yeah, I think the merits are fairly obvious. The horse can be forwardly placed and ran a tough race last time and gets a rider change.
The loud, lively pal, a preferred pal, Hibiscus Stable, first-time starter.
Yeah, and this horse does have a pedigree. Acacia touched on it to, win early. I would take those gate works on the Belmont training track with a grain of salt. They're usually faster than they really are.
Carmen Amalia, second start, first on the main track. Johnny Velasquez, followed by Garden of Grace, a claim from George Weaver by Wayne Potts.
I'm shocked this horse is this price.
Why?
Because I don't think this horse is good enough to win the race. And with all due respect, I wouldn't want to bet a horse claimed away from George Weaver.
I gotcha. I gotcha.
Relatively cold.
Run on States, 3-year-old debut.
Yeah, and this is probably, if you want a wise guy horse in here, it's this horse. He's a first time on the dirt against New York breds.
Liberty's Advance, the favorite 8-5.
Getting Lasix for the first time, making her second start for Belmont. Well posted, should be forward.
Run flat. Goberdon Chantradats, first time starter.
And the winner is Lafitte Pinkai.
Man, you nailed that.
Goberdon Chantradats, owner and trainer.
There's a reason you're my hero.
You see that? There had to be a reason. There had to be. Another look. There she is, Garden of Grace. She was claimed from George Weaver by Wayne Potts.
Yeah, and Javier Castellano, again, off his mounts. Jose Ortiz picks this one up here. She's had a lot of chances, but she's got races good enough to be competitive here.
I wonder if some of the money on her is a little bit of Jose Ortiz money, as the money really finally did come in on the number 8 to make him a pretty substantial favorite. And I think 7-2 and the 3 is a very, very takeable price. And, for people to think about inside speed, I think we've seen a very fair racetrack today. We have not seen any kind of bias whatsoever.
No.
I think speed hasn't done it that well on the dirt races.
Yeah.
That may be circumstantial, but I don't think we're dealing with a bias at all.
Who will make that first trip to the winner's circle? New York bred maidens, the 7th in a minute or so. another look here at number 8 in Liberty's advance. And yeah, the edge in experience over most.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at Liberty Advance's last race, and Lafitte, you and I were talking about, you look at the last 2 races, a 43 buyer, a 7-5, a layoff, a 3-1, a 46 buyer. The problem last time was this horse was chasing wide. At the time, the rail was very strong, and the winner is one of those classic exaggerated performances on a good rail. And I think it kind of makes the winners look better and the horse against the bias look much worse. So I think he still might be more comparable to those kind of faster figures he ran early. But I'll tell you something, even if he's running fast figure early, I think Liberty Secret's going to run a big number today.
That's Liberty Secret. Look at that Liberty Advance, Acacia. 8-5 as we've reached post time.
And this horse took a lot of attention last time out, making her first start for Bill Mott. But she came from a good barn. I have a lot of respect for Charlie Baker. And I think just with the trainer change, she was taking attention. And I really did not like her last time. She did not look good in her coat. She was very lightly framed. You see she wears that breastplate because she's a very narrow type of build. She acted well altogether. She is, if anything, sharper today. She does look better in her coat. I wish that she would put her head down and kind of level herself nicely for Junior Alvarado. And look, nobody was beating Careless Whisper last time out, but I do wish that Liberty's Advance had gotten second. Maybe she will be stronger second time off the layoff and second time for the barn, but at a short price, I do think there are some more intriguing options. I, like everybody else, it seemed, landed on the 3 Liberty Secret, who comes back for Pat Quick. And this is a filly who faced very good company at first asking. Eventual stakes winner, Let Me Count the Ways. She is the full sister as well to multiple stakes place Liberty Central, who's a pretty cool New York bred. She looks so fit coming back, and she's really filled out nicely as a 3-year-old as well. Same equipment that she did have in her lone 2-year-old start, those 3/4 blinkers and a shadow roll. Typically we do see Pat using quite a bit of equipment, so all things normal for her, but I just thought that she really looked ready coming back off the bench and acted very professional. Not the case for the 6 Garden of Grace, but she's never professional. She is always really tough to handle. As I touched on in the paddock, she was trying to run off. She did not do the post parade. She still has not put any weight and conditioning on. Her mentally is always her biggest challenge. So best of luck to Jose Ortiz climbing aboard today. We'll see if she can have a little bit more focus for the new barn, Lafitte.
I know the feeling, Acacia.
The problem with it is Flavien Prat has ridden this horse 3, 4, 5 times. So it's not like this horse hasn't had good riders before.
To her outside, potential live long shot, Richie, Run On States?
I thought Run On States was a little bit interesting. It's the first time running on the dirt against New York bred, so maybe it's a little bit of that Goldilocks effect, right surface, right company.
Frank Mirmati with the call, race 7, Saratoga, live on Fox Sports 1.
Lively Pal going in. Liberty's Advance. Lively Pal, just a slight hesitation. Run flat to the outside. Going in. They're in the gate. And they're off. It's a quick start for Carmen Amalia in the center with plenty of company early on, including Luck Be Our Lady kicking through along the inside, a joint second. Liberty's Advance is up and on the pace too. Liberty's Secret is 4th heading toward the half-mile pole. These 4 separated by less than 3 lengths. Then comes Midnight Honor on the inside of Run On States, another length and a half to a 3-wide Lively Pal, and a distance to the 2 trailers, Run Flat and Garden of Graces at the back of the field. The opening quarter clicked off in 22 4/5 seconds around the far turn. And it's Carmen Amalia with a short lead, pressed by Liberty's Advance. These 2 will arrive at the top of the stretch together as Liberty's Secret now angles out for a 3-wide bid in the pink silks. They're at the top of the stretch. Carmen Amalia has something left, trying to fend off Liberty's Secret, who has come with a good trip on the outside, and Liberty's Advance is in between them. 1 furlong left, and Liberty's Secret roused to the front and puts them away. It will be Liberty's Secret opening up for an authoritative 3.5 length victory. Carmen Amalia was second best. Liberty's Advance third, a long way to Garden of Grace in 4th.
Well done, team. Everybody locking in on Liberty Secret. Well done, Liberty Secret, who graduates in her second career start.
It's possible that this horse was really like 20 lengths the best, but dragging on this crew around down the stretch might have held him back.
You ain't
And
lying.
you said to me, coming to the quarter pole, you said, it looks to me like Dylan's got a lot of horse.
And he certainly did. What a perfect trip, too, right? And then angled out to the clear, and she just powered away. Nice effort from the runner-up, Carmen Amalia, under Johnny Velasquez for Dave Donk. I always think it's a tell with Dave Donk when he reaches out for riders like Johnny Velasquez.
He also took a shot. Maggie had made this point earlier today to me that, ran him in the lucrative Stallion Series race in the turf, but really this is the surface it belongs on. And I got to tell you something. Liberty's advance, no thank you. I want nothing to do with that horse going forward.
Nada.
But I'm happy to see Pat Quick, one of the real good guys in the game, and a trainer that just doesn't have the ammunition to compete at the highest level on a consistent basis. But when he has the horse, he gets it done.
Yeah, he had the ammunition today. And another look at her in deep stretch. Dylan Davis, Pat Quick, Liberty Secret, 3-5-8-6 in the 7th of 9 on this first Sunday of the 158th season at Saratoga. Results, reaction. Still have the Harvey Pack coming up. And live racing from Monmouth Park. But that Harvey Pack, there he is, blindingly quick. It was a year ago yesterday we watched him take that very same path and then watched him light up the Spa in this very same race. Bring the band home, out to defend his Harvey Pack title. That's coming up next. We promise live racing from Monmouth, where they have reached post time for the 8th at the Shore's greatest stretch, $7,500 claiming sprinters. Field and updated odds. Cassie's Vault at 2-1 to Megan Burgess on site at Monmouth.
Nice to hear your voice, Lafitte. And I'll start with number 4, No Denying for Devin Doherty, a young trainer who spent some time under the tutelage of Christophe and Miguel Clement, the late Christophe Clement, of course, one of her guiding mentors for her to go out on her own as she picks this horse up first off of the claim, and one that does have some tactical ability. And I was a bit against this horse, as this horse did win convincingly by 11 lengths on debut for 10,000. And with trainer Juan Obulas, obviously one of the top trainers here at Monmouth Park, and it is likely a difficult task on paper to try to claim from off of him as this horse clicks over the number 4 to 2-1 favoritism. But I thought last time out she ran really well against the favorite who was more forward, kind of in chase mode that day. Elsie's Smile is on a tear, and I do find that she's the horse for me physically in the flesh as well, keeping to her sprinting ways. It's exactly what she wants to do. Not a filly that's been able to move forward, but if she can come with that consistent run, she'll be tough in here as well. The number 7, Cassie's Vault, a co-favorite at currently, or I should say, vying for that 2-1 for Chuck Spina. A filly that doesn't have the consistency, you could say, and did move early last time out. So hopefully being able to foster a more patient ride will be her key, as she was in against New Jersey breds, now gets back in for the same $7,500 tag she was offered in at 14-1 last time out. Certainly not getting that same price today as she continues to drop down. But as far as this race, Lafitte, I thought it was a pretty straightforward one. I opted for a little bit of the chalk here with the number 4, but I sure am looking forward to seeing the Speedy bring the band home on what has been a fantastic day of racing over there at Saratoga.
That's in the Harvey Pack here at Monmouth. And for New Jersey horse players, thrilled. A long time coming. The fact that Naira Betts is live in New Jersey and able to play the card today at the Shore's greatest stretch. And, of course, Saratoga with 2 races left on the Sunday program. $7,500 claimers, fillies and mares. No denying, 7-5, 8-5 at post time. Matt Dinnerman with the load and call race 8 live from Monmouth Park.
Maxie Sure, post 3, No Denying coming up. Charlize Chubb will load. Emily Reward coming up. Cassie's Vault. To the outside, Toast to the Stone. We're ready to go. And They're off. A hop in the air at the start for Lady Coes. Drops to the back. Toast to the Stones on the lead. Cassie's Vault right behind. Running in second. Emily Reward, Charlize Chubb. They're side by side. Maxie Sure joins that pair from the inside in the red jacket. Gap of 2 to no denying. Second to last. Lady Coes now off the rail after breaking slowly as last, but only about 6 or 7 behind. As Cassie's Vault, where she likes to be, on the lead today. 3 parts of a length ahead. Toast to the Stones delegates to track in second. Maxie Sure on a hard hold. Running in third on the rail. Emily Reward 3 wide. Charlize Chubb easing off 2 runners while under pressure now in fifth, rounding the far turn. No denying. Slips inside of that one as 7 lengths to make up. She's under a ride too. And Lady Coes can see them all as they approach the quarter pole. Cassie's Vault clear 3 parts of a length. Toast of the Stones is asked for more second. Maxie Sure right behind them. Staying on the fence and cutting the corner as they come down the lane. Cassie's Vault still up top. Leads by 2. Toast to the Stones in chase mode behind. Maxie Sure did not quicken. No denying, trying to pick up pieces late, is coming on the outside with a 16th to go. Here comes No Denying. Let loose. She's flying. She's going to win it too and win it going away. No denying. Charlie Marquez to get the win. Cassie's Vault second across the line. Then Toast of the Stones and Emily Reward.
Every time I look up, Charlie Marquez is winning another race at Monmouth Park.
I just said to the MIG, man, Devin Doherty off the claim, I'm in.
And getting back to Charlie Marquez real quick, his father, Carlos Marquez, terrific rider, was teaching at the jockey school in Puerto Rico for a while. And I've always been impressed with this young man. He had a really good bug year. He had some injuries. Feels like he's gotten back on the beam here. He's kind of back in form.
Whatever they teach at that jockey school in Puerto Rico, it works.
They got the formula.
Let's give a little credit to Devin. You know, she claimed this horse and got this horse to improve.
All came together. No denying. The favorite in the 8th race, Monmouth Park. We have the Harvey Pack coming up next at Saratoga. There he is, another look. Bring the band home. Dude is fast. He is perfect. At Saratoga, he has a title to defend. Currently 5-2 as Mark Casse looks for a stakes sweep of sorts at Saratoga.
Adelphi Racing Club offers the unparalleled excitement of owning thoroughbred racehorses at a fraction of the cost. We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Our New York-based high-performing equine athletes, trainers, and jockeys compete and win at the highest level circuits. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference and come hang with us this Saratoga meet.
carrying the weight of the world, Liberty's Secret. The entire team locked in, and she delivered as she graduates impressively in the 7th at Saratoga.
Yeah, no, this horse ran very, very well. Dylan got her to rate comfortably behind horses and let her loose, and she got it done. A nice win, a nice, happy for the connections.
And her sire, her stallion, her father, Central Banker.
Central
Richie.
Banker stands at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, just a stone's throw basically from Saratoga Racecourse. And what a great job by Pat Quick. This horse ran first time out last September, so a pretty significant layoff to have this horse ready to fire like that.
The perfect segue, Acacia, with Pat Quick moments ago in the winner's circle.
So happy to be joined by trainer Pat Quick, who's already making me laugh as Liberty's Secret gets the victory. Pat, she looked so ready off the bench, and she did that on the track.
Yeah, she was really, really ready. We took a lot of time. She injured her shin after the last race, and we gave her, 8 or 9 months to get back, and she just was super ready. And I wanted to wait for here to start her, and it all worked out good. Of course, you got to be a little lucky with, because they're green. It's really, in essence, really our first start. So it was a very nice day, very nice day. But it worked out like we thought. Dylan came and breezed her. He loved her. Everything worked out good. Sometimes all the stars have to align.
It's a rare thing in this game.
Yes, and they aligned today, which is great.
They certainly did. She's a full sister to Liberty Central, who is a really nice runner as well. So there's some pedigree for her to be a good one.
Yeah, all those Liberty Fuse. We have the mare at Liberty Fuse, and we breed her each year to Central Banker, and we have a beautiful yearling now too that's gorgeous, and Liberty Rising, and all she does is throw runners. But she won 11 races, the mother, all the hard way, So the babies all have that heart, So it's been fun. It's been fun. I get to see them be born. I get to raise them up. I get to train them. It's really a beautiful thing.
It's very special, and a special win today. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Acacia.
Lafitte?
A beautiful thing for winning trainer Pat Quick. He's not going to be mistaken with a Bill Mott, a Todd Pletcher, a Chad Brown. Richie, what should our viewers know about Pat Quick?
Well, he is a really good horseman, and the kind of horses he gets, he makes the most out of his opportunities. Doesn't have a large stable, has a lot of lower level or New York bred horses. But I've known him since I was a kid, worked on a farm with him on Long Island when I was about 12 years old.
Wow.
And, it's a long process to get there, but nobody works harder. Him and Eddie Barker are a lot like that. They just work so hard at their craft.
And a win here moments ago in race number 7 at Saratoga. As you can see right behind us, horses have arrived for the upcoming Harvey Pack. Exciting turf sprinters, talented turf sprinters. There's the field. Bring the band home. Looking to go back-to-back. Andy, we know how good he was last year. He was brilliant in this race last year, but the question is, who is he now? Bring the band home.
Yeah, and catching lightning in a bottle in racing is a very hard thing to do, and as good as he was up here last year, and he was tremendous up here, it just all fell apart, right? And I think Mark always said one of the things with him was trying to keep him together. He talked, I feel like he even talked on our show about dealing with him, and he just completely fell apart. And one of the reasons She's So Spicy was able to win the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint was because he didn't show any speed. It would have been a very different race if, forget about winning or not, if he had even shown any kind of speed. So the question is, can Mark get this horse, who's now 6 years old, back? And he's got to face a horse that ran very well behind him in the Troy last year, in 26 Black's in good form, and a horse, Possible Mente, the 3-horse, whose connections finally realized that he's a sprinter, turf, synthetic.
Right.
He's not that good going long, but he's very high quality going short. Yeah.
The Harvey Pack will have more on the man this race was named after, and much more on this field with Bring the Band Home. We're going to go back-to-back. Can he reach back and find the stuff? Does he still have that fast ball that led him to a victory in this event a season ago? Not if 26 Black has something to say about it. A closer has a devastating turn of foot and looking to take down this Harvey Pack post time in 16 minutes.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets. Get your ticket to the longest season in Saratoga history. Season tickets and season passes are on sale now for 46 days of action at Saratoga beginning Friday, July 3rd. Lock in your summer plans at NYRA.com/Saratoga.
The official Saratoga Barstool Sports Collection is here. Check out the hottest styles of the summer. Shop this limited drop before it's gone. Get yours at shop.nyra.com.
Perennial leading New York sire Central Banker, sire of a $325,000 2-year-old colt in 2026, and the leading New York sire of stakes horses again, including Hot Currency.
Hot Currency up by 4, 5 widening lengths, approaching that final furlong. No catching a geared down, dominant winner of the 4-star Crook. Give it to Hot Currency.
Central Banker, standing for $7,500 at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
Harvey Pack. If not for him, Andy, we might actually have to work for a living. Those of us on the set.
I mean, the truth of Harvey is he's the father of, sort of simulcasting, of television coverage racing. I remember back in the late 70s when he talked about starting the nightly show, and it was a must-watch for all race fans. There was no internet. The only place to watch the races if you didn't come to the track was watching Harvey's show. And I met Harvey in '76. Strong personality, and as do I, and we became great friends over the years. And to me, obviously Harvey, an incredible impact in the game for horse players, but I see this race as not just a tribute to Harvey, but a tribute to horse players. This is a way of saying to horse players, we've got a race named for you.
Who was tougher on jockeys? I know that guy on the right. Who was tougher on jockeys, Richie? Harvey or Andy?
Well, I think Andy took it to another level. Harvey was tough, but Andy just expounded on it.
Harvey was tough on everybody, including me.
Well, I always thought of Harvey a little bit of like the Don Rickles of horse racing. And I had a different relationship with Harvey because at times I was catching the wrath of Harvey for a ride or what have you. But Harvey was very kind to me when I had the bug, and he was generally pretty fair to me.
He was a big fan of yours.
The thing that'll always stand out to me, though, is the Harvey Packisms. Hardly a man is now alive that paid a mortgage at 3 to 5 or whatever you'd say. If Semine on the green, no fig, bet the mig. Don't bet a horse as a favorite doing something. Those are all Harvey Packisms that have carried on through generations now.
Remember how good he was in those early NBC broadcasts of the Breeders' Cup in the first few years?
He and Axtell were just legendary together. Tremendous. The whole thing of taking the train out to Aqueduct is just so incredibly entertaining. It's available. I did the seminars at Ciro's for the DRF before I started working here. And for about 8 or 9 years, we worked together. And, there are times in your life you look back and you think, I should have appreciated that more. I didn't really appreciate how good it was. I used to walk over there every morning and say to myself, you are never going to do anything in life that's more fun than this. And it was really because I was able to work with Harvey.
His signature sign-off, may the horse be with you. The Harvey Pack next here at Saratoga, talking about some top-class fast turf sprinters, and Bring the Band Home, who is currently 3-1, not favored, looking to go back-to-back with a live look in the paddock. There's 26 Black. Does that surprise you that at least at this stage, with 11 minutes out, that he's favored?
Right now, Bring the Band Home is what horse players refer to as a dangling icicle on the board.
Dangling icicle.
Now that is an Andy Serlingism.
I think I stole that one from the doc.
To Acacia in the paddock with his Harvey Pack paddock report. Acacia.
We'll start with Bring the Band Home down to the inside as he will try to defend his title in the Harvey Pack, where he won this race last year with a 109 Beyer speed figure and doing it in under a minute in just absolutely dazzling fashion. Now, he does have a layoff to contend with coming back here. Unfortunately, none of his Saratoga workouts are available on First TV. But you could see that he has 3 local workouts since coming back at the beginning of June. And typically with turf sprinters, they are the easiest type of horses to get fit and ready off of a layoff. They are only going a shorter distance, of course, and especially with speed horses, they come to hand much faster than your typical type of thoroughbred that you will be training to coming back off a layoff. However, the layoff is still a concern. I have seen him look a little bit more tucked up before. He's a very solid type of individual, but he looks strong coming back off of the bench. As Andy touched on in the Breeders' Cup, he did not show any of his trademark early speed, and he is a horse that yes, is a little bit more on the fragile side. You often see him kind of swapping his leads in the stretch. That's very typical for him, but if he can get back with his blazing speed and run one of his better races, he is absolutely a huge danger in this spot to try and defend his title. Great to see him back. We'll see if this is just a starting point for him, and we'll see how quick he is out of the gate, as well as John Velasquez will take the call, of course, hoping to see Javier Castellano back in the saddle soon. The number 4, 26 Black, the favorite, though, I do think that he is the main danger, as the board would suggest as well. He is sharp in the paddock, as is always the case. He wears that iron halter, the metal really keeping a horse like him quite calm, and he has worn that for a long time. In fact, Horacio de Paz actually uses it on his full brother as well, kind of keeping it in the family for a horse that can be a bit of a handful. But I think it's a little bit of, if it's working, let's not change it. But I do think that now third off of the bench, he looks the most fit that he has coming back as a 6-year-old returning to the races. I thought 2 back, where he ran very well behind Waralo, who's been in tremendous form, and he had no room that day either. And then last time in the Grade 1 Jaipur, he was off the pace trying to make up ground to no avail, and he just still looked a little bit heavy to me. So third off the bench, I think he looks exceptional today coming back. The number 3, Posiblemente, I think also is very interesting. His race 2 back is last time he was on the turf at Churchill. He was off slowly, and he was last early. Joe Shiesty was the one who was wiring the field and held on for second. So I think that you can forgive him for that. He just was left with a bit too much to do, and he was also closing down the inside. Not always the easiest thing to do. While he does have a bit of length to his frame, he's definitely built more like a sprinter, and he is dappled out from head to toe. If you're ever wondering what dapples look like, those spots in their coat, the sign of health, just look at this horse, as you can pretty much see your reflection in his coat, looking like he's doing exceptionally well. And we'll see if he can get his first turf sprinting victory since being in the Joe Sharp barn, Lafitte.
Looks the part, posiblemente. Would be a first turf sprint stakes win. As for synthetic, we revisit his latest effort on a synthetic track. Grade 3 Jacques Cartier at Woodbine, posiblemente, Richie. He was almost too aggressive early, but it didn't cost him late.
No, and it's unusual, even at a sprint distance, for a horse to pull and still be able to finish the way he did, but he got it done nicely. Joe Sharp having some kind of year. I mean, he said he brought up his best group of horses ever this summer to Saratoga.
That's saying something.
It really is
the
saying
summer
something.
he had last year.
Yeah. He's a funny horse, right? Because when you first look at him, you think, wow, he just improved sprinting on synthetic. And then you realize, no, he was the same horse in synthetic. He basically was going long on the turf. He improved because they cut him back in distance, and better late than never, because they didn't do it until his 6-year-old season. And as soon as they've done it, he's turned into a completely different horse.
It just took a little while to figure it out.
It took a while.
It does sometimes.
Better
Listen,
late than never, man.
One of the things about the game is, I mean, it's a very tough game and a complicated game, but you've got to be able to find out the right distances and the right surfaces for your horses. And I know it sounds simple. It's not always that easy. No.
See what Posiblemente does in this Harvey pack as they call the field to post. The final stakes race of this 4th of July weekend. $200,000 on the line, Harvey pack. We start with Bring the Band Home. There he is, John Velasquez, subbing for Javier Castellano, banged up but okay after a fall on Friday.
Marquez is looking to sweep these stakes on today's card, and, you know, I just don't know what to expect. But the good one might be too good.
We'll know right away. We won't have to wait long.
No.
Boss Sully, number 2. Belmont Oaks winning jockey, Joel Rosario.
Well, horse that went gate to wire in the Siren Lure at Santa Anita. Hard-knocking, consistent horse, 6 for 17 lifetime.
Doing what he's designed to do and does best, sprinting, posiblemente.
Yeah, and I think he's the overlay right now at 6-1. I'm very surprised he's a bigger price than Boss Sully. Not that Boss Sully's impossible, but I don't think he should be a bigger price than that one.
26 Black, look out for him in the stretch.
Well, ran a terrific race in the Grade 1 Jaipur. This is third off the layoff. He's your favorite, and he's a New York bred to boot.
Yeah, proved he could run with the best in the division. Then Coppola, most wins in the field, 11.
Does have races, if you go back to last year, that are fast enough to be competitive here. Haven't seen the same horse
Used
this
to
year.
be so fast early.
Where
He
does
doesn't have his
speed go?
speed
Yeah.
anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Chasing Liberty showed what he's made of in that Jim McKay turf sprint.
Yeah, I mean, listen, and the thing you want to say with him is he's a 4-year-old with some upside, so maybe he's an improving horse at the right time at a big price.
What an effort, Preakness Day. Perhaps we'll revisit. Ponyless, there's full disclosure.
Yeah, his last race was good as well, but it's a good from a figure standpoint. It's not as good as these horses.
Only beat 3 lengths in that turf sprint.
Three
Kentucky Derby
lengths in
Day?
a turf sprint could be a mile, you know? Seriously.
Fair enough. Fair enough. There's We're in Trouble from California to Kentucky, now New York.
Trained by Michael McCarthy, comes off a nice win. Feels like he's going to have to take a pretty significant step forward to compete with some of these in here.
Fired up about this one. All about speed. Talented crew of turf sprinters in the Harvey pack. We check in with Acacia.
A very likable crew in here, including New York bred 26 Black. His trainer, Horacio De Paz, joining me here. And Horacio now making his 3rd start off of the layoff. Do you feel like this is going to be his strongest day?
Yeah, I mean, he had a sharp work last week, and he's in good order, good energy like he typically has. So, yeah, we're looking for a good effort.
A little bit of class relief for him as well after trying the grade 1 Jaipur. He did have a little bit of a wide trip last time, too.
Yeah, and I think, the track was playing pretty fast. Nobody was really coming back, but he took a big step up, against those horses, so it's nice to see him come back.
He's a 6-year-old now, and we talk about how nice it is to have a horse like this in the barn who's just a gem of consistency.
Yeah, I mean, he's right there every year, and he gets the winter off, and he comes back even better, so I wish I had more of them like him.
Don't we all, right? Best of luck. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lafitte.
26 Black. Terrific trainer Horacio De Paz, currently the 9-5 favorite. Manny Franco in the saddle, 26 Black. The last time he faced Bring the Band Home last summer right here, grade 2 Troy, Andy. Bring the Band Home in front, 26 Black chasing in vain.
Yeah, but I got to tell you, it's not like he ran badly behind him. I mean, he made a significant run against that one. And this was when Bring the Band Home was at the height of his powers. Yeah. And right now, we don't know that he's in that situation, and we know how good 26 Black is. Acacia's saying, that she sees him moving forward, which is obviously a positive. Richie, I'm going to tell you right now, unless the really good Bring the Band Back Home comes back, I don't see how he doesn't beat him with the performance he ran last time, where he was wide around the racetrack in a super tough race. I thought his last race was exceptional.
I agree with you.
Maybe the best he ever ran, even though he lost.
Do you put anything into the fact that Bring the Band Home's 3 best races were here at Saratoga? He's 3 for 3 here.
I think that's something that's at least worth considering and at least discussing, and I'm glad you brought it up. I think that's very fair. Now, the one he ran back in 24 was not really necessarily better than his prior effort at Gulfstream.
Okay.
And he came alive last year. But yeah, he probably likes it up here. And I imagine that's the reason that Mark's pointing here.
Sure.
He's probably thinking the same thing, I would assume, right?
You would have to think so. 3 for 3. He's going for his 3rd year in a row winning up here. Got a little ways to go to catch 4-star Dave, but sometimes
He ain't getting there.
Sometimes horses for courses, right?
Wasn't it nice that we ran the Leo O'Brien today? I love that.
I do too. And me and Leo had quite a relationship over the years.
Yeah, hard guy not to like if you knew him at all.
Are you ready to square off against the computer, Andy Serling, for this Harvey pack?
Yeah.
Are you ready?
No, I want no part
Are
of
you
the
ready?
computer.
It's wager. See what the computer thinks, and how the players at home should handicap and bet this Harvey pack. The wager recommendations are entirely algorithmic and driven by value. They say the computer believes. The computer believes in Bring the Band Home.
Yeah, I mean, to bring it a step further, what you said, which was obviously accurate, is this is the mentality. People, a lot of conversation, and rightfully so in racing now, is about CAW play, computers players. And NYRA has taken enormous steps in limiting their play. And if you are not happy about the CW situation, and you're not playing the NYRA tracks, and you're giving business other tracks, you're just encouraging them to not do what we've done. Having said all that, this is the way they think. There's so many myths out there that aren't true about CAWs. They're not handicappers in the sense of, I like the 4, I like the 8, I like this horse, like that. What they do is they create a very sophisticated model that says, I think these are the percentage chances of this horse winning, these are the percentage chances of these exactas hitting. They go permutations out to tries, the same thing Bill Benter did years ago in Hong Kong. And they bet based on overlays and underlays. They could have many, many bets which are not even related to each other. They're just trying to scrape value. And that's what Wager's saying. Wager's saying, we're going to find plays for you in every race, everywhere. Make the bets available on NYRA Bets, where we're finding value, where we believe the payoffs will exceed the chances of it happening. And I don't care. If you are consistently actually finding value, it's like if you and I were to get locked in the room for eternity and we flipped a coin and I got $1 from you when it came up heads and you got $1 from me when it came up tails, you'd go broke much sooner than you think. And that's what finding value is
You
about.
and I locked in a room for eternity. Eternity isn't going to be that
We'd never
long.
run out of time. We'd never run out of time things to talk about, Richie, and you know it.
Two acacias, the horses make their way to the turf course.
And I landed on 26 Black in here. I thought he looked sensational warming up. But taking a look at a California invader, the number 2, Boss Sully, you've got a Cal bred, Bring the Band Home is a Florida bred, 26 Black is a New York bred, very diverse group of turf sprinters here. But Boss Sully coming in after wiring the field at Santa Anita and going 6 furlongs, so he does cut back a half a furlong. Wears that same shadow roll that he did wear out in California. He's also outfitted with a cage bit, so he is a horse that maybe needs a little bit of steering as well. But I thought he was pretty impressive, and Joel Rosario was aboard for that win. Joel with a riding double here at Saratoga yesterday. He's built like a horse that does want a touch longer, i.e. the 6 furlongs, but he has been effective going 5 furlongs at Del Mar as well. And he's quick. Will be interesting to see what he does with Bring the Band Home right to his inside. The number 7, Chasing Liberty, will be a closer for Rob Atras. I caught up with Rob earlier before the Kelso, and he seemed pretty high on this horse, wanting to take a chance as he got a win last time out in the turf sprint over at Laurel Park, where he stayed on the rail. It was a very good ride by Rod Ortiz that day, dueling to the wire, but he stacks up favorably with his competition and will be running late, Lafitte.
Chasing Liberty, stepping forward. 26 Black. Wow, 8-5. Bring the Band Home from the rail, looking to successfully defend his title. Horacio de Paz looking on, trainer of 26 Black, stepping forward as we're all set. Post time for the Harvey Pack. Here's Frank Miramati, the Harvey Pack, live on Fox Sports 1.
We're in trouble. To complete the line. And they're off in the Harvey Pack. Full disclosure, Bring the Band Home are the first 2 out of the gate. Boss Sully comes away in 3rd. Possiblemente is 4th with 4 to make up early. Then comes Coppola 5th as they run down the back stretch. Another length and a half back to 26 Black, who's 4 in front of Chasing Liberty, and we're in trouble. Bring the Band Home zips through an opening quarter in 20 4/5 seconds with full disclosure attacking throughout. Boss Sully has a good setup in front of him, but 4 lengths off the lead. Followed by Possiblemente. Coppola is next. 26 Black is moving up in between horses. Bring the Band Home turns for home with a 2-length lead. On the outside, here's 26 Black unleashed, and also Coppola running a big race down the center. 26 Black takes command. On the inside, Possiblemente and Coppola are chasing, but this New York bred 26 Black schools them in the Harvey Pack. Possiblemente was 2nd. Coppola 3rd, photo for 4th between We're in Trouble and Chasing Liberty.
Celebration is on. Winning trainer Horacio de Paz. That dude's legit. He can flat out finish. Exceptional performance. 26 Black dominates the Harvey Pack.
I mean, I almost think Manny was just a passenger on this guy. I mean, he just buried this field. Fast pace or not, he crushed them.
He did bury this field, and he absolutely.
And you know I love Manny.
But he did save ground around the turn.
Yeah,
was able to come out. And this horse blitzed up. But look at the fractions: 20.90, 43.50. They were scorching on the lead, and 26 Black just ran over top of them.
Once full disclosure went, it obviously made things much easier. 26 Black, who was probably going to win this race regardless of what they did the way he won. Jose Ortiz, I mean, riders don't get enough credit for good rides when they lose. But Jose Ortiz's ride on Possiblemente was just incredible. First of all, he got some position early. He didn't fall too far back. He saved ground. He split into the stretch. And 26 Black still completely and totally blew him off the racetrack.
Annihilated him. And New York bred in the Harvey Pack. All too fitting. 26 Black 4-3-6. Back out to Monmouth Park, Megan, as we get closer to post time for the night.
A finale here in the Jersey Shore, Lafitte, and again, it's been just a monumental weekend being able to have Naira Bets be open to residents here in the Garden State, be able to open their apps and bet on any track, anytime, anywhere, and that applied to folks here in New Jersey. But my goosebumps are still alive and well from watching a 26 black there. Really difficult to create separation the way he did in that race. But we'll take a look at some $16,000 claimers on the flip side, routing on the turf. And the number 1 up there at 5-1, fully authorized, coming off of a very long layoff. Haven't seen this 4-year-old since last August here at Monmouth from Mike Deeney, who's just 8% off of the 300 to 350-day layoff. Not the greatest numbers. I do find, though, he does look like he's ready for this particular group. He's got that tactical speed. I don't love that he breaks from the inside, as he's not typically a horse that I find likes to be entirely covered up. But his back form is certainly sufficient up there at a very fair 5-1. Just has to contend, obviously, with coming back off the bench. The current favorite, the number 4, Wild Jamie for Wayne Potts. I'm not so sold on this favorite. I find incredibly vulnerable as you're betting him off of the back form back in October of last year. And if you're going to do that, I was going to opt for the inside runner instead at a bigger price. But the 5 was a late vet scratch there. Duck, duck, goose. But quickly, the number 7, Red Sky Morning, also taking some attention. He's a shorter coupled type. I'm optimistic the other Mike Deeney in this race, if he's actually wants this mile in his 16th. He has been effective on it before, but I'm going to take a little bit of a shot with the horse coming off of a pretty long layoff there in the number 1, Lafitte. But a finale here on the Jersey Shore. I'll see you guys next week.
Megan, thanks so much. As they move into line, feels like we just finished a Triple Crown. Don't look now, but the Haskell in 13 days at Monmouth.
It's going to be a good race this year.
Yeah, it is.
Not just the Haskell, Lafitte, the Naira Bets.
The Naira Bets Haskell. The Naira Bets
Which makes it really an even better race.
It does.
And you
can play from New Jersey, man.
I mean, it all comes together, doesn't it?
It's amazing. Long time coming.
Long weekend, and you still got it.
What a great weekend for New Jersey horse player.
Correctly?
Can I hand this off to Matt Dinnerman so he can call the race? Good with you?
Not really.
Here's Matt Dinnerman.
And we're off. Good beginning. That son of a gun gets the first call, broke strongly and is taking advantage of it, is up close. Prince of Troy, per usual, showing his customary front-running speed. He's on the lead now. From that son of a gun, Vesparo, the New Jersey bred, 3 wide as they come out of the chute, is moving up. These 3 across the track with 1 lap to go. 3 runners on the lead together. Red Sky Morning right behind them, 2 lengths off the pace. Fully authorized, the gray horse inside on the fence. And Wild Jamie takes a spot at the back of the field as the 6 runners corner into the clubhouse turn. Prince of Troy, 8-1, narrow lead now. That son of a gun happy to press between horses. Vesparo is 3 wide, level second. Prince of Troy, half-length lead on that son of a gun. In third is Vesparo. There's a gap of 2 to fully authorized on the rail. Red Sky Morning to the outside. They're 2.5 clear of Wild Jamie, who can only see backstretch with 5 furlongs to go. Prince of Troy, half-length lead. That son of a gun still the presser. Wedge between horses. Vesparo racing on the outside in the blue blinkers. 3 deep now, claiming second. That son of a gun back in third, losing a position. And now being swarmed on both sides by both Red Sky Morning and fully authorized going into the turn. Wild Jamie gets a giddy-up reminder from last, passing and weakening that son of a gun as they round the far turn. Prince of Troy under pressure. Vesparo right there. Red Sky Morning makes it 3 across the track, and Wild Jamie is trying to surge from last on the outside, fully authorized behind horses that are weakening here, is looking for a spot outside, nowhere to go right now for fully authorized. They come down the stretch. Red Sky Morning has emerged with the lead. Now fully authorized is tipping on down at the rail. Outside, Wild Jamie into second. Red Sky Morning with the lead, but Wild Jamie is surging on the outside. Wild Jamie going to the front close to home, and it's Wild Jamie, Jose Ferrer with 2 today. Red Sky Morning was second, fully authorized third, Vesparo fourth.
The New Jersey bred Wild Jamie in the 9th and final at the Shore's greatest stretch.
Yeah, I was watching this horse getting it done in the shadow of the wire. It felt like the second place finisher might be home, but able to get it done. The horse in gray, Richie, got a little traffic, but when they straightened out, had no horse.
It was in traffic, but then when it had a clear path, really didn't have any turn of foot. And Wayne Potts, the trainer of Wild Jamie, kind of nice day. I believe that was his 2nd win at the Shore today, and he had a win up here earlier today. So nice day for Wayne Potts.
Had a win?
Yeah, earlier in the card, didn't he?
You did?
You guys can look it up. Research.
Are you sure you want to be
Saratoga.
locked in a room for eternity with me?
I am, because I'm going to tell
We
you
have a dead
he
heat for
didn't win a
fourth.
race.
Chasing Liberty, and we're in trouble. Unpacking this Harvey pack as we check in with Acacia with winning pilot, Manny Franco.
Manny Franco in 26 black, victorious here. As Manny, you just said to me, he always tries this horse. And yes, you had pace in front of you, but he really finished for you.
Yeah, this horse is an honest horse. He always, like I say before, he always tries for every time he runs. And today, I got enough pace in front of me. I was loaded from the half a mile from the quarter point. I just was wanting to get room. You know, I want the room to go. And when I split horse, he just blow home.
Fast pace or not, you don't usually see separation like that in a turf sprint. It has to be a tremendous feeling.
No, it is. It was unbelievable because the way he was opening it up is best feeling in the world.
Kicking off opening week here up at the Spa with a couple wins and a stakes victory at that here on Sunday. Good way to start things off.
Yeah, definitely. We was, having a good start. Just keep on going. It's a long meet, so where to go?
Definitely a marathon, not a sprint like this. But well done, Manny. Congratulations.
Thank you, Acacia.
Gotta keep the pace there, Lafitte.
Manny Franco, all smiles. Acacia, 26 black, second fastest Harvey pack in 13 years running. The only one faster. Bring the band home last year. Bring the band home toiling. No, he doesn't still possess that fastball that made him a three-time winner here at Saratoga.
To be fair to him, he got pushed very hard off the layoff by the 9. So, you want to see, can he come back in another race? Maybe he draws an outside post. He doesn't have to get hounded like that. New York breds winning both stakes. I mean, a dead heat, but then this one as well, and a War Dancer also.
War Dancer.
War Dancer stands at Mill Creek out in Stillwater, about 9 miles from here, near the battlefield, and they got a nice stallion line up there. And War Dancer has been proven to be one of those New York sires that make an impact.
And the idea that, not all, just because a jockey doesn't win a race doesn't mean, as you mentioned, a brilliant ride was administered. Jose Ortiz finishing second on Posiblemente.
That was a great ride by Jose. He was never going to do better than second, but there are rides he could have gotten where he wouldn't have been second. And I'll say, I'm assuming with the Breeders' Cup at Keeneland this year that it's 5.5 furlongs the sprint. I don't think they run 5s there.
5.5, I'm told.
And the way this horse is running, Lost a deposit, and Manny, you've got to be thinking of going there.
Oh, you have to absolutely think of going there. And he's just so consistent, too, right? I mean, he's a horse now at 6 years old, just keeps showing up and giving these kind of performances. And I like that when you see a sire like War Dancer have horses continue to get better into their, 5 and 6 year old campaigns.
He's already proven he can run with the best, that effort in the Grade 1, Jaipur Grade 1, the highest level of the highest designation of racing in the sport. That effort combined with this onward and upward 26 black statement performance in the Harvey pack. And what we've seen thus far, Andy, in this massive pick six with the carryover with one race left in the sequence.
And this will be another one of those sequences where there's been nothing but short prices after a $31 horse. And if you had that horse, and if you had the first winner and you're not alive in this pick six, you definitely should be walking around your house in the dunce cap. And I did bring it out of the old office, and I'm willing to lend it to somebody.
It's always nearby.
You've got to not lose these things when you get the prices home. I'll tell you something about the Jaipur, going back to it.
Yeah.
Not Manny's fault because he drew outside, just never able to get in position. If he had been able to give him the ride that he gave him in this race in the Jaipur,
maybe
right there.
Yeah, maybe. Incredible performance. One left from the turf sprinters to the marathoners here. It's wide open. Yeah, this one at 1.5 miles, all about distance. We'll have much more on this nightcap coming up 20 minutes, winding down opening weekend, 4th of July weekend at Saratoga. Plus, Don Little, president, co-owner, Centennial Farms, learned a lot about him on yesterday's broadcast, sat down with Acacia, and then kind enough to wear a wire while watching Antiquarian in the Suburban. That's next.
Racing returns to the brand new Belmont Park this September. Get paid to bring new horses to New York with the Big Apple bonus. Each horse can earn up to $8,500. Bonus eligibility based on the horse's prior start or workout location. Both new and existing owners and trainers are eligible. With overnight purses increasing this fall by 15%, there's never been a better time to race at Belmont Park. Take a bite out of the Big Apple bonus. For rules and eligibility requirements, visit NYRA.com/BAP. Big Apple bonus.
What's up, Mr. V?
Well, hopefully I'll give you a better ride today.
No, don't worry about that. Anything can happen in a race.
Oh my God. I didn't expect that he'll do that. I did last time. I gave him a blue one up thinking because plenty speed.
No,
I see a couple horses.
But like you said,
Yeah,
I mean, he's a little more rateable now, so if he does, he can.
I wouldn't do too much with him. It's more on a quarter, so anyway, he might be a little.
In Johnny, we trust always.
Yeah, thank you.
Fist. His head straight. Take forward. There you go. Oh, Jesus. Stumbled.
In between those two.
He's got nowhere to go.
He's got nowhere to go.
He ain't getting him.
Oh, well. Break killed us.
Yeah, he just kind of spread eagled and
I know.
lost any position, never had it.
But he's moving a little bit and then went. Yeah.
Came out from under.
And I didn't do too much to him because I don't want him to. I know he's going to pace, so I'm just going to be 1-2. And he overdid it. You know, he went.
Yeah.
Kind of anticipated.
Appreciate the access, Don Little, and not the result he was hoping to see with Antiquarian. What did you make of his performance in a race that it was like an avalanche with Phileas Fogg and what he did going back to back?
I think Richie and I are in agreement on this one. Sometimes there are races that are over at the start.
Yeah.
When that happens, you kind of hope it's a lower level claiming race. You don't hope it's a big stake race when you're a heavy favorite, but that's the way the game goes. And they broke, and it was over for him.
And the opposite end of that spectrum was Phileas Fogg making the lead as easy as he did and discouraging Forged Steel, right, and making him steady back early.
This is a front-running tour de force, Richie, and you could see this coming to a head at the top of the stretch.
Yeah, I mean, he was just going so comfortably, so happy throughout. So when Kendrick Carmouche set him down, he just dropped his head and ran for the wire. And I love horses that have that demeanor. He has an intensity in his face, his eye, that this horse is a racehorse.
He's running through the wire here after, and obviously got away with a moderate pace and all those things. Gus Rodriguez claiming this horse for what, 50,000,
wow.
40,000, these wins. I mean, it's the kind of thing that people should take notice of. It's an incredible accomplishment. I don't know whether Gus was the one who decided to claim him or not, but to claim him and then have this kind of success is nothing short of remarkable.
A salute. Fired up Kendrick Carmouche. You could hear the emotion, Gustavo Rodriguez. post-race. That was his first graded stakes win in this race last year. And Phileas Fogg joining just a handful of horses that have gone back-to-back over the years in the Suburban.
Some big names that have won the Suburban in back-to-back years in the past. Horse was best, ran great, the way the race ran yesterday. Kendrick Carmouche gave him a brilliant front-running ride, doled out his speed just the right way. Not a fan of the celebration, particularly before the wire. You know, John Cruguet got fined $2,000.
I was going to say, it looked like Cruguet. I saw, that's exactly what I thought of.
Got fined $2,000 when he did that on Seattle Slew, winning the Belmont for the Triple Crown. Now, I don't think that Kendrick should or will get fined, but just ride them through the wire, and then if you want to give a little celebration. I get it. It's exciting to win big races like that. I'm not a fan of that.
Yeah, I haven't seen the second get-off-my-lawn moment on the broadcast as our coverage continues. Closing weekend here, opening weekend, the last day of opening weekend from Saratoga. So many highlights yesterday, including the theft of a $600,000 horse race. Kensington Lane, Joelle Rosario, they watched her make the lead and steal a Grade 1 event. We'll recap.
And Adair Manor will take the Clementel Hirsch.
Arcangelo, the Belmont winner in charge. The Grade 1 Whitney to Arthur's ride.
Olympiad gets the gold. Tap it twice. Tap it twice. It is Timberlake who's going to win.
She's so speedy in that sprint.
Sierra Leone in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
In racing, bloodlines are kingdoms, and every kingdom needs an heir. Sired by Uncle Mo, Kingsbarns was chosen for greatness. An $800,000 two-year-old built like an empire. He defeated champion Arcangelo on debut, dominated the Louisiana Derby in his third start, and achieved a defining victory in the Grade 1 Stephen Foster. Kingsbarns, where the line of kings continues.
This is where it all begins. These are the recruits for next year. They're going to be part of our roster, part of our team.
The pavilion, it was jam-packed. It has remained jam-packed.
Phenomenal feeling in the pavilion, on the grounds, in the back ring.
You have a chance to make 5, 10, 100x.
Big sale with a lot of quantity, but they're going to sell over 4,000 horses here.
We had quality racehorses today, I believe, that will go on and we'll be reading about in years to come.
Keeneland sale. You got to be here.
So glad you could join us on Saratoga Live. Fox Sports 1, as always, coverage brought to you by Mohegan Sun. All in on Mohegan. Before the break, we teased what happened in yesterday's Grade 1 Belmont Oaks. Yes, an absolute theft on the front end by Joelle Rosario in the U.S. debut in Kensington Lane.
And, you know, I don't know that there's a better rider in route races, turf and dirt, on the front end than Joelle.
Horses melt into his hands, and they just continue to find. And one thing about Joelle, very rarely do you see him come from the middle or a stalking position. He's like Ricky Bobby. He's either first or he's last, right? He won a race later in the day coming from last. This race, wire to wire, and she was so happy on the front end. And look at how he's cool as the other side of the pillow. He never even thinks about using the crap, just runs into his hands.
No,
he looks bigger than she is.
He doesn't
like megahertz small.
I walked back with Joel after the race, and I said to him, you want to reconsider and maybe come back and ride with us in New York? I miss the guy when he's not around.
He's just a great person. He's a terrific rider when he's on. It seemed like he went through a funk, but races and wins like this.
Yeah, what does that do for him psychologically?
Lifts you out of a funk. It gives you more confidence. You remember that you can win those kind of races. And he just kind of got lost there for a little while. I mean, I think the world of him as a human being, and obviously a world-class rider when he's on point.
Setting up race number 9 here, the nightcap. At what point could you tell that long shot meant business and was going to be difficult to reel in?
3 quarters out, I said this horse is going to be very tough to beat.
I agree. You know, we were talking about it beforehand. I didn't pick the horse. I wasn't betting on him, but we were talking about the 6-5 in the Godolphin horse. I was talking with Chad Brown, and I said, it's crazy that horse is 6-5, and the other Euro is 23-1. There's not that big a disparity between the two.
Ninth and final here. You see the field updated odds. Acacia, this one all about distance, a marathon, and a contender draws in from the also eligible list in the form of Right Off Jerry.
That's right. Scratch is key in this race because it means Right Off Jerry does get to participate, and I do love marathon turf races, as we'll go 1.5 miles here. And Right Off Jerry, a horse that has shown he can handle longer distances, winning at 1 3/8 miles last time out. Two back, he was a reclaim for trainer Mike Maker, who previously had him and always had him really going longer on the turf as well. Immediately rewarded with the victory over Fort Thomas, who's also in this race last time out. It's been a long time since I've seen this horse, but he has continued to fill out and looks tremendous. He's a 6-year-old now, but super weight on him, something that in the past had been a little bit of a challenge for him. Very relaxed here in the paddock as well, and he's just a horse that's in good form. We'll see if he could keep it going. One of the speeds did scratch out of here, and that could make things a little bit interesting for the closers. We'll see how it does set up, as Right Off Jerry is one that comes from off of it. Now, maybe that'll be a good thing for the number 9 Versailles Road, and he's a long shot as his races are not quite as fast, but I wanted to talk about him because he is a horse that was able to wire the field last time, and at first glance it appeared that he kind of stole that race, and maybe it wasn't as strong a field or as strong a performance really moving forward, as runner-up Gold Sovereign regressed in his subsequent race. However, we did see Capricious Outcome, albeit in a maiden claiming win earlier. We saw Here's Johnny come out of that race and win a stake this weekend as well, and while Mortal Lock was disqualified in his subsequent start, he did come out and win as well. So pretty much every other horse besides Gold Sovereign has improved coming out of that race. And tactically, if Versailles Road is able to do what he did last time out and switch off on the front end, he does have complex agenda in this race in here, but he can press as well. He's a horse that I think has kind of stamped himself as one, maybe he has to step up that's not quite as good, but a horse that has shown a proficiency for these longer distances, and that could be a dangerous quality, Lafitte.
See how it all unfolds, Acacia, this 1.5 mile affair to close out opening weekend. Riders up, post parade, and the nightcap. When we come back, you're watching Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 1.
I have 52,000 starts in my life. I've never seen one that could take as much as he did early and continue to improve.
And it is Gunite.
He's strong, he's attractive.
And he's going to win the hopeful.
He's extremely smooth and fluid.
Gunite is a tough customer here as they come off for the finish.
How sound he is.
Gunite got the jump.
Consistent mentally, physically.
He will defeat Elite Power in the Forgo.
Complete package.
Mile-and-a-half marathon to close the show on this Sunday afternoon. Let's meet the field. You're looking at Mitsurtonic, third in the 2-mile Belmont Gold Cup.
I'm not sure he's about as logical as anybody in this race.
6 to 1.
6 to 1.
Complex agenda.
He's the speed of the race, and he's a battler, but will he get the mile and a half?
Better lucky than good. Had the pleasure of chasing Mibago in the Kingston race. Looks that much better now.
He ran okay at his one time going a mile and 3/8. The problem is he hasn't yet shown he can get back to that good form.
Fort Thomas, Jose Ortiz. Now riding, that's Key, then Alekin, currently 17 to 1.
I think this is if you want a long shot, it's this horse. He is going to improve with distance. He needs to, but he's going to improve, I think.
Try Bone Stables, Blue Pill.
Another one that needs to improve with distance and needs to improve markedly.
Awfully Naughty Manny Franco.
Awfully Naughty is kind of interesting to me. This is the only horse to win at the mile-and-a-half distance out of the 3 that have tried it in this race.
Versailles Road, 30 to 1, maiden winner downstate.
Yeah, he was very fortunate last time. Horse improved out of the race because they were compromised by the pace.
Compromised by trip. Couple of starts back. We'll revisit was Noble Dynasty Junior Alvarado rides.
Man, his horse could not look any better. He'd get my paddock check mark just watching him walk around.
Noble Factor, Joel Rosario takes over.
Trained by Kerry Bryan, who is changed steeplechasers and is very proficient at getting horses ready to go these marathon distances.
Right off Jerry, draws in, look out.
Yeah, I mean, I agree, but he was very fortunate to beat Fort Thomas with a great ride by Irad, saving ground. I know he got a little shuffled, but he got shuffled while the race was sort of blowing up, and then Irad just smoothly got him out. That was a great ride by Irad. Now his brother takes over the horse he beat, gets a much better post, and I don't see how this horse is a shorter price than the 4. I may not like either one of them, but to me, it's almost impossible if they run the last race that the 13 beats the 4 again.
All about trip, all about distance. Noble Dynasty we circle back to, who is 7 to 2, Andy, and in this race 2 starts back at Keeneland, not the way they drew it up on the chalkboard.
Well, first of all, he doesn't break.
Right.
And that's never good. It's already bad when there's a slow pace and the race is won wire to wire. It's not just that, Richie. You know, Junior's doing what he can. And what he's supposed to do when you get left like that, you don't want to panic. You want to save some ground and get in there. He makes a sustained run. Look at him on the far outside from the 3/8 pole.
That's not going to work.
That's like the hardest thing to do in horse racing and turf races, and he never stops coming against the speed to wire the field.
So that just gives you a little confidence for the mile-and-a-half distance for a horse to make that long, sustained, wide rally, which is not the recipe for success in turf racing.
Murphy's Law seemingly in effect and still in the thick of it right there. Inside the final 8th, inside the final 16th, Noble Dynasty, the current 7 to 2 favorite for this 9th and final occasion with more on Noble Dynasty.
He's a horse that I've always liked, Lafitte. He's so attractive, as Richie alluded to, and it's just one that immediately catches your eye. And I've liked him stretching out and talking about the 10 Noble Dynasty, because last time when he cut back in distance to the mile and a 16th, I just don't think it really set up for him. He also had a wide trip in the Pennine Ridge last time behind West End Kid, who would come back, as we saw, to get beaten a nose in the Belmont Derby yesterday. But Noble Dynasty got really washed out last time. And while he's warm, it's a warm day, as Richie often talks about, you want to see them have their natural cooling system into effect. He was over the top in his most recent start, and he looks so much better today, and that was really kind of tipped the scales for me. I like the distance for him. Hopefully he can get out of his own way and break a bit better, as we talked about, all about trips. And when you're going the 3 turns like you are here, you need to save some ground. The number 4, Fort Thomas, who was just beaten by Right Off Jerry last time out, he made that first move into the pace where Right Off Jerry was able to make the final move, closing, and Fort Thomas opened up a couple lengths before just getting caught in there. He is a horse that has also shown the ability to handle distances, and this is obviously my first time seeing him, as he's been based in Kentucky, but he is a very energetic individual. Typically with mile-and-a-half types of turf horses, you look to see them be a little bit more subdued types, as he's calmed down a lot now since the warm-up, but he had a very spirited warm-up under Jose Ortiz, a horse that definitely physically checks all the boxes as far as getting the distance, and we'll see what kind of trip he gets in here, but I am glad to see that he seems to have come back nicely to his rider here, Lafitte.
You'll settle for Jose Ortiz, Acacia. Fort Thomas at 4 to 1. Richie, you like an outsider here. And Awfully 90, number 8, 14-1 with Manny Franco.
I'm taking a little bit of a swing here, but this horse is a true marathoner. He's the only horse to win at the 1.5 miles. Now, he had an extremely long layoff. He came back. Maybe he's just not the same horse. But if you go 2 back in March at Gulfstream, he would have won that 1.5 mile race, obviously against easier, but he got stymied in traffic badly, and I just think he, going the 1.5 mile here, is going to relish it.
Pace.
No resistance.
Who provides the early pace?
The 2. If the 2 isn't in front, either he got completely left of the gate or somebody's going to get yelled at after the race by Tom Morley.
Biggest difference, Richie? Like, what makes a good long-distance turf rider a good long-distance turf rider?
Patience. Really just allowing your horse to get in a good rhythm, keeping a horse balanced, and not getting impatient. And a horse has to cooperate with the rider, switch off. When they pull going marathon distances,
Not
they
gonna
don't
happen.
stay.
Noble Dynasty, 3-1, the tepid favorite. Frank Miramati with the call. 1.5 miles, 3 turns. The 9th race from Saratoga, live on Fox Sports 1.
Last few left to load. Alakan goes up. Here's Noble Dynasty for Bezilou Stables. Noble Factor is next. And Right Off Jerry to the outside. In the gate. And they're off. Complex Agenda is going straight to the front. Fort Thomas is up close in the early going, but the lead belongs to Complex Agenda in front 3/4 of a length. A very keen Better Lucky Than Good is on the inside, and Noble Factor is a close-up 4th. They are followed by Right Off Jerry. Alakan settles in mid-pack, some 7 or 8 lengths off the speed. It's another 4 lengths back to Blue Pill, who's by himself. Versailles Road follows that rival. At the back of the field, Mr. Tonic racing on the inside of Awfully 90, and then the trailer is Noble Dynasty. They come into the stretch for the first time, and it's Complex Agenda in control, leads it by 2 lengths. Fort Thomas out in the center is coming after him now in second. Then a well-settled Noble Factor, 4.5 or so off the lead. It's another 2 lengths back to Better Lucky Than Good. Alakan rides the rail, and Right Off Jerry is just outside of that pair. 7 more lengths in this strung-out field to Blue Pill. Versailles Road inching up outside of him. Then comes Noble Dynasty, Mr. Tonic, and Awfully Naughty. The opening half went in 48 seconds flat, so they're moving right along on the front end. And Fort Thomas is the new leader. Complex Agenda is suddenly 3 lengths back in second. Then it's Noble Factor third. Better Lucky Than Good races in fourth. At the rail, Alakan under a nice hold is inching forward willingly. And outside of that pair is Right Off Jerry as they're swarming in on the front runner now. A gap of 5 back to Versailles Road. Blue Pill is next. Then comes Noble Dynasty, who's on the outside in the maroon cap, 8 lengths off the lead now, and Mr. Tonic is at the back. The mile in 1:38 and 3. Fort Thomas, Complex Agenda have been battling it out on the front end. They continue that way. Alakan has saved every inch of ground. Racing on the inside, Better Lucky Than Good is next. Noble Factor, another 2.5 lengths back comes Versailles Road. They're at the top of the stretch. Fort Thomas cuts the corner. Out in the center, Better Lucky Than Good comes to tackle, and Complex Agenda is not done. Outside of them, Noble Factor is finishing well too. Driving finish, Noble Factor has to get to Better Lucky Than Good. Better Lucky Than Good, 1.5 lengths to Noble Factor. Better Lucky Than Good caps off a huge day for Flavien Prat. Noble Factor was second. Versailles Road started picking it up nicely, and then Complex Agenda.
Big afternoon for Flavien Prat is right. Better Lucky Than Good in the nightcap in about the most productive Kingston we'll ever see.
Yeah, and he finally refound that form. You know, he had been incredibly disappointing his 2 starts this year, and he got it done today. It was an honest pace, but he was close to it. The 4 kind of ran off a little on Jose Ortiz, I think. Not his fault. But this horse, Flavien, masterful ride. Gave 1 lousy ride earlier today, but a lot of good rides.
Yeah, I mean, he really did give this horse a terrific ride. Sat that coveted pocket position, wasn't far away, delivered him at the right time. And he's a bit of a one-pace horse, so he just stayed on. So nice job by Miguel Clement to get this New York bred back in the frame. And Joe Migliore, bloodstock purchase.
I think it was amazing.
Very well done.
It's amazing how well the 2 ran. Complex Agenda, I think, just held on for 4th, Frank said. I mean, when you consider that pace was very honest.
Yeah.
The way the 4 dogged him in something, what if nobody dogged him? It might have been a very different race.
It might
That
not have
horse
reeled
ran
him in,
really
right?
well for Tom.
Yeah.
What happened? Your thoughts on the performance by the post-time favorite at Noble Dynasty?
He just never got in the race. I think he finished 5th or so, but he never, ever made an impact at all. Just doesn't have enough speed to put himself in the race, I guess. I don't know. He was bad.
That Kingston, it was day 1 of Belmont Stakes Racing Festival for New York breds. Mibago freaked. We watched Mibago come back today and win in a dead heat in the Kelso with Zulu Kingdom. And now, Better Luck in the Good, exiting that same Kingston, bang, right to the winner's circle.
I also just think he just finally refound his form, too. You know, he obviously just wasn't really ready those first 2 races because he ran today.
Well, tall ass the first time back at a mile and 3
Yeah,
furlongs, and then last time runs into a buzzsaw, Mibago, and 3rd off the layoff.
Yeah.
7-1 in the end. 4 wins on the afternoon, Flavian Pratt.
That's not
It
a
should have
bad-
been 5. I'm a little
You're
bitter.
still upset over the ride in the
Well, I'll agree with
fifth
that
race.
it should have been 5, but nobody's perfect.
I love Flavian. You know that. I'm not looking at, but, you know, fair is fair. Cost a friend of mine the pick 6. So he's pretty bitter, too.
3-12-9-2. Better lucky than good at a price with Flavian Pratt in the 9th and final here as we wind down opening weekend here at Saratoga. We're right back at it next Thursday and on Friday, a really exciting, contentious edition of the Victory Ride. 3-year-old fillies here sprinting in what could be a key prep moving forward towards the most prestigious sprint for 3-year-old fillies in the game, the Grade 1 Test.
Return of the Spinaway winner, Tommy Joe. The return of the Frizette winner, Iron Orchard. And I don't even think they're the first and second choices in there. That you've got Goodall coming up that huge race, and this is a race very much for Victory Ride, who beat the mighty Extra Heat when she won the test here for trainer Rusty Arnold.
One of Rusty Arnold's over 2,000 victories in his training
She
career.
was some horse.
That Jersey girl you mentioned, Goodall, we visit Goodall and simply running away from Carmel Coast and Mythical.
And I'll tell you something, this was a time when the rail was still pretty good. Carmel Coast had the run of the race on the inside, ran fine. But Goodall ran extremely well between horses the whole way. And I think Mythical will run better as well because she chased on the outside. But I'm not sure Goodall isn't the horse to beat from the far outside. Her last race was very good, and she draws extremely well on the outside, especially showing the new dimension of being able to race successfully as she did in this race.
Yeah, that versatility is so important, and when you're well posted, then you can take advantage of that versatility.
It's a great race. It really, a lot of times these races come in smaller fields. You're a little disappointed. This was a great race, and they're going to have to do some running because that horse that won the first race yesterday for Brendan
Mashallah.
Walsh, she got a 96 buyer yesterday. She's every bit
She's
of a
legit.
big player in that test going forward. And a race like this Victory Ride, I think, gives us some hope that that test could be a real war this year, as it should be.
One of the most exciting races every summer, the Test. And then Iron Orchard, New York breds in both of the stakes races today. And intriguing in the sense that as good as she was as a 2-year-old filly, Grade 1 Frizette winner, her 3-year-old debut in the Victory Ride on Friday.
Yeah, for Steve Asmussen. She was purchased after her last race, and Steve has her now. Steve, of course, I was thinking about that when Steve took over Forest Music, and he won the Honorable Miss for Stone Street first time out. She ended up being the dam of McLean's Music. Do you remember her? She was that Michael Gill horse that won by like 18 lengths. I don't remember.
She was fast.
She won by
though. She
18
was
lengths in
super
her
fast.
debut at Laurel, and they shipped her out in California to run against Half Bridled, and she finished last. But
Half Bridled was pretty good.
Iron Orchid showed a new dimension when she rated to win the Frizette. So she showed she doesn't need to be in the lead, and I'm really interested to see what she does coming back. Tommy Joe as well. I mean, she was running figures as a 2-year-old with routine improvement. Make her very tough in here. Can she come back for Spendthrift and Todd Pletcher? Apparently, you know, you talk about her, there's talk that Ted Nafi is close to getting back to Todd as well. We'll see what happens with him. So exciting stuff here in Saratoga. It's such a great time of the year for racing.
Something about a really good 2-year-old and seeing which direction they've gone when they resurface as 3-year-olds.
Yeah, you know, you're expecting a step forward, just natural maturation.
But not a given.
No, but it's not a given. Some of them, you see the best of them at 2. I mean, I always thought Devil's Bag was a prime example of that he was as brilliant a 2-year-old as you're ever going to see, and he just didn't make that next step.
Yeah, he was the kind of horse as a 2-year-old that started talk of Dr. Fager.
Yeah.
That's how
yeah.
good he was for Woody. And that, you know, that Flamingo when he lost, but he lost to Dr. Carter and Time for a Change. All of those
Flamingo.
horses ended up, falling by the wayside, and they were all tremendous horses. Time for a Change broke his maiden up here by 10 lengths for Angel Penna for Phipps Stable.
Good thing Woody had another good 3-year-old in his stable in 1984 by the name of Swale for Claiborne Farm, eventual Kentucky Derby winner. Moments ago, Flavia Pratt, big afternoon, 4 wins. As better lucky than good, lucky and good today. Emerging victorious 4th career win. Taking down the nightcap.
So a real nice effort by this New York bred. Great job by Miguel Clement getting his first win of the meet.
Yeah. I think we had Cassie, a repeat winner. Chad Brown won 2 today, so he's won 3.
That was insane,
they're
though.
the only
The first
repeat
17, 18 races of the meet, we didn't have one multiple winning trainer.
2 days. I think George Weaver
That's
would have been a
unreal.
multiple winner. He got disqualified.
DQ'd.
Settle down, guys. We got 43
By the
days
way,
to
you
go.
want to watch that
Just
Stewards
saying.
review. I'm taping that Stewards review on Thursday with Victor Escobar, and very, very much looking forward to hearing his thoughts about what was a very controversial DQ in the last race yesterday.
It's a pick 6, 17,000 plus a pick 6. What will your first question be to Victor Escobar regarding the disqualification in yesterday's last race?
What were you thinking?
You can lead a horse to water, and sometimes they will drink. Pick 6 in the books. Day 3 in the books here at Saratoga. And what was, we won't do this again next year. 4th of July, back downstate, the reopening of Belmont Park. A lasting performance, a lasting impression of something you saw this weekend.
I think we saw a lot of good performances. The horses were back in Saratoga, and everything is good.
Ditto.
Efficient. Right back at it next week for week 2 here at Saratoga on this first Sunday of the meet. A thriller in the Kelso. Mibago, Zulu Kingdom, given everything they had, and in the end, they could not separate him. A dead heat in the Kelso. On to the 4-star Dave, we would think. Not as close in the Harvey Pack. 26 Black blitzed them. A sensational performance. Coming up next on FS1 Motorsports Fans 500 Immortality at Indy. We'll see you next week. Have a great night.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.